Pretend Princess Bride by Tyla Walker, a fake marriage romance.
Chapter 1. Cedric. The nurse appears in the doorway, out of breath from running. Dr. Vancourt, you're needed to operate on a trauma patient. I give a nod. I've seen 10 patients in the last few hours for conditions ranging from childbirth to gallstones. Usually this part of the day is a lull, but not today. The patient on the bed is just waking up from anesthesia. She looks around, seemingly unsure of where she is. Your surgery went beautifully, Mrs. Harb. I'm washing my hands, preparing to get to the operating theater as quickly as possible, but trying to give her individual attention as she regains awareness. She looks around, eyeing the IV drip and machines in the small village hospital, recognition dawning on her face. Oh, good, thank you, doctor. Am I ready to go home? She looks down at her stomach and touches the bandage. Not yet, but the nurse will give you instructions for treating the incision. Make sure you come in 2 weeks to follow up and call if you need anything. Thank you again, doctor. Doctor? The nurse's face grows more insistent, and I follow her out into the dimly lit hallway. Electricity is scarce in this part of Yemen, and we need to conserve it. Tell me about the patient. I walk briskly. Although it's such a small hospital, it's only a few meters distance. A bomb went off this morning, and a little boy suffered severe shrapnel wounds. He's 7. We're controlling blood loss, but there's a chance his vital organs have been hit. He's bleeding from the head, too, but we're not sure how deep the wound is. I put on gloves, a cap, and a surgical mask in seconds. The patient on the table is hooked to machines and prepped for surgery. What's the patient's name? I ask the anesthesiologist. Isa Ali. He has damage to his liver, the back of the skull, and his legs. I ask for instruments as the nursing staff holds the skin in place. I can see the metal splinters glinting in the bright lights of the operating area. Based on the blood internally, I know there's a larger piece to carefully remove from behind. I suture the organ after extracting the metal carefully, then move to the other, less critical wounds. An hour later, the patient is sewn up with twisted fragments of metal in a sterilized tray, serving as evidence of the trauma he suffered. He's stable. Are his parents here, Virginie? I ask the nurse who summoned me. Her hazel eyes bear a new sadness. His mother is, she's out in the waiting room. She pauses and shakes her head. The father didn't make it out of the bombing. I nod grimly. I'll go speak to her. I take off my gloves, mask, and surgical gown, wash my hands, and head to see the child's mother. On the face of every child who comes in needing life-saving care, I see a small reflection of my best friend Henry in the final moments of his life. I held his hand as he took his last breath when we were kids. From that moment on, I knew I had to devote my life to healing people. I've been a doctor for 5 years, and I've worked in the medical field for more than a decade, since I was 15. But it's impossible to get used to the heart-wrenching sight of a child on the dividing line between life and death. The agony on the face of their parents is just as bad. I'm just glad that I can comfort some of them, but not all. Mrs. Ali, I'm Dr. Vanacore. A small woman with bloodshot eyes and dark hair starts to rise, and I motion for her to sit. How is Isa? Her hand is clutched to her heart, and her eyes start welling. The surgery went well. She stands up and raises her arms, looking upward. Oh, praise God. Can I see him? Soon, the minute he's in the recovery suite, a nurse will come get you. I'll make sure of it. She wraps me in her arms, and I can feel her tears on my scrubs. I don't know how to thank you, doctor. Especially with his father, my husband. It happened yesterday. After losing the love of my life, I can't... She can barely get the words out. I can feel her shake as I hug her. I can tell how much you love them both. I do. You don't know the love of a mother. She smiles sadly. Although you may know the love of a wife if you're so lucky. No, not yet. I hope you will be blessed with the kind of love I had for so long. Your mother must be very proud of you, like I am of my son. I'm sure she is, And I'm sure Issa is just as proud of you. I wish you the best, Mrs. Ali. I feel a pang of mourning, wishing my mother could be proud of me here and not from above. I can hear her voice calling me Ricky. But only the people who were close to me as a kid called me that. That name died when they did, and I prefer to keep it that way. Detached. Clean. So marriage especially is something I have no interest in. It's hard to imagine loving someone like that. I don't know if I'd want to, as pained as the widows I've seen look. I wish you the best as well, doctor. I go back to clean myself up and see some other patients until my shift is over. But I can't get the faces of Issa and his mother out of my mind even when my shift ends. They're why I founded World Clinic and why I work so hard to build more outposts in all parts of the world that need care. But I know there are so many more who don't have access. I feel guilty leaving the hospital, even though I'm leaving an hour after my scheduled time. When I get to my apartment, I realize how famished I am. I heat up some leftover rice and chicken. All I want is to sit on the sofa and do nothing before I fall asleep. While I'm sitting down to dinner, the phone rings. Shit, I should have turned this thing off. If someone really needs me for a medical emergency, there's a pager. Anything else can wait. I contemplate ignoring it, but I catch sight of the name of the caller. Royal Palace, Solvaria. Fuck. Don't pick up. Don't pick up. I'm too tired to deal with anything related to my father right now, but the sense of duty overrides my exhaustion. Hello, I answer. Cedric, you idiot. Cedric, it's good to hear your voice. The air of authority, strength, and entitlement is unmistakable, but my father's voice has an unsettling edge to it. And always good to hear yours, father. I appreciate your saying so. I can feel the icy subtext. Since his stroke, he's had a single-minded obsession with marrying us off, and it hasn't exactly endeared him to us. What's going on? Did you call just to catch up? No, unfortunately. There's been an emergency. I gasp. Are you okay? Not another stroke? No, it's not me, he answers with a smile in his voice. It's your niece. She's very ill with appendicitis. I'd like you to come back and take a look at her. My niece? I know I've been off the grid for a few months, but this is news to me. There's not enough time to explain. I just want you to come. It's Ishmael's daughter, Isha. She's 7. Isha. So similar to Issa. I can't in good conscience leave families who need me so badly to attend to a princess in Solvaria for an issue that any intern can solve. I hope she's okay, but I don't think I can arrange the transportation. I've sent a plane already. It should be there in a half hour. But Dad, I have work. You can go right back to work in a day or two. But it's important for family to be together right now. I see Issa and his mother's faces again, and I think of the unique comfort that only they could provide to each other. And I admit I'm curious about this new relative. My father's been strong-arming us all into settling down since he had his stroke last year, so things can change in a matter of weeks. Still, this comes as a surprise. Ishmael? Really? A kid? Who's the mother? Persuasive as always. I hesitate before saying the words that I wish weren't true. I'll be there tonight. And come to the palace before you go to the hospital. There are a few things I want to discuss. Of course there are. Yes, Father, I'll see you shortly. After a half-hour trip to the airfield, a 2-hour flight to Solvaria, and a 15-minute drive from King Francis Airport, I feel my stomach churn as the guards welcome me into the vast palace. I go up the grand marble staircase to my father's quarters, expecting a delighted smile and open arms. Instead, he's pacing and wearing a scowl. Coming back makes me remember why I prefer Haiti and Ukraine to the cushy bubble of my childhood. Despite having everything, my father is never pleased. Hello, Father. How is the patient? Oh, I think she's doing well. She's at Ishmael's estate. He marches over to give me a perfunctory hug with a gruff sigh. Sit. I take a chair and he continues to pace. So, clearly my niece isn't why you called, apparently. I want to hear more about her. So what's really on your mind, Dad? Have you given any more thought to what I asked before? I feign a look of ignorance. I should have known. Before? When are you thinking? About settling down, solidifying the royal line, getting married for a chance at the crown. I slowly raise my eyebrows. I thought the last conversation was the end of it. I said no. You know I'm not interested in the throne? Yes, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't marry. You may want to heal the world, but your duty is first and foremost to your kingdom. I sigh, my temper beginning to flare. You already have 3 sons who are married now, and I'm doing work that can help so many people who have nothing. You don't know the things I've seen, the effects of hunger and war, and I don't need to. He holds up his hand. But don't you want to continue to have the funding for your foundation? Because the funding from the Royal Trust isn't guaranteed. Belt tightening and all. I hear there are budget cuts this year. Judging by the gilded fixtures and his immaculate suits, I don't think he's short of cash. You wouldn't really stop funding this work, would you? I cross my arms, hoping he's joking. He shrugs. It's a possibility. I was thinking of perhaps cutting it in half to support one of your new sisters-in-law. Sister-in-laws. Anyway, they're charitable interests. But if you were to get married, he pauses for dramatic effect, loving it. Maybe it could double, given that it would have 2 royals administering it. I rise out of my chair with a force that pushes it into his big oak desk with a loud bang, and he stops, arms folded. You're unbelievable, Dad. My cheeks and ears grow hotter, and I want to be anywhere but here. Did you actually bring me here for my niece at all? Or just this again? Why is he so obsessed with my love life? Or my lack of one, which is how I prefer it. I storm out without looking back, for my own safety more than anything else. The last thing I need is to spend a night in a Solvarian jail for punching His Royal Highness, as much as I want to.
Chapter 2, Ellie. In the massive conference hall, I'm greeted by a sea of faces in all directions. A few people I recognize wave as I walk through the main atrium of Coronation Hall, but most are smiling strangers. Funnily enough, in college, I worked as a banquet server in halls like these to make up for what my scholarship couldn't cover. And now I'm here myself, not clearing tables, but speaking to the luminaries sitting at them. I take my seat on the stage, and the president of the World Reproductive Medicine Consortium, Dr. Drake von Stewart, begins talking over the sounds of silverware. I'm pleased to present our plenary speaker, whom you've no doubt heard of. I can't see the audience through the bright lights, but I hear a vociferous applause that makes me nervous. I hope I don't disappoint them. I take advantage of the noise and clear my throat just in case. She deserves all of your applause and more. I smile and shake my head, my face getting hotter than the stage lights. Her research on reproductive medicine has been groundbreaking, Dr. Stewart continues. The discoveries she's making in the processes of conception and gene editing research are helping more people all over the world live healthy, full lives. I'm thrilled to have her. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Eleonora Lawson. I'm not used to big crowds, so when I'm in their sights, it's an out-of-body experience. I chose reproductive medicine and research to hide away in my lab and only interact with patients one-on-one. But it seems life had other plans. Since I published my gene editing findings, the medical community, the press, and hopeful parents have been calling nonstop. I'm not used to it, but as a Black woman, I appreciate the positive recognition even if the attention is a bit more than I'm used to. Thank you. The sound of my voice booming in the room startles me. I look out and feel a surge of breath go in. I know this room very well. As a child, I came here with my mother Matilda, who for decades served King Francis as a secretary. This hall, I stretch my arms outward at the podium, hosted so many parties and ceremonies, and there were coronations, investitures, state dinners, even an ice skating rink for the princes at one time. But shh, I hold a finger to my mouth. That's classified. The audience laughs. But the most special affairs were reserved for the babies. Baptisms, christenings, adoptions. Children represent the best among us. They're a new beginning, a chance to start the world over. So, to speak about reproductive medicine here, where I saw so many children pass through and spent time with my beloved mother, is a distinct honor. I inch back from the microphone to collect my thoughts. I wish she were here, but I know she's proud. I can hear her advice now. Ellie, it's important to choose a career that makes you happy, but also one that leaves the world a happier place. And that's the work that we do every day. I look around the room, seeing bright, attentive faces. She was a single mother, but that was her most important job. And the most important job for me every day, and for all of us, is to make people happier, whether it's keeping them healthy or helping them build families. Eventually, I'll be one of those families, sooner rather than later. Whether I have a husband yet or not, I'm about to get started. That's part of the reason I'm here in Solvaria, I think to myself. To start the process with the best specialists in the field. Sure, love would be nice, but I don't have the time for it. I talk about the profession and my research, along with the case studies of women who became capable of carrying pregnancies. I had no idea when I was first invited how I would fill the 40 minutes. But when I feel like I'm finally getting into the groove, after what I suspect is 5 minutes, I realize we're nearing the end of the session. It's time for questions and answers, and my speech comes to a close. A few people at the foot of the stairs down the stage try to talk to me, and I thumb the business cards in my suit pocket. I doubt I'll be able to talk to them all without missing the afternoon sessions. Dr. Lawson, your talk was phenomenal. It's Stella Weiss, the Dean of the University of Solvaria School of Medicine, one of my heroes. Dr. Weiss, thank you so much. You're an inspiration. A man in a suit rushes past her, practically elbowing her out of the way. Excuse me, Dr. Lawson, a word? Both of our mouths open in shock. The man holds out an embossed envelope gilt in gold leaf. King Francis requests an audience with you. I open the invitation in stunned silence. Tomorrow at noon? I ask, not quite believing my eyes. Yes, at the palace. Will you accept? Yes, I will. How do I RSVP? You just did, doctor. The man bows and leaves as quickly as he came. I try to make conversation, but all I can think about is the fact that I'll be at the palace tomorrow, not as staff, but as an honored dignitary, to borrow the language of the invitation. It sinks in that I'm really in his private meeting space, which I usually only saw through the small opening when the door swung to let someone in. A few times, Ricky and I would hide behind Mom's desk to give her a scare. The timeouts, if you can even call it that, were more than worth it. Several homes could fit inside the airy space. The yellow walls accent the rich blue rugs perfectly, and the furniture gleams silk and gold. A feast that could serve 20 calls out from a large table by the wall, and I swivel my head looking for other guests. I get goosebumps when I realize it's just me. I swear, I almost called you Matilda, King Francis says, welcoming me into a hug. I flinch a little bit at hearing my mother's name. It's so strange to be in this place without her here. It felt like a second home in childhood, especially the freedom I had when I was just one of the kids. That was before I realized they were kids who owned a country, and I was a kid whose mother served them. I'm sure they could sense the difference once I discovered it, or once they did, especially Ricky, but he probably doesn't even remember me now. It's so good to be around someone who remembers my mom. Sometimes she exists so much in my head, without talking about her, that she feels imaginary. King Francis closes his eyes. No, she was far from imaginary. She was an incredible person. She died 2 years ago of a sudden pulmonary embolism, instantly yet painlessly. I miss her every day. Here, come, sit. The king gestures toward a light blue settee next to a coffee table. The furniture looks like it should be in a museum rather than holding up my humble butt. Or not so humble, thank God. Something else I inherited from my mother. Thank you, Your Highness. His nostrils flare from across the coffee table in his own luxurious seat. I'm afraid I've broken protocol. Ellie, your family, please, Francis. The blood rushes to my head. No, really? Yes, by royal edict. I give him a puzzled look. I'm a royal, and it's my edict. Question answered then. I guess I'll just have to call you your name in that case, Your Majesty. I grin at the king. Like hell I'm gonna call him Francis. Already in violation. He gives the rakish smile that always persuaded my mother to do one last errand or make one more call, declining an invitation from Lord Snootershire or Baron von Boring. He takes a moment just looking at me, sizing me up, and I'm sure comparing me to my mother. Although it's for an uncomfortably long amount of time. Am I not dressed appropriately? I've never been good at knowing those things. There are so many memories of coming here with my mother. I look around at the room and point. She'd be so proud of you, you know, all that you've accomplished. You think so? I can feel my entire face arc into my smile. I know so, Ellie. She was always talking about your achievements, how you earned a perfect score on the medical entrance exam, that fellowship that you got, where you were picked out of a group of 10,000. Well, they gave out a few fellowships. It's an achievement, and it's one my son didn't even attain. He raises his eyebrows, and I can't believe there's something I've accomplished that one of his children hasn't. And with your research, you've accomplished more than some people in a lifetime. My eyes widen. You know my research? The king snorts. I have very thorough information gathering. Anyone connected to the royal family, we keep tabs. With you, it's just awards and accolades. You work in reproductive medicine, yes? I shift in my seat, not sure if I should ask why he brought me here exactly. The king must have a purpose to everything he does, right? So, what purpose could there possibly be for me making chit-chat with the most powerful leader in Silveria? He must be able to sense my uneasiness. Are you hungry, dear? He snaps his fingers and 2 attendants come. Please get me and Miss Lawson luncheon. They nod and march over to the table, where they begin to let out a cornucopia. The king turns back to me. Your mother had an incredible work ethic. You get that from her. Yet she made sure that she was with you. Well, unless I kept her overtime. He flashes the megawatt smile again. But tell me about you. Do you have time for outside pursuits? Social pursuits? I try, especially with charitable causes, but you know, the life of a doctor. He sighs. Unfortunately. If you ask my son, medicine is the only life he needs. Actually, no. He shakes his head. Medicine is his wife, and I don't like it. Doesn't have time for his father, either. It's hard. I haven't even been back to Silveria since the funeral 2 years ago. I'm desperate to change the subject. Which of your sons is the physician? He looks at me as if I've asked what planet we live on. Cedric, of course. I forgot that that's his real name. He's always just Ricky to me. My heart jumps at using his nickname. I've worked with his charity, actually, but it didn't dawn on me until later that it was him. And what did you think? Is this a lunch or a job interview? Maybe he misses my mother so much. He wants to employ her offspring to write his royal orders and sign his royal name. Of the charity, they do amazing work. I can't quite gauge the look King Francis gives me, as if he's expecting me to say more, as if he's weighing my answers. As if this is a test, and I'm not sure whether I'm failing miserably or passing by the skin of my teeth. Does your career leave any room for a life of your own? What about a family one day? Well, that's actually one of the reasons I'm here. His face is a question mark. To have a family? Do you have a... No, just me. I'm starting fertility treatments. I want to make sure I have children, regardless of whether a suitable candidate for a father comes along. Interesting. You're a wise girl, considering my boys have all kicked and screamed every step of the way to the altar. He has a sly expression. But their father has some tricks up his sleeve. It's good to start. He winks. And in the meantime, what occupies your day besides the drudgery of patients? I cannot imagine all of that contact. It may sound silly. I don't think gibberish could sound silly coming from you, Dr. Lawson. He crinkles his face in a smile. Hey, if I have to call you Francis, you have to call me Ellie. The king shakes his head slowly. That's fair. You run a tight ship, just like your mother. My mother bossed you around? The king thinks. Matilda didn't boss me around so much as she always commanded respect, like you. But your mom pushed herself so hard. I'm sure you do too. You deserve a real life, my dear. Well, the thing I really like, actually, is working on my garden. I fold my hands. Any garden, really, just watching things grow, making things beautiful. King Francis stands and motions for me to follow him to an enormous window. I gasp at the riot of color outside. Ribbons of dark green hedges march around lilacs, then wind through the lilies, and finally snake toward a fountain with a statue of the king in the middle. That's incredible. Thank you for showing me. Oh, you've barely seen anything. We have so many gardens. He gets an odd look on his face, which looks healthier than I expected, considering I heard of his stroke last year. But don't worry, I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you very soon. I try to keep my face unmoving, so he doesn't see my uneasiness at the proposition. He's expecting me to withstand this again? Getting poked and prodded at the clinic sounds preferable to this. I still don't know why I'm here today, much less why I'd need another aimless meeting with the king. You'll come again, won't you? Make an old man happy? I nod, bewildered. I have no idea what he means. All I know is if I have to do this again, I might exile myself and move to the spot in the world that's the farthest away from Silveria.
Chapter 3. Cedric. And there have been 3 cases of cholera, Dr. Vanacourt. We've put the patients in quarantine, but the bigger issue is stopping it at its source, in the water supply. I look out the window at my home office in my manor in Solveria and sigh. Not because of the stress of work. It's the stress of being here rather than somewhere that actually needs me. I should be in Mali helping Riva, not here. I start buying my ticket while I'm talking. Have you contacted the public health arm of the organization? They can start the process of testing the water for contamination, if they haven't already. I haven't, no. They're my second call, and the civil authorities are third. I can hear the exhaustion in Riva's voice. As the country head for Mali, she's used to everyday pathogens and hunger, but a cholera outbreak is a different beast altogether. I know you've got it under control, but I'll try to make it out there in the next 12 hours. I'll call as soon as I'm in country. Sounds good, boss. Thank you. Thank you, Riva. See you soon. I'm glad I have you doing the work. Riva only has 2 staff members helping her, and I'm sure she's gotten no sleep. If this isn't contained immediately, it could affect the entire country. And booked. It's in my phone wallet, and my assistants are now aware of my travel itinerary. King Francis International, here we come. It's moments like these that justify my even maintaining a house here, considering my real home is in the field. The question is whether I should go back to the palace to say goodbye, or whether I should just bypass the guilt trip by leaving the country now and then letting Dad know later. His minions at the airport probably have a flag on the passport of anyone even adjacent to the royals. I might invoke even more wrath for going around him. Even so, it's better than guaranteeing his wrath by showing up. The less I see of him, the better. I spot Ingrid, my house manager, as I collect my backpack and small suitcase. I'll be heading out of town again, but I wanted to thank you for taking care of the place. Wonderful to see you, Your Highness. When can we expect you back? I'm not quite sure, but I'll be in touch. Isha seems to be recovering well, and you'd never think Father even had a stroke the way he's back to his old self. His old, insistent self. Riva sends me photos of the sick patients, and I feel even more certain that I'm making the right choice by leaving. I'm nearing the airport parking when I get another notice on my phone. There's an urgent email from the Royal Trust. Dr. Vanacourt, I regret to inform you that the Royal Trust's support for your charitable foundation, World Clinique, has been withdrawn for this coming fiscal year. The royal family of Solveria wishes you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Regards, King Francis of Solveria. That motherfucker. He didn't even spell the name of my organization right. I can barely see in front of me from the fury. The tires squeal as I make a U-turn at the entrance to the airport. If I had a can of spray paint, I'd deface the airport sign. It would be worth the night in jail. I'd make it fuck King Francis International Airport. I park in the circular driveway in front and slam the doors, then storm into the palace before the guards can say anything. I yell loudly enough so that I know it'll reach my father's quarters. What the fuck did you just do, Dad? I race up the enormous staircase, skipping 2 steps at a time. The staff stops and the halls fall silent except for the sound of my movements and breath. King Francis, your Royal Highness, I call, sardonically, dripping with disdain. He comes to his front chamber to his offices, strolling in as if it's a social call from one of his nobles. How can I help you, son? I wasn't sure if I'd see you again this trip. To what do I owe the privilege? My father's nonchalant demeanor and big shit-eating grin fuel my rage even more than if he had thrown a punch. You know exactly why I'm here, Dad. What the fuck? I'm shaking and my chest is heaving from the fury. Excuse me? That's how you address your king? No, it's how I address my vindictive dad. You told me you'd cut half. That was unfair and selfish, but I could live with it. Cutting it to zero? You don't care about international public health? Of course I do. But wouldn't it be better to support a more legitimate organization with a better track record? No, it wouldn't. My foundation is doing work no one else is doing, and those organizations can get funding from anywhere. How does it look when the royal trust won't support a foundation from the royal family? The king shrugs, and if he were anyone else, I would take a swing. I don't know what it looks like. You shouldn't be concerned about such things. You should be concerned about what it looks like for a prince who's 25 years old to have no marriage prospects on the horizon, to the detriment of his nation's stability. Not this again. I'm not ready to get married. I want to use my most energetic years contributing the most I can to the rest of the world, to the field of medicine, to humanitarian causes. And I want to use the remaining years I have left to know who's going to be continuing the work of this dynasty. I want to make sure our great nation is on sure footing. I want to know my sons are married to women who will make you look good, them happy. And if they make the country look good in the process, well, what's the harm? My father grins, amused with himself. But I don't find anything about this funny. And I think I have one for you. No, Dad, you don't. I couldn't be less interested in hearing who it is. You care about one thing, Dad, and it's not Solvaria. It's yourself. You don't care about your kids, just whether we follow orders. Well, I'm not anymore. I'm done. I glare at him before turning and leaving, getting out as fast as I can. Cedric, wait. My father has one hand up. Yes, don't leave. We can talk more. I turn my head and stop. Are you willing to change your mind about the funding? He halts before speaking. He shakes his head. I'm sorry, Cedric. I'm afraid I can't. I study his face, despising every inch of this man. Then we're done. Don't contact me until you're ready to apologize. What's more shameful, having a son who's unmarried or having a son who's estranged from you? Cedric, I speed out before I can hear the rest of what he has to say. I don't care. I'm done listening. I race down the red-carpeted stairs, and I hear a thud, probably Dad throwing something around because he didn't get his way. I hear footsteps pounding just behind me on the stairs and feel a tap on my shoulder. Dad, I said. I turn and see his face, but it's not my father. No, Cedric, Haverty says ominously, with knit brows and shallow breath. Did he send you to chase after me, even though he has no intention of changing his mind? He pulls me by the collar to stop me. I resist, but he's stronger than I imagined he'd be at his age. Cedric, no, wait. It's not that. It's an emergency. If this is a ruse, Haverty, I already had a false alarm. Your father collapsed onto the floor. It could be another stroke. I close my eyes, and instead of seeing the smug power broker who can't tighten his grip on his adult children, I see his ashen face on the gurney after his stroke nearly a year before. I nod and clap Haverty on the back, and I put my doctor's face on as we hustle up the stairs together. He's no longer my overbearing father, the supreme monarch of a storied country. He's a patient in need, and I took an oath to do no harm. We run into his outer office, where my father's personal physician is already working on him. I remember being in this very room so often in my childhood, playing with my best friend Henry and my mother, and of course my playmate Ellie and her mother, who sat at the desk here. And now here I am, a grown man, with my father getting on in years and suffering from ill health. His eyes are closed as I help them lift him up to the gurney. His personal physician, Dr. Clemenceau, places the oxygen mask on his mouth and nose, and I help keep him still. Then I take my father's hand and look at his face, even though his closed eyes can't see me. Dad, it's Cedric. I love you. No matter what, I love you. No matter how much of an asshole you are. I go with my father and his staff to the medical wing, praying for him to live through this. Then we can resume the argument where we left off.
Chapter 4. Ellie. My fingers strum across the armrest of the chair. I look around at the waiting room of the clinic. It's fuller than I would have thought. A heavily pregnant woman reads a magazine, and another woman is fidgeting and checking her phone. 3 patients have already been seen, and my name should be called up soon. I can't quite pinpoint the feelings I'm experiencing right now. Excitement, nervousness, happiness. Everything is all mixed together, so I don't even know what I feel. Dr. Eleonora Lawson? Hearing the doctor in my title snaps my attention. I whip my head to face the nurse, who smiles. I grab my purse and jog over to her. Good morning, Dr. Lawson. It's so nice to have you here. I've read some of your work. The nurse holds the door open for me and gestures inside. I'm not used to meeting fans, I say with an embarrassed smile. And please, call me Ellie. My whole body is tingling, and it's only getting more intense as we move through the clinic. Light shines through the frosted glass windows, bathing the hallways and workstations in warm glow. It's almost blinding. Okay, Ellie, I'm Danita, and don't worry, I'm not going to ask for an autograph. She laughs. I chuckle too, but I'm just so nervous that I feel like my body is going to seize up any minute. We move into an exam room so she can check my vitals. Why am I so nervous? I've been planning for this day for months, if not years. Maybe it's just the fact that it's finally happening after so many years of thinking about it. I clear my throat and look upward as the nurse puts my arm in a blood pressure cuff. As the cuff tightens, the pain feels a bit sharper than normal. Suddenly, I start thinking about the pain of childbirth. I know I'll be drugged up with medications and pain relievers, but still, I'll be pushing a baby out of my body. That has to be intense no matter what. Okay, you're looking good. All vitals are normal, she remarks. The cuff loosens, and I can feel myself calming down as it does. She helps me pull my arm out and leads me out of the room. You're seeing Dr. Kavanaugh today. He's probably the most experienced doctor we have on staff. I'll take you to his office. She writes my vitals in my folder as we walk. The clinic is something of a maze. We make several turns, and I wonder if I'll ever be able to find my way back. It's modern with top-of-the-line equipment, more often found in a hospital than an outpatient facility. It's impressive. Dr. Kavanaugh is sitting at his desk, working on his computer. He's an older man, slightly balding on top and wearing horn-rimmed glasses. As we walk in, he beams and stands up immediately. Dr. Lawson, how good to see you. I've been looking forward to this all morning. He walks around his desk and shakes my hand vigorously. I'm not used to this level of enthusiasm, but I oblige and shake his hand back. Thank you, Donita, he remarks to the nurse, who backs out of the room and closes the door. Dr. Kavanaugh moves back to his seat and motions for me to sit across from him. So, you're trying to have a baby, huh? Ironic, isn't it? As he speaks, he fiddles with the computer, presumably trying to pull up my medical file. I guess you can say that. But most people have children, even fertility doctors. And after all, shouldn't the fertility expert take part in some of the procedures she studies? He chuckles. I guess you're right, but it feels odd discussing procedures with someone so knowledgeable in the field. I feel like you should tell me about the various options. I shake my head, lowering my eyes to disguise my embarrassed smile. Well, I'm assuming intrauterine implantation is the ideal solution, at least initially, so that it's the least invasive. Artificial insemination, closest thing to the old-fashioned way. No need to reinvent the wheel. Although we haven't tested you using the Lawson protocol indicators, have we? I'm taken aback by his comment. While I've been advocating for such tests since I published a paper on the subject, it's still wild to hear that other people are implementing my work. No, not here, but I'm quite familiar with the process. I give a self-effacing smile. As far as I can tell, I'm as fertile as possible. It feels weird discussing my fertility like I'm a farm animal or something. It's humbling to know this is how patients must feel. Excellent, excellent. So we'll just start the first round of medication, then bring you in for harvesting. Do you have a donor in mind? Dr. Kavanaugh clicks to bring up a new page on his computer. I pause. I've made lists of qualities, but never really thought about the actual person who might embody them. They're just items on a checklist, not a person with a face. I know the type of person I want to fertilize my egg, but I haven't looked at specific donors. As I speak, I imagine skimming through page after page of donors. Choosing a donor based on appearance and vital signs, it seems so bizarre, so sterile. I have the mental image of an accomplished, good-hearted doctor, one who's devoted to his work but also devoted to people he cares about. Someone who's so kind that he's practically a prince. Or just a prince, I laugh to myself. I've just left the royal palace and my mother always joked that Ricky and I played so well. If he weren't a royal, and I weren't a commoner. The doctor snaps me out of my reverie. Well, we have a pretty good roundup of eligible donors. You will have to pick one before the fertilization date so I can send you our complete list. Kavanaugh types something on the keyboard. You mean I can't just let you guys choose for me, like a lottery system? I laugh, and I see him crack a smile. You could if you wanted. That's for you to decide. But I recommend looking first, and if it comes to that, having us choose out of a selection. It's best if you decide. He pushes a few more buttons, then turns to me. Also, you're not using a surrogate. I would have imagined a working professional like you would outsource the pregnancy. Less disruptive that way. No, I really want to go through the whole process. I think it'll help connect me to my child, and I want to know what it's like firsthand. I flash back to the woman in the waiting room. Morning sickness, intense cravings, back pain, hot flashes, uncontrollable bladder. Am I ready for all of that? Have you thought about whether you want a boy or girl? I pause for a moment, debating whether to give my true answer. Honestly, I haven't. I'm sure I'll love my child no matter what. My reply sounds like a stock response, but the truth is I have thought about it extensively. I've always imagined that I would have a daughter, like my mother and me. I imagined taking her to school, to museums, and to toy stores. We would bond while brushing her hair, and we'd make sure to eat at least one meal together every day. The more I've thought about it, the more eager I am for motherhood. But what if I have a boy? I haven't prepared myself mentally for that. I try to imagine the same scenarios, but it feels different when it's a little boy and not a little girl. I know what it's like to grow up as a girl, but I wouldn't even know where to begin with a boy. At this moment, I wish my mother were here with me. I imagine her sitting next to me, smiling at me and holding my hand. I know she would have preferred for me to have a baby the old-fashioned way. But I don't need or want the drama of being with someone else. Who's going to help you with the baby? I can imagine her asking, but only after she tells me to have children no matter what. The realization then hits me like a ton of bricks. I don't have many friends, and I'm not sure who I can lean on to take care of my newborn. I don't want her being raised by nannies, but what other choice do I have? You know, you don't have to make a final decision today. Having a baby is a life-changing event. It's okay to take your time. You're not exactly in a rush, are you? Dr. Kavanaugh looks me in the eye. Suddenly, it feels like it's all happening so fast. If I go through with this, I'll have a deadline. 9 months can go by like that. Am I really ready for this? I turn to face the empty chair next to me. I imagine my mother sitting there, trying to talk me down from getting too nervous. You're going to be a great mom. No matter what happens, you'll figure it out. You always do. I imagine her caressing my cheek like she used to. I feel calm and collected. No, I'm ready. Let's get the ball rolling, I reply. Okay, I'll find a date for your next appointment. It takes a couple weeks for the medication to do its thing, and after that, we can harvest your eggs. Dr. Kavanaugh types on the computer. It's finally happening. I'm going to be a mother. And I'm scared out of my mind and thrilled beyond my wildest imagination.
Chapter 5. Cedric. A mixture of concern and frustration toward the old man pulsates through me and raises my speed as I walk with the stretcher to the medical wing of the palace, which is actually a hospital-level surgical center. King Francis had it custom built after his stroke. I follow inside with the team, helping where I can. but take a step back to allow them to work without distraction. Too many doctors can result in none of them being able to work efficiently. I tap the chief nurse on the shoulder, letting him know I'm sitting there. I'll stay out of your way unless you need me. It's a small space, I know. I give a weak smile, unable to stop worrying. More than anything, I hope my last conversation with my father isn't an argument. Of course, sir, the nurse says with a nod. You consulted with the design, so you definitely know. And you know he's in good hands. The best doctors in the country. I have to ask, do they know if it's something serious yet? Nurse Valeria gives a reassuring smile, but not too big. Right now, just some fainting and high blood pressure, it looks like. Oh, good. 4 medics surround my father on the hospital bed, organized but tense. A doctor I recognize from medical school waves me over. Dr. Vanacourt. We're giving him oxygen, and we've given him medication to stabilize his blood pressure, as you can see. It may have been an ischemic attack. Mini stroke. Right. Just going over the possibilities. He's stable. We're monitoring his heart, and we'll give him blood thinners and other medication. But as you can see, his blood pressure reading is not great. The numbers on the screen change slightly every few seconds, but even the best reading is a troubling 180 over 120. Dangerously high, yeah. Slowly, gradually, my father comes to. He eyes the tubes leading to the IV drip suspiciously, looking at his arm, then looking up. He looks like a confused child, not the angry, stubborn man I argued with less than an hour ago. Cedric, you're here? He asks weakly, his face still ashen. I clear my throat and pull down my mask. Yes, Dad, and the others are on their way. He addresses the professional team around him. Please allow me to speak to my son in private. Thank you for your assistance. Your Highness, but we'd like to continue monitoring you. Lucky that my son is a world-renowned physician then, isn't it? Besides, you have me on all of your machines at the desk. They'll know in an instant if something changes. He nods as if to say, that's final. At least he treats everyone that way, not just his children. Everyone nods their head in a bow, including me, and the physicians and nurses leave the room. It won't be long, my father says with reassurance. Really? How does he know? I pull a stool up to the bed and Dad looks like he just woke up from a nap. You gave us a scare, you know, Dad. I don't need a private audience to discuss my health, Cedric. He wears a stern expression, one that has intimidated diplomats and warlords into acceding to his demands. This just demonstrates why it's imperative that you get married, for my very survival. You know as well as I do that this episode was a result of stress. I may not have many years left. I want to see you settled and happy. Dad, even from you, this is unbelievable. I snort out a breath, then center myself. Look, even if I were ready for that, which I'm not, who would I even marry? Some noble hanger-on desperate to rope in a prince? Good thing I have that covered, my son. I have the perfect woman for you, and if you marry her, I'll give your foundation more money than you've ever dreamed of. Uh-huh. Sure, this ought to be good. Eleonora. Dr. Eleonora Lawson. Who? Did he hallucinate during his unconscious episode? That doctor who just got that award? Why, because she's in town and an eligible female? As in, one with a pulse. That's insane. They don't even know her. But you do? I know her by reputation, but not well enough to even know what she looks like. Our circles don't overlap much, and I've never met her in person. I question him with a puzzled look, and he nods in response. You remember little Ellie? In a flash, I remember the little girl with wild curls and radiant mocha skin, the one I'd just been thinking of today, playing hide and seek in the throne room, offering to let her try on my mother's tiaras, laughing at her for being afraid that a lightning bolt would tear it off her head for our impudence. Besides Henry, she was my best friend, and I always wondered what happened to her. Now I know. Wait, little Ellie is Dr. Eleonora Lawson? He's wearing a huge grin now, although in his eyes it looks like it takes energy. I suddenly remember those big hazel eyes shining brightly, while she and I held races throughout the palace. We made obstacle courses around the vases and scepters, and it was a miracle we didn't break them. We used to say we were twins, even though I was older and we looked nothing alike, I say, wading through the newly unlocked memories. I'm not sure who we thought wouldn't question that a little white boy and the black girl were twins. She's even lovelier now than she was then. A wonderful young woman, a vibrant personality, excellent company, brilliant and driven, absolutely worthy of having funding for a medical charity. A self-satisfied grin takes hold of his lips. Wait, how do you know what she's like? I resent that he uses my charity again as a carrot. Even so, Dad, I'm not interested. I'm not ready to get married. Not to her, not to anyone. As annoyed as I am, I have to admit I'm also intrigued, although I try to hide it. He smiles like the Cheshire Cat. Right then, the recently exiled team of doctors comes back into the room. We need to resume your treatment, Your Highness, Nurse Valeria says. In my professional opinion, I agree. I turn to the doctors and nurses. Take good care of him, okay? I kiss him on the cheek quickly and surge out of the room into the grand double doors leading out. Outside the palace, I run into my brother Ishmael on his way in to see our father. I update him on our father's health, and I serve him the tea about his newest matchmaking scheme. Ishmael listens closely, taking in everything as we stand outside the palace entrance, like a changing of the guards. Do you want my advice, Cedric? Of course, I trust your opinion far more than his. You might not like what I have to say, but I think you should go for it. My legs freeze. Excuse me? Listen, this could be great for you. Come on, I don't see how. Ishmael shrugs. You know how Dad is. He won't stop hounding you until you relent. But that's not the biggest thing. He looks at me seriously. For me, it was the best decision of my life. I resented him at first, but I love Liza and Isha with all my heart. And you have your funding to think about. Besides, you can get divorced if it doesn't work. I don't really know her, though. With you, she was the love of your life. But thank you for your input. I start turning to the car, and Ishmael holds up a hand to stop me. He makes the final appeal, pleading his case. It's better than marrying a stranger. I remember how close you were. What's the harm in getting to know Ellie and just considering it? I bet you have a ton in common as adults. I run a hand through my hair and consider his words. She's a doctor, after all, and she was a cute kid. But what if she's horrible now? Maybe I have to think about it. Thanks for the advice. Good seeing you. We hug goodbye, and I get into my car as I see Ishmael walk into the medical wing in the side mirror. I have to admit that my father's gotten my attention. I find myself eager to learn more about what became of little Ellie Lawson, who isn't so little anymore. I sit in my car and pull out my phone. I don't want to delay finding out more. Okay, Ellie, let's see what I can dig up on you. Ellie Lawson. Underneath the search, it says, Did you mean Dr. Eleanora Lawson? I click yes. I see the photos from her conference ceremony, and I'm stunned. Her wild curls have become long, beachy locks, and her features are stunning. And there are those hazel eyes that I would recognize anywhere. Her body is definitely not the skinny little tomboy I went swimming with. It's the body of a woman, and I can see it even underneath the lab coat. Wearing the form-fitting suit of the conference, I'm blown away. I find myself getting excited, staring. She's a pioneer in reproductive medicine, but I only saw the names in academic journals. Lawson E. Not even full names. I never put two and two together. I think she may have even helped with fistula surgeries in a World Clinic office in Kenya. But I remember I couldn't be in country to overlap with her. I might have even talked to her on the phone. I had no clue this E. Lawson was the Ellie I had climbed trees with. I click on the news article of the ceremony. Renowned fertility doctor returns to headline reproductive conference. It was this week. My father met with her, he said. Is she still in town? She looks poised and graceful, full of life and brilliant. The kind of woman who I could see, but even with another doctor, I'm not ready. And 2 doctors? Would we even see each other? I cannot give up my entire life for my father. And what if she's not the person she was, or the person she seems like? I'd rather forget this detour and resume my medical career, never thinking about women until I've contributed what I feel compelled to. But maybe she's a good option. Marriage is absolutely not an option I remotely want to consider right now. But maybe I could make time in my schedule to get a cup of coffee.
Chapter 6. Ellie. That's enough TV for today, I say, legs folded beneath me on the couch. My arm stretches towards the clicker on the coffee table when a breaking news report grabs my attention. The first sentence immediately stills my breathing. We interrupt this program to inform you that His Majesty the King has been hospitalized for a very minor fainting episode. This is a developing story, and citizens will soon receive an update on the state of his health. He was the picture of health when I saw him a few days ago. What could have caused him to faint? My phone interrupts my thought process, so I stand up to find it. The ringtone comes from my handbag on the kitchen counter. I retrieve the device. The palace switchboard? I wonder what this is about. Dr. Eleonora Lawson? Asks the direct-sounding voice before I even say anything. This is she. This is Constantine, one of the king's aides. My heart catapults upward and my mouth becomes arid. Is he alive? And why would they be calling me when there's a health emergency? Pleased to speak with you, I say, feigning nonchalance. What's this about? He continues. He had an incident earlier in the day. You may have heard. I sit up straight, my stomach dropping. I hope he's okay. I just watched the news report. Is everything okay? How is his condition? Stable, it seems, fortunately, but he requests your presence. My presence? When? Immediately. There's a pause, and I assume he's waiting for my response. Instead, Constantine reels off instructions, although they might accurately be described as orders. You can come through and use the same procedure to enter as the last time you were here. Okay. And you'll be here within the hour? I'll try my best. Please do, he's counting on it. The call cuts off, and I'm left with a whirlwind of questions. If he's stable, why does he need me there? I was under the impression I'd be coming to the palace next week, or maybe next month, if the king even remembered inviting me. But immediately, in the aftermath of a medical incident, this is strange and terrifying. My eyes fall down to my clothes, which are slightly too casual for a royal audience, but I decide that they're good enough. I quickly freshen up, grab my bag, and leave. When I arrive, the palace gates are more harried than usual, with a flurry of activity among the people in the guardhouse, suggesting a heightened state of alarm. I notice more security officers wandering the perimeter compared to before. Greetings, what is your business? I'm Dr. Eleonora Lawson. The king invited me. Right, yes, Dr. Lawson. One moment. I wait while they go into the guardhouse and process my ID and credentials. About a minute later, the guard comes back. Dr. Lawson, you're clear to go. They'll be waiting at the grand entrance. Do you know how to get there? I nod. Mm-hmm. He nods, and the gates open. A member of security dressed in regalia lets me in and leads me to the king's palatial room with a bow. He's propped up against huge silk pillows and possibly the largest bed I've ever seen. A whole wall of windows framed by plush drapery brightens the room. I curtsy as soon as our eyes meet. Ellie, don't worry about the formalities. Please come closer. You're a sight for sore eyes. I walk over to a love seat near the bed. I'm glad to help the sore eyes, but I'm more worried about your heart. How are you feeling? Please take a seat, he says calmly, and nothing about his almost jovial face betrays that he was recently under intensive medical care. I oblige, place my bag next to me, and fold my legs at the knees. What happened, King Francis? Oh, I got a little worked up, that's all. Got into a bit of a heated argument, and that caused my blood pressure to shoot all the way up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're feeling better. And calmer. He chuckles. Turns out the rush of emotions affected my blood pressure. Blame it on the heart. I'm glad you're back in your quarters and not in a hospital. That's good, right? They did give me a pretty stern warning to keep calm and avoid stressful situations. But what do you recommend as a doctor? Well, my expertise is obstetrics and gynecology, but I'd say they are spot on. I appreciate your coming so promptly. Of course, you're my king. You request my presence, I have to comply. The king raises an eyebrow. No, I prod. If only my sons had the same sense of duty as you. It's different when they're your children, I imagine. A smile of understanding passes between us. I stand up, spotting a fruit display. Could I peel you an orange? It's good for you. I'd appreciate that very much, a natural bedside manner. I wash my hands with a separate bowl and jug, then pick up the fruit and a knife. Ah, Cedric, fine of you to join our little party. I drop the knife and turn. Oh my gosh, Ricky, you have not changed at all. The same face I remember, the same piercing blue eyes. He looks incredible. He was always dashing, but now he's a heartthrob. Not just hot, but an altruist, too. Those deep blue eyes have developed streaks of lighter blue, and it's hard to keep from staring. He moves a lock of sandy hair out of his face and smiles. Ricky, no one has called me that I don't even know how long. Ellie, it's so good to see you. He shakes his head slowly, and I take the opportunity to admire his full lips and chiseled jaw. King Francis puts extra emphasis on my first name for some reason. I look over at Ricky. I have to get used to calling him by his full name. Prince Cedric's eyes are trained on me, drinking me up. I shift from one foot to the other as he comes over to where I'm standing and gives me his hand. His eyes are so focused on my face and mine so focused on anywhere but his eyes, but definitely his body. I almost trip over my still feet. I would say you look the same, but you don't, not at all. You look older, I offer. No, transformed into a woman overnight. It took a few years, actually. I can hear my voice quivering as he reaches out to touch my hand. An electric impulse surges through me at his touch, and I search his eyes to see if he felt it too. Quite the pleasure, I say, and look down at his beautiful hands. They've helped so many people, I'm sure. They're strong, like marble. And I think about how it would feel for him to put them past my hand, to my shoulders, my waist, pushing me up against the wall. Get a grip, Ellie. He's a royal. You're not. He makes no move to let go of my hand. I glance up at his face, thinking maybe he'll get the message to give me back my hand. I feel like I'll be the next one to faint if I keep touching him. His face is literal perfection, and I want to jump on it. I can't be here right now. I pull my hand back. I really should be going. I don't want to impose. I insist you stay, King Francis pronounces officiously. I'm sure Cedric would love to catch up with an old friend. Isn't that so, Cedric? Cedric murmurs something, and I flee to my love seat, as far away as I can be. Except seating is limited, and he comes over and sits next to me. I feel like the love seat will tip over from my trembling. I didn't realize that when the preeminent Dr. Lawson was performing surgeries and teaching at World Clinic, it was you. Little Ellie. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I was so busy it barely registered that you'd be there. There are so many locations. And besides, it seemed crazy to assume that little Prince Ricky would be head of a huge NGO. I figured your hands off anyway. I wish, King Francis interjects. It's hard to leave such important work day to day. I like keeping my hands busy. I think of how I'd like him to use those hands on me, providing a different kind of healing. Ellie, shut up. I can feel a wave of heat seizing me, starting from below. I know the feeling. As I advance in my career, I just get busier because I don't want to leave the other work behind. I smile and instantly glance down, but the pull of his eyes brings my head back up. I catch him smiling at me with that steady gaze. I lean back further from him, afraid of what I'd do if I get too close. And he leans in toward me. So are you based in Silveria? I ask. No, I never stay in one place long. I always say I'm a citizen of the world. My jaw drops. Me too. I say that all the time. I have fellowships and research, but I can do that while going around the world seeing patients. I get it completely. We exchange smiles, and it feels like meeting a kindred spirit. No, re-meeting.
Chapter 7. Cedric. I head back into my father's room once I see Ellie out the palace. My head sways back and forth to recalibrate as I walk up the grand staircase. I'm imagining Ellie making her way back to wherever she's staying, and I could have spent all day talking to her, which is not common. My father gives a wave once I'm in his chamber. That wasn't so bad after all, now was it? I heave myself back into the love seat near his bed, in the same spot she had occupied less than 10 minutes ago. I lean forward and steeple my fingers. Could have gone worse, but that was quite unexpected. Summoning me back and springing this woman on me after I've already said I'm not interested. He holds up a palm. I only want to discuss calming topics. Nothing stressful, remember that. He positions himself against the pillows, as if to find a comfy spot. I'll try, but you know that's not fair. It's not fair that I have to get old, but here we are. Where does the time go? I try to roll my eyes just to myself, but I don't know if I'm pulling it off. I think about what to even say. I haven't even sorted through my own thoughts. But I absolutely do not want to get married now, when I'm only in my 20s, that I know. I open my eyes and look at my father. Why does he have to complicate everything? I have a lot of concerns, Dad. Such as? I see her as a little sister. You know that. I'll see how believable it is, given how much her physical presence affected me. But I'm pretty good with poker faces. You have to be in medicine. Don't be a child. People fall in love with their childhood playmates every day. I'm not buying it. Did you see her? She's beautiful. She's fine. Dad gives a skeptical look. Look, she's fairly attractive. But look, I'm not ready, and I don't want to marry someone just to get funding for my charity. Or because my father has to control my life. No. You're overthinking everything. That's the problem. It always is with you. But Father, look. You've done this with 3 of my brothers already. They're all settled, one with a child, 2 more with babies on the way. Aren't 3 well-married sons enough? No. He purses his lips. If she's the objection, what about someone else? I shrug. I don't think it would be any better, but I'll humor you. Why, thank you, my liege. Who else is suited for the role, then, if not her? Who's more arousing? Ooh, Dad. What? It's important. She was pretty damn arousing. But I don't know her. Are we even compatible? She seems pretty rigid. Just so, I don't know. Let's think of other candidates who might fit the bill better. With my transient lifestyle? No. And I'm sure she wants a family. She does indeed. I think that would be good for you too, Cedric. I get up and pace the room. I don't want to argue with you. I'd simply prefer to consider a few people. Playing board games with someone at age 5 does not mean you'll have anything in common at age 25. Dad props himself up on the pillows. It sure sounded like you had a lot in common. I'm sure she'd find a way to fit a baby into that life. His determined expression only makes my brain hurt. I turn around and walk back to the seat. Give me a break. It was just friendly chit-chat, nothing more. And a baby? You want me to have one right away? I know she's looking into options on her trip here. She told me. She doesn't have much discretion, does she? You want someone like that for a daughter-in-law? If it means my son is married, yes, I do. I walk over to the window and stare out through the netting. My hands dip into my pockets. It's been a long time since I've been romantically involved with anyone. Every once in a while, I'll go on a date. Sometimes I'll have a little fling while I bounce from one city to another. But the thought of staying with any one person, even my childhood friend, even if she's hot, feels suffocating. But I shuffle through other women who come to mind, and all of them come up short. That's bound to happen when marrying anyone is not the course I want. Cedric? I linger by the window 10 seconds more, then turn and sit back down. I just don't think it's fair to pull her into this. She might agree because of her loyalty to the crown and a sense of duty. But I highly doubt this is the right situation to bring a child into. I'm still getting used to the idea of a woman I'm responsible to. But a kid? You make some good points. I can almost see where you're coming from. But I'd like to counter your argument. Maybe her qualities and the fact that she wants to be a mother are exactly what you need. Maybe you don't even know it. And maybe she would appreciate having a father who she knows is an excellent candidate instead of a stranger. I raise an eyebrow. You're suggesting. However you want to do it. But it's better than random refrigerators of who knows what sort of men. And your children would be beautiful. And then there's the matter of World Clinic. What do you mean? If you marry her, I won't just restore the funding. I will quintuple it. I will give it more money than it will ever be able to spend. My jaw drops. I'm enraged at the manipulation. But I also think about everything we could do with that money. The king smiles. You're coming around to it, I can tell. No, I'm not. I don't know if this is the truth or just my stubbornness talking. Think of World Clinic. There's the trump card. Maybe the only reason I'm still here. Fine, I'll think about it, but I can't promise. Good, that's my boy. I wish him well, promise to check up on him later and leave. I drive back home in a snit. Of course, the right answer is to not entertain this crazy idea. But the money's hard to pass up. Every last patient and victim needs the funding from the Crown. The last thing we need right now is to be cut off and scrambling for new funders. And then there's my attraction to her. I wish there weren't any chemistry, because then it would be so easy not to give it another thought. I can't stop thinking about the way she looked in her skirt and flowy top. It was modest, but her curves were still on display, and they drove me wild. Finally, I turn off the light and fall into the cool pillow, ready for some rest. But eyes wide or shut, all I see is her. Why can't I get this woman out of my head? Maybe Dad has a point. I toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. I keep seeing her image, but being married to her? By the same token, she's keeping me up at night. Besides, Dad said if I was really miserable, I could end things after a year. I think of the clients I help overseas and what they have to deal with in a year. Living with a beautiful woman who I've known for ages hardly seems comparable to anything they've suffered. But just knowing that my problems are easier than others doesn't mean they don't exist. And I don't know what's the biggest problem, this decision, or getting the mental images of Ellie out of my thoughts.
Chapter 8, Ellie. Are we done, or is there something else? I ask the doctor. 5 shaky fingers move from the throbbing injection site on my lower abdomen to fiddle with my watch. I try hard to steady my equally shaky voice. My skin can still feel the tingles from the needle prick. The doctor looks up from the chart he's been eyeing a tad too long. We'll need you back here in 2 days' time, as I'm sure the nurse explained, but for now, you're free to go. He punctuates the terse message with a brief smile and walks out with my chart. My heart flutters when the door shuts behind him, and I allow my body to exhale and shiver. I lie down on the clinic bed in an attempt to calm down. So this is it, I tell the empty room. A tornado of anxiety rushes through my gut for the umpteenth time today. I'm only steps away from the procedure, and what-ifs keep popping up in my head. Living the process is nothing like studying and writing about it, or even witnessing it, at all. I rise up, gather my things, and exit. Out in broad daylight, I try to clear the anxiety and think of other things. But my brain keeps coming back to the same conundrum of, will it or won't it work? My stomach clenches as I walk to my car. I'm caught up in my own thoughts and unaware of my surroundings when I almost trip over the curb. My eyes fly around the parking lot in hopes that nobody saw me almost trip. I do a double take. My heart drops. It's the last person I'd want to be there. Cedric? He looks even better than he did when I last saw him 2 days ago. There's something about a man in formal wear. Especially this man, it seems. His perfectly tailored suit looks like it was made for him. And then I realize it probably was. His gaze is eager, like he's been waiting for me for a while. He approaches me and stretches out his hand. Ellie, good to see you again. My heart is still frazzled from the anxiety of the hormones and now this unexpected meetup. I stand there and stare at him without returning his handshake. You're the last person I expected to see today. Did I scare you? You seem spooked. I shake my head and try to seem more assured. Having one of those days. Don't worry about it. I had no idea your work brought you to these parts. But if you'll excuse me, I need to get going. Actually, I'm here to see you. Me? I ask stupidly and almost follow it up with a kick to my own shin. Of course you, silly. Do you see anyone else here? The place is devoid of people, but his eyes remain kind. Not a hint of sarcasm. I'm afraid we need to discuss a matter of extreme importance, preferably over lunch, preferably right now. Is it the king? He's fine. Perfect recovery. No. He pauses. The matter is about you and me. My mouth opens and closes without a sound to accompany the movement. You and me? As in me and him? About what? Is he here to reprimand me? To ask if I want a job with his organization? To ask some royal favor? It'll all make sense once I explain. I'll take your word for it. He takes my arm, and it feels as intoxicating as it did the other day. Let's take my car. You don't look like you can handle the wheel right now. He doesn't even wait for a response before we're walking. Somehow I manage to climb into his intimidating SUV as he holds open the door for me. I don't know if it's out of chivalry or because I look too startled to be able to handle a door at the moment. He throws me a curious look and starts the car. He gives nothing away on the drive over. I play along and keep quiet, but my insides rage with questions. Thank you for accepting the invite. You've been on my mind, he says, and parks the car. Have I? I'm grateful that he's looking at the road because I'm trying unbelievably hard to suppress a goofy smile. We're led upstairs to a very private balcony area of the very low-key restaurant he picked for us. It's a fenced-in courtyard tucked away in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where not just anyone can stroll in and expect to be served. The waiter brings us complimentary drinks before the menu even arrives. Cedric and I don't speak until after our order has been taken. Naturally, he orders for me. At this point, I'm grateful for not having to think about it. I'll cut straight to the chase, he says once we're alone again. My breath catches when he begins to speak. My stomach churns, anxious for him to spill the beans and put me in the know. I don't mean to pry, but I heard you're pursuing treatment at the clinic. I feel my brows raise. That is a private matter. Your father told you that? It was stated in confidence. He did. Unfortunately, he's not great with state secrets. But my father suggested a proposition, and I'm inclined to take it seriously, especially because he speaks so highly of you. I'm glad to hear that. I like him too. I love him, but I don't always like him. He's very fond of you, and I can see why. I enjoyed our interaction we had the other day, so I have a proposition for you. Let's get married. My hands drop off the table and to my side. What? A proposal. He hinges his palms together like an engagement box. Contractually, of course, not in the traditional sense. The blood starts pounding against my temples, and I feel dizzy again. How can he say this so matter-of-factly? There's no trace of humor on his face, so this can't be a joke, can it? I'm sorry, what? Is this a joke? This is the oh-so-important thing you had to tell me? Our food arrives, and the waiter disappears as soon as our plates are in front of us. The last thing my now dry tongue wants is to taste anything. The last thing my now queasy stomach needs is food. I push my plate away and search his eyes. Hear me out. You're having a child and it's from the bank. Doesn't it make more sense to have a real-life father, one you know and trust, versus a random donor? This'll simply be a different route, but with the same destination. Why do you want to be involved in this? I have my reasons, but I think it'll be good for both of us. We have a good rapport, no? I nod, still stunned. Cedric continues. So I suggest a year-long contract. You get a baby with a father who'll be in the child's life forever, and he, or she, will be royal. There are perks to that. He picks up a fork and stabs at his steak. I'm still stuck on his words that came so out of the blue. It occurs to me that I might be hallucinating from the medication. I might have to write that down as a possible side effect. Cedric's face shoots up at me. Pardon? Shoot, I didn't realize I voiced my thoughts. Sorry, just trying to wrap my head around all this. I just want to clarify. You're serious? We're both busy people, Ellie. I wouldn't waste your time just for the fun of it. He isn't joking. He isn't joking. He's serious. In a way, this is flattering, but at the same time, I'm utterly at sea. We're clearly not in love. Yeah, he's altruistic, but I don't think someone would volunteer to be a baby daddy just out of the goodness of their heart. So what is his motivation? I pick up a glass of water and gulp like it's the last one on earth. I don't know what you expect me to say. This is sudden. A part of me is weirdly excited, intrigued even. But the bigger side of me wishes the scenario were different and I actually had a man I love to plan a family with. But it's not like I love any of the vials stored at the fertility clinic. So, my heart becomes raw at the thought. A picture of how I imagine my future family plays in my mind. I can vividly see laughing children, but the father is faceless. And that's the path I was ready for. But the man in front of me, a super hot man and a prince no less, has proposed to be tagged it. His words slowly sink in, and my emotions tug at me from every which way. The waiter returns and swiftly clears Cedric's almost empty plate and my untouched one. So think about it, but I think it's a good idea, and I'm sure you have questions. I open my eyes wide and nod. Yeah, I have some questions. And I have to ask you the biggest one. Of all the women in the kingdom, of all the women in the world, why me?
Chapter 9. Cedric. The waiter barges in as the question hangs in the air, interrupting Cedric before he can give an answer. Would you two like some coffee? I have a fresh pot. Thankful for the momentary distraction, I nod at him. Any cream or sugar? He asks as he pours. None for me, I say. Me neither, thank you. Once he walks away, Ellie and I look at each other. I still haven't answered her question, but she doesn't seem bothered by it. She lifts up her mug to her nose. Oh, this smells amazing, Ellie says. Are you a big coffee drinker? No, not really. I much prefer tea. Coffee isn't the best thing for me to have at work. It makes me too jittery. But I love the taste. What about you? Same as you. Coffee and surgery don't exactly mix. She nods, bringing the mug to her mouth and taking a sip. I watch her lips touch the cup before my gaze travels up, and I notice that she's watching me too. As we stare at each other, her bright eyes seem to lock me in. I can't look away, and I don't want to. I take the moment to admire her. She's beautiful in a way that I've never quite seen in anyone else before. With those hypnotizing eyes and the dark sea of curly hair. She barely wears any makeup, and frankly, she doesn't need any. The longer I look, the faster my heart beats. For a second, I actually forget why we're here. So, she says, bringing me back to reality, you never answered me. I clear my throat, looking out the window and down at the street below. People rush by outside, all of them on their way to different places and different lives. Simpler lives. I almost envy them, craving that kind of normalcy. I'll never have that, and I'm not even sure I want it. But it's nice to dream about moments like those when everything seems so complicated. My father holds you in high regard. Yeah, the king is a sweet man. I've always admired him, though I'm not sure what I did to impress him. It's not like I've spent much time with him. I laugh. Well, he knows you and your mother, has for a long time. But it doesn't take long for him to assess someone, to make a judgment on them. He's always been that way. The annoying part is he's usually right. Oh man, I'm imagining a lot of failed relationships resulting from that. You're not completely wrong. He's never explicitly interfered, but he finds ways to work his magic. I've been too wrapped up in medicine to ever have time for it, so it affects my brothers a lot more than me. Wow, sounds like a high bar. Whatever you did, you made him think that the two of us would be the perfect match, and he refuses to let it go. That must be really annoying. She has an awkward look on her face, knowing she's part of this frustration. I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. I don't mind it. And if it weren't you, it would be someone else. And I don't exactly disagree with him. What do you mean? I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't see potential here. We have very similar jobs, and your passion for what you do is equal to mine. Even in the medical field, it's hard to find that. Not all doctors have the drive that we do. I know what you mean. I like to surround myself with people who care just as much as me. And that's exactly what I mean. We're the same in that regard. Not only that, but I know you care about family and relationships too. She looks at me curiously, taking another sip of her coffee. See, I know that I want kids one day. I always have. But with my career and, well, you know who my family is. It's hard to conform to the kind of relationship that society deems normal. I need something uncomplicated without the usual expectations. Does that make sense? It does, and I agree with you. I feel the same way. I nod, deciding to take the leap. I think that a marriage between us could actually be a good thing. The more I talk, the more I convince myself to hop off the fence and onto my father's side. What is happening? Based on everything I've heard, I believe that the two of us could be really amazing parents. We'd be able to get what we want without complications or unnecessary obstacles. I wait for her response, almost feeling eager. She looks away for a moment, her brows scrunching up in a manner that I could only describe as unbearably cute. I swallow, picking up my mug for the first time since the waiter dropped it off. As I take a sip, I force myself to relax. Finally, she looks back to me, but her expression still reads unsure. Can I think about it? She looks nervous. Of course you can. You don't need to answer right away. This is a lot, and I want to make sure that I'm really making the right choice. You understand, right? Absolutely. I certainly don't want you to agree to something if you're not 100% sure about it. She nods, giving me a soft smile. That smile does something unexpected to me, although I can't quite put a finger on what it is. All I know for sure is that I want to see it again. Thank you, Cedric. You've been so kind. I don't mind you calling me that. He smiles lightly, but no one else. She reaches for her purse, taking one last sip of her coffee before she starts to get up from the table. Without thinking, I reach out and grab her wrist. She stops, looking down at where my hand rests on her arm. Wait. She sits back down, looking even more confused than she did earlier. I just want to say that if you do decide to say yes, I will draft a contract regarding our marriage. It will be very detailed, and if you don't agree to it completely and fully, then we can change it. It's just a starting point. Her expression turns to shock, as if she didn't expect me to be this prepared or to put this much thought into it. That makes sense. I'll need my attorneys to look, of course, especially with the FERT. Actually, are we even having them in the equation? If you'd like. I just want everything according to you to be as seamless as possible. I want you to get everything you want and more. She visibly swallows, looking back down at my hand. I had completely forgotten it was still resting on her arm. I pull away. Both of us look down as I do. So, what do you think about that? It's a lot to process, like I've said. I'm going to go home and think. But I'm taking it seriously, just as seriously as you. I nod, flashing her what I hope is a comforting smile. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Here, I say, grabbing one of the napkins on the table. Do you have a pen? Surprised you don't carry one yourself. She smiles, unzipping her purse and digging around for a moment before pulling out a pen. She holds it out for me, and as I take it, her fingers graze mine. My focus wavers for a second, and I forget what I was even going to do. I stare at the napkin, my mind completely blank. Oh, right, my number. I scribble it down and pass the napkin and pen back to her. I'll call you once I've made my decision, she says, taking them and dropping them into her purse. Or if I have anything to talk about further. I watch as she walks away, a small part of me wishing she had stayed just a little longer. There's something about Ellie that makes me want to know more, to know everything about her. Uncertainty washes over me as I think about what would happen if she were to decline my offer. I'd respect her decision, of course, but I think I'd be pretty disappointed. When the hell did I become attached to this whole proposal? It wasn't even my idea, and yet I'm drawn to it. To Ellie becoming my wife. My father wasn't completely wrong, and while I don't particularly like the idea of doing something because he suggested it, I can't ignore the fact that he's kind of onto something here. At first, it was a tug of war with my father, where I was determined to get what I want. But now that I have my sights set on Ellie, I want to win. The more I think about it, the more it appeals to me. The more Ellie appeals to me, which is either incredibly dangerous or incredibly right. She hasn't even agreed yet, and it is impossible to tell how she's leaning. She's not exactly an easy person to read. Maybe that's why I want to learn how to get inside her mind so much.
Chapter 10, Ellie. I pace back and forth in my hotel room a few days later, feeling more confused than I've ever felt in my entire life. Nothing could have prepared me for the conversation I had with Cedric. 2 days have gone by, and my mind is still reeling. I did decide to cancel my doctor's appointment today, though. Is everything all right, Dr. Lawson? Oh, yes, perfectly good. I just might delay slightly. Or change the method. This is a huge decision, one that I can never take back once certain things are set in motion. A huge part of me is screaming, telling me that this is the right thing to do, but another part of me still isn't sure. Hours go by and still I can't decide. Instead of forcing myself to keep dwelling on it, I decide to just go to bed. Maybe a good night's sleep will give me the clarity I need. But as soon as my head hits the pillow, I know that I won't be able to fall asleep. I can't even make myself close my eyes. After a while, I give up. I slide out of the bed and plop myself down on the desk chair near the window. I stare out at the night sky, begging my mind to give me an answer, but it never comes. Instead, I watch the sky slowly go from pitch black to light orange as the sun rises. I catch sight of the palace illuminated by the dawn. I can't stay in this room anymore. Without thinking, I grab my jacket and slip on my shoes. I fling the door open and practically run down the hall to the elevator. As soon as I open the lobby door and step outside, the fresh air hits me in the face. I breathe it in, a small smile spreading across my face. Around me, people are already starting their day, going to work, running errands, walking their dogs. With each step I take, I can practically feel the pressure in my chest lifting. By the time I'm 3 blocks away, I know exactly what I need to do. Cedric and I both want the same thing. Why would I pass that up? He's a good man, and something tells me that I can trust him. So why choose a stranger over him? All signs are obviously pointing to Cedric. I've just been ignoring them because I'm scared. Scared that it's all too good to be true. Scared of regret, the one feeling that all humans do their very best to avoid. But what kind of mother would I be if I didn't take the occasional risk? What would I be teaching my future child? I want to be a good role model for them, and running away from the things that scare me is not the way to do that. I turn around and head back to the hotel, feeling determined. Once back in my room, I dig through my purse for the napkin that Cedric gave me. When I find it, I type his number into my phone and press the call button. As I wait for it to ring, I feel increasingly nervous. Hello? Hi, Cedric? It's Ellie. Ellie, hi, I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. How are you this morning? Yeah, I didn't really expect to call this soon either. Listen, I've made a decision. Oh, yeah? Yeah, would you maybe want to meet for coffee soon? I'd like to discuss things and then sign the contract. Cedric chuckles on the other end, and I feel my face heating up. God, I hate being so vulnerable like this. His deep voice interrupts my thoughts. Why don't we meet for dinner instead? That way I have some time to gather what I need. I'd also love to sit down and have a nice meal with you. Just because this marriage will be one of convenience, it doesn't mean we can't enjoy it as well. I clear my throat, trying to not read too much into that. Sure, dinner sounds great. Perfect, I'll text you the details. Okay. I'll see you later, Ellie. After saying goodbye, I hang up. I stare out the window, biting my lip. As my teeth drag across my bottom lip, a wave of anticipation washes over me. I'm actually looking forward to this dinner. Something about it feels really good, like this is the right direction for me, like this is the path I'm meant to take. Once Cedric texts me with a time that I should be ready by, I set an alarm on my phone and finally allow myself to lay down for some much-needed sleep. I need to be of sound mind to sign this contract, and going over 24 hours without sleep is not going to give me that. Coming! I shout. I have no idea who could be at the door. I didn't order room service or anything. Whoever it is, I hope they're quick because I'm running out of time to get ready. I open the door to see 3 women all dressed to perfection and holding multiple bags and plastic cases. Can I help you? I ask. Are you Ellie Lawson? Yes, I am. Well then, we're here for you, by order of Prince Vanacourt. Oh. I can't think of anything else to say. I'm completely shocked and confused. Why would he send these girls here for me? May we come in? Sorry, yes you can, I say, stepping aside. Once they're all in, they waste no time setting up. They begin opening their cases and emptying their bags all over the desk and bed. So what are you here for? I ask. We're here to help you get ready for your dinner tonight. We've been hired to do your hair and makeup as well as styling you. My mouth drops open as I scan the contents of their bags. There are multiple outfits, not to mention makeup. Lots of makeup. This day really could not get any weirder. Why would he do this? I thought this was just supposed to be a normal dinner for us to sign some papers, not whatever this is. I let the women primp me, all the while checking myself out in the mirror to make sure they aren't going too overboard. I'm a little nervous since not everyone knows the best way to apply makeup on a black girl. Thankfully, they're very good at their jobs, and by the time they're done, I'm thoroughly impressed. So you guys really won't tell me what this is all about? I ask for about the millionth time. One of the women shakes her head, a small smile playing on her lips. After handing me a purse to go with the outfit they put me in, they pack up their things and leave the room, leaving me all alone with my nerves. I glance in the mirror, smoothing my hands over the dark green silk dress they put me in. It's tight, showing off practically every curve. It's certainly not what I expected to be wearing tonight. My hair is perfect, my curls framing my face in a way that makes me envious of their skills. Thankfully, they kept my makeup minimal, some mascara, a red lip, and not much else. For the second time today, I hear a knock at my door. I look at my phone, seeing that it's already 6 o'clock, the time we agreed I'd be ready at. My breath catches in my throat, but I roll. My shoulders back and stride towards the door, forcing myself to feel confidence instead of nervousness. But when I open the door, all of that disappears. The sight of Cedric standing there makes it hard for me to speak. He looks so handsome in his suit, the navy blue color of it making his deep blue eyes stand out even more. Wow, you look stunning! I'm tongue-tied. I've completely forgotten how to even speak. A small voice in the back of my head is telling me to speak up, to compliment him back, but I simply can't do it. It's like I'm stuck in place. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm a grown woman, not some teenager facing a high school crush. And yet, I feel as if my heart is going to explode. Ellie? I force myself to swallow before opening my mouth. Something comes out of it, but I don't even hear it. Instead, I watch the way his eyes sparkle from the overhead lights reflecting in them. Cedric chuckles, breaking me out of my stupor. Yes, I'm ready, he says. Are you? I nod, giving him my best smile. Well then, let's head downstairs. I have a car waiting to take us to the restaurant. I close the hotel room door behind me before following him down the hall. As we walk, I realize that this is the closest I've ever come to butterflies over a boy. When I was a teenager, I never really got to experience that. I was too focused on other things. Figures it would happen now, at a time when I'm supposed to be mature and make adult decisions. How the hell am I going to sit across from this man and think about the contract, when all I can focus on is how gorgeous he is? So what exactly is going on? I ask once I've calmed down a bit. We reach the elevator and step inside, where he presses the button for the lobby. What do you mean? We're going to dinner. Yes, but what's with the stylists and the makeup artists? Is this a date or something? Cedric shrugs, flashing me a grin. Does it matter? I figured why not have a little fun with this? Why not put on a show? Once we reach the lobby, he takes my hand and leads me outside into the car. He opens the door and gestures for me to get in. As we drive off, I feel both intrigued and bewildered. This is the exact opposite of how I thought the night would go. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't secretly enjoying it, or dying to know what's coming.
Chapter 11. Cedric. The dazzling lights of the city sparkle and shine in through the windows. The streetlights move past swiftly, illuminating Ellie's face through the moonroof. She looks nervous and unsure of herself. I can hear the drum of her fingers on the armrest as her eyes dart around the limo. Cedric, where are we going exactly? She turns her head slightly. I look into her eyes, but she looks away, still a whirl about everything that's happening. Part of me wants to tell her so badly, but I also don't want to spoil the magic of the moment. It's a surprise. You keep saying that, but one thing you should know about me is that I don't really like surprises. I like having control, knowing what will happen. We're almost there. I promise you'll love this surprise. You'll have control again very soon. I laugh a little and touch her arm. But how could you know if I'm going to like this surprise if we barely know each other? Ellie asks. With her smile and tone, there's a tinge of playfulness. I'll tell you what, Ellie, if you hate this surprise, I'll take you wherever you want to go. I look in her eyes again, and she doesn't turn away. I can't tell if she's feeling something or just trying to read me. Truthfully, I don't know if I could answer that for myself. Anywhere I want to go. Within reason, I say, smirking. She chuckles. Her smile is so infectious, and there's a glow that spreads across her entire face. She's beautiful no matter what, but her glamorous look is such a transformation. I'm finding it hard to concentrate whenever I look at her. When we pull up to the place, the outside looks like an ancient Greek temple, complete with statues and a frieze of scenes from Solvarian history along the front of the building. The limo stops, and I'm out in a flash. I give the driver a nod as I walk past, and he nods back, knowing I want to escort my date myself. My lady, I say, as the door opens. Ellie flashes me a look, like she's trying to figure me out. Then she lowers her head and tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. As I help her out of the car, I can't help but admire her curvaceous figure. Her dress is stunning, but still not as much as she is. What is this place? It's a special place. I take the crook of her arm and enfold it in mine. Her gaze is on the statues and the building itself, but my eyes are still on her. I pull the front door open and she stops cold. The inside of the building is more extravagant than the outside. Hanging plants, bubbling fountains, and white marble statues. Holy shit! She covers her mouth after the words escape her lips. I'm sorry. I'm laughing too hard to tell her that it's fine, and she understands that there's no need to apologize. Why is it so empty, Cedric? The interior is larger than it looks from the outside, but it's jarringly empty, with unfilled seats and virtually no sound. Because I arranged it. The whole place is ours. She snaps to attention and stares at me in shock. I look deep into her eyes. Every time I look at them, they're more beautiful than I realized. So where are we sitting then? Wherever you want. She gives me another impressed look and starts moving around the restaurant. I stay behind and watch her. She virtually runs around the grand hall, and it reminds me of the games we'd play as kids. Only now, instead of pigtails, she has a chignon, and instead of muddy play clothes, she's wearing a gown that shows that she's no longer a girl. She's a woman, and a beautiful one. Over here! She waves at me next to one of the fountains, at a table that's behind a waterfall. I'm stunned not just by her beauty, but at the coincidence, as I catch up and pull out her chair for her. How did you know this was my favorite spot? She shrugs. I guess good taste is one more thing we have in common. Her amber eyes shine, and the light of the waterfall refracts across her shoulders. It's a prix-fixe dinner with 6 courses and wine, although toward the end she can barely finish. Still, she makes sure to taste each one, and she savors it. I think there's only one dish we've had that I've actually tasted before. I forget that even though she's also a physician, she hasn't been exposed to the same things that I have. It's exciting to show her things she's never experienced before. Wow, and what's the verdict? Oh my God, it's amazing. She puts a hand on her abdomen. I wish I had another stomach. Caviar, roast duck, venison, fiddleheads, octopus. I thought it would be disgusting, but I know, it's amazing how something that seems so weird can taste so incredible. I reach my palm out and touch the top of her hand. Well, you better get used to this lifestyle if you're going to be my wife. She doesn't move her hand, but she pauses and purses her lips seriously. About that, should we discuss the details of the contract? I wave my other hand. Not tonight. Tonight is just about you and me, getting to know each other and having a great time. That said, what do you do for fun? What are your passions? I don't really have time for that, honestly. But I guess when it's time to unwind, nothing beats sitting under a blanket with a good book. Or if I'm exhausted, I'll just watch something on TV. What sorts of things do you enjoy? Oh, I don't know. Something I don't have to think about. A lot of documentaries. I raise my eyebrows. Documentaries seem like something you have to think about. She laughs, then puts her hand over her mouth. An act that's completely endearing. Not the kinds I watch. Weird phenomena. That show where people get drunk and talk about history. Yeah, my watching can be a little simplistic, although I don't have much time for it either. You know what a guilty pleasure of mine is? Tell me. She puts her chin on her palms in amusement. Those dancing competitions. Believe it or not, my mother and I took dance classes when I was little, and it was something we bonded over. How about you? Do you like dancing? Sure, like at a club or something? I guess that counts. I don't know the last time I went out like that, but when I've been, I've liked it. I point to the stage behind her where a full band is set up. Good, because we have a live band. Care to dance? You really had everything figured out tonight, huh? She asks with a coy smile. I like to be prepared. I take her hand and we walk over to the dance floor in front of the band. They greet us and we introduce ourselves. They play some light jazz and I invite her to dance. She gives a skeptical look. Hmm? Something wrong? No, not exactly. Just, we're already getting married. Why all this? She raises her arms and spins around, and it makes me want to glide on the dance floor with her in my arms even more. I pause for a moment. Sure, we're marrying for reasons other than love, but why have it be just a sterile legal transaction? I guess so. She stops fidgeting with her hands, calming down a little. We're joining our lives, getting to know each other. We may as well have fun while we do it. The band starts a livelier song when the first one ends. A lovely melody, but a dancier beat. I grab her and spin her around, taking her off guard. At first, her movements are tight and controlled. However, as she starts feeling the music, I can tell she's opening up. Another song comes on, and she seems to recognize it. She starts dancing for real, allowing herself to get caught up in the moment. Then the music stops, and the space becomes eerily silent. What's going on? Is the music over already? Is there something else? I hold both of her hands in mine, and I kneel onto the ground before her. She gasps, covering her mouth. I pull a ring box from my jacket pocket and open it. She gasps again when she sees the size and brilliance of the enormous diamond ring. Ellie Lawson, will you do me the honor of marrying me? She steps back, her hand still covering her mouth. It's sinking in that it's all so real. She hasn't taken the box or said anything. She's just standing there, hand over mouth. Is she having second thoughts? Was this all too over the top for her tastes? Finally, she nods, and I see tears welling up. Yes, Prince Cedric of Solvaria, and my dear oldest friend Ricky. I'll marry you. She holds her hand out and I put the ring on it. The band begins playing a lively version of the wedding march and breaks out in applause.
Chapter 12, Ellie. It's been a week now since the proposal, and it's been total chaos ever since. Even though the wedding is going to be low-key, with only a small group of people attending, there's still a lot of planning to be done. And the most confusing, overwhelming part is not being able to tell what's real and what's just for show. By default, I tell myself to think of it as part of the performance, but sometimes when Cedric touches my shoulder or laughs at my jokes, I think I see something more below the surface. Ellie, what do you think? My sister-in-law Liza asks, showing me one of the bouquets in a row of flower arrangements we can choose from. Liza is helping with the flowers, Vivi is helping with the menu, and Bella is helping with the dress. There are so many relatives and sisters-in-law to remember that it's a strange adjustment, especially since it was just me and my mom growing up. But having 3 other American Black women as my new sisters, even if it's just on paper, certainly makes the adjustment easier, even if it feels like I'm tricking them. Oh yeah, this one's really pretty. I love it. Let's do that one. Good, that's my favorite too. Nah. Liza and I pick out a bunch of other things throughout the day, like a band, DJ, cocktails, and about 1,000 other tiny details that I never even thought about. much less thought I would have to choose. Liza puts her arm around me at the last stop of the day, the cake store. You nervous? I smile at Liza. A little, yeah. Can you tell? Not one bit, she says, winking at me. But it's normal to be nervous. I know I was. It just kind of doesn't feel real. I mean, I'm getting married. It's such a big contrast to how my life was not that long ago. Things have changed so fast. But for the better, right? I pause longer than I'd like. I think so, but it's been such a whirlwind. I've barely had time to think about it. The nerves will go away, Liza says. She has a piece of cake in her hand and she nudges it toward my mouth. God, this is delicious. Lemon and... what is that? Ginger. I think they copied it from my bakery, actually. Liza laughs a little. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. In 2 days, I'll be eating this cake for real with a group of people I barely know, except for Dr. Myrna Shane, my mentor, and we'll be toasting my marriage. 2 days. 2 days. After that, I will officially be Mrs. Vanacourt. For a year at least. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It feels completely irrational to be nervous, and yet I am. I close the curtains and walk back to the mirror, admiring myself. The stylists did an amazing job with my hair, which is in a nice updo, with a dainty veil flowing behind me. My dress is simple but elegant, mermaid style with lace details and an open back. It's gorgeous, and it makes me sad that it'll only get worn once. A knock sounds at the door, and in walks Liza. Oh my goodness, look at you. She's beaming, and her upbeat energy makes it hard not to feel instantly happier. You like? I ask, spinning around in a circle for her. Are you kidding? You look like a damn queen. I giggle, my nerves slowly leaving me. Thanks. Just a princess, though. We both shake our heads. Cedric hasn't seen me yet. The way it should be. His jaw is going to drop when you come down that aisle. The aisle. Oh God, I had a dream last night that I tripped. What if I trip? Oh, come on, you're not going to trip. That's just your brain trying to fuck with you. I had another dream the night before where I was walking down the aisle, and I just kept walking, and it never got any closer. Oh my God, I've had nightmares like that before. But seriously, you're freaking out over nothing. Neither of those things are going to happen. I sigh. I know. Another knock sounds at the door, and the rest of my soon-to-be sisters-in-law spill in. Are you ready? You look amazing, Bella says. Thank you. Is it already time? You've got a couple of minutes, Vivian says, shooting me a reassuring smile. Cedric is already out there. My stomach drops at hearing that. I make my way back to the window, but Vivian grabs my arm before I can reach it. No peeking! But, no, I'll guard the window if I have to. I can tell she's serious, so I sigh and back away. Trust me, you'll thank me later, she says. I take a deep breath, willing my heart to slow its beating down. Okay, it's time. Bella, you're up first. Then Vivian, then me, Liza announces. Then you, Bella says, shooting me a wink. I smile at her and take the bouquet she hands me. The three of them grab their own bouquets, open the door, and walk out into the hall. I follow them until we reach the back door. The music starts up outside and Bella slips out. After a moment, Vivian follows her. You've got this, Liza says before walking out. I close my eyes and count to 5. At 3, I put my hand on the door. At 5, I open it. I pause once before walking down the short steps and down the aisle. As I walk, I do my best to ignore the fact that everyone is watching me. I'm not used to being the center of attention like this. When I see Cedric, a calmness settles over me. For some reason, looking at him makes all the nerves go away. Instead, I just feel excited. Excited for this journey we're about to embark on, and all the happiness it could bring me. Somehow, in all of this wedding madness, I forgot that I'm doing this for me. I'm going to have a baby, and that baby is going to have an amazing father and a huge family that loves them. There's really no reason to be nervous. A smile spreads across my face, and Cedric's face lights up upon seeing it. I find myself walking just a little faster, and my heart is beating like crazy from the excitement. I know this is just a contract marriage, but the look on Cedric's face almost makes me forget it for a second. All of this just feels so real. Once I arrive at the altar, Liza takes my bouquet, and Cedric reaches out his hand, helping me up the steps. The music stops, and the wedding officiant begins speaking. I don't hear a word he says, All I can do is stare at Cedric and try to remember to breathe. Cedric, do you take Eleonora as your wife? I do. And Eleonora, do you take Cedric as your husband? I do. Then I hereby pronounce you husband and wife. Cedric, you may now kiss your bride. Cheering ensues, but it all fades away as Cedric leans in and places his lips on mine. I lean into it, my hand making its way to rest on his chest. He places his hand on the back of my neck, pulling me closer. I don't want it to end. I know it's not real, and yet I can't pull away. Our lips move faster, and soon enough, I'm breathless. We should stop. People are watching. But maybe just a few more seconds won't hurt. He tastes so good, so familiar, like I've kissed him 1,000,000 times before. I can't get enough of that taste. Finally, I force myself to pull away. Cedric's deep blue eyes appear brighter, almost like they're sparkling. The cheering registers again, and I realize it never stopped. Cedric and I just stare at each other. What do you say, Mrs. Vancourt? Are you ready to head to our reception? I smile, secretly enjoying the way that sounds leaving his mouth. I'm ready. And I am, ready to go to the reception and celebrate. Ready to start this next phase of my life. And above all, ready to embrace the unknown.
Thank you so much for listening. If you are enjoying this book, please like and subscribe to help support the channel. Just click down below. Chapter 13. Cedric. I watch Ellie chatting and laughing with some of my siblings, a huge smile spreading across my face. I love the way she gets along with literally everyone. It says a lot about her. So far, the wedding reception has been amazing. It's in my very own backyard, my private mansion standing tall behind us. We arrived and everyone cheered. Some of my brothers gave some speeches, and now we're all eating. Ellie sits on my left, her plate now empty. In fact, everyone's plates seem to be empty. I turn around, signaling to the band that's been softly playing in the background. It's time for everyone's favorite part of the night, dancing. I stand up, taking Ellie's hand in mine. She stops talking and turns to look at me. Why don't we all have a little fun? I say, loud enough for everyone to hear. Ellie smiles and stands up. Everyone cheers, rising with her. We walk onto the dance floor together, quickly followed by everyone else. Did I mention how gorgeous you look tonight? I can't stop telling her. She beams. Once or twice, I think. Well, it's true, she shrugs. I was provided with some very good makeup artists. They did a wonderful job. Even if they didn't, you'd look amazing. You could have shown up with a messy bun in your pajamas, and jaws would have dropped. Oh, stop. We both know that's not true. I pull her in close, my hand resting on the small of her back as we begin to dance. It's very true, Ellie. I would never lie to you. Her eyes drop to my lips, and it makes me want nothing more than to pull her in and kiss her. But I hold back because, after all, this romance is for show. Even if my desire for her is becoming very real. You're a very good dancer, she remarks. I spin her around, eliciting a few squeals from watching relatives. Yeah, it's kind of a princely requirement. You're not so bad either. She rolls her eyes, but I can't help but notice the way she subtly moves closer to me. My mother made me take a class when I was a kid, just like you, except mine was not such a fond memory. She was worried that I wasn't having enough fun, and she thought that would be the magic cure. It wasn't? No, definitely not, she laughs, her hazel eyes crinkling in the corners. But I'll always love her for trying. We dance until the song finishes, and I suggest we go get us some drinks. I think that's the best idea you've ever had, Ellie remarks as we make a beeline. It would be rude not to partake in the specialty cocktails that the royal mixologist created just for us. What can I get for you? The bartender asks. Do you have to ask? I tell him with a winning smile. 2 glasses of the RX Love. I think you'll love it. The bartender mixes the items in the shaker and presents us with 2 Cupid glasses. We both take a sip almost immediately. Maybe we're both a little on edge here. It's not that the reception isn't fun. It's been amazing, especially seeing Ellie fit in so well. But still, weddings are always stressful, even if it's a more low-key one like this, especially when it's your own. I spot the king walking towards us, and I set my glass on the bar counter. Ellie follows suit. "You two appear to be enjoying yourselves," my father says once he's in front of us. "We certainly are, Your Majesty. Thank you so much for everything." Ellie does a graceful curtsy, and I'm glad she's not holding her drink. I give a small bow. "Anything for my daughter-in-law. If you two wanted to do a little disappearing act, I'd be happy to cover for you," he says, shooting me a wink. I glance at Ellie, who's beaming at my father. "I think we'd both appreciate that," I say, looking back at him. He smiles before walking away. And that's the best part about this whole thing taking place in my backyard. Leaving quickly will be almost too easy, as long as we don't get caught in the act. "What do you say?" I ask, nodding toward my house. She smiles. "Let's do it." "Okay, we'll have to be quick. If one of my brothers sees us, they'll probably try to flag us down." She nods and slips her hand in mine, squeezing tightly. We begin walking briskly, keeping our gaze on the door ahead of us. Thankfully, we reach it before anyone can stop us. I open the door for us, and we walk through, coming face to face with one of my guards. "Prince Vanacourt, are you retiring for the night?" "Yes, I am." "The king wanted me to let you know that he arranged for the staff to prepare the room for you, specially." "He came into my house, I swear." It's hard to say no to the king when he asks. We follow the guard up the stairs, and I help Ellie with the heavy train of her dress. I reach for the doorknob, pushing the door open. The staff member deposits the bottle of champagne, glasses, and chocolate-covered strawberries in his arms, nods politely, and congratulates us before walking away. Inside, the room is filled with rose petals everywhere, on the floor, on the bed, on nearly every surface. There are candles, and my sheets are now replaced with silk ones. He's really outdone himself. I wasn't expecting this at all. "We don't have to stay in here together if you don't want," she says, her voice getting soft. I turn to her, noting how she bites her lip anxiously. "Nonsense. I'd love to spend the night in here with you. Unless you don't want to, of course." "No, I do. It'd be a shame to waste all of this." "I agree, especially this champagne. Would you like a glass?" "I'd love one. I didn't really get to finish my cocktail before your father approached us." I pour her a glass and hand it to her. Her eyes are bright, almost gold right now. She takes a sip before setting it down and crossing the room. "Oh my goodness, it's a record player." "You like record players?" "I love them. And look, there's already a record set up." I take my own sip of wine as she fiddles with it, and music begins filling the room. "Do you think this was your father's doing?" "Absolutely. No detail goes unnoticed. And he likes taking an active role in his son's love lives, as you know." "Right. He's the reason we're here, I suppose, no?" She spins around, dancing to the music, and it's impossible not to join in. I set down my glass and start dancing my way toward her. She throws her head back, laughing at my silly moves. "He is, but that isn't why we're here. He couldn't have made us do anything we didn't want to do." I look her in the eyes as I say this, grabbing her by the waist and picking her up, spinning her around in a circle. She laughs again, a little breathier this time, but her eyes are serious as I set her back down. "You're right, he couldn't." And she attempts to spin me, but with our 5-inch height difference, it just looks ridiculous. She begins spinning around with her arms stretched out, closing her eyes and losing herself in the music. She looks happy, and it makes me even happier just to see that. This is the most carefree I've ever seen her in the short time I've known her as an adult. Maybe it's just the wine, but I'm choosing to believe that isn't all there is to it. I'm choosing to believe that it's more. I join her making a fool of myself with moves that would make even the worst dancer cringe. But it makes her laugh, and I'll do anything to hear that sound over and over again. Ellie starts moving toward me, but she seems to trip over her dress and begins to fall forward. I stick my arms out and catch her just before she hits the floor. But my own balance is not that great after all that dancing. So we both end up falling. Luckily, the bed is right next to us, breaking what would have been a devastating crash. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I swear I'm not that drunk. I'm just clumsy." "It's okay, you're fine. You're in a dress that weighs about 20 pounds after all." The two of us take the moment to get a much-needed break. catching our breath as we lie on our backs in the bed. After a couple minutes, I turn toward her. "Tonight was amazing, Ellie." She stares at me, but her eyes are not on mine. They're trained on my mouth, and I'm not even sure she realizes it. I feel my chest heat up, like my heart is on fire. My hand moves before I can stop it, reaching out and brushing the hair off of her face. Finally, she makes eye contact, an almost glazed look in her eyes. I feel myself moving, but it isn't until my lips touch hers that I fully realize it. The taste of her hits me in an instant, and it's hard to hold myself back, especially with the way she's kissing me. Her lips move with mine in sync. She reaches out and wraps her hand around the back of my neck, pulling me closer. By the time that I pull away, we're out of breath once more. I try to ignore the fact that it was the best kiss I've ever had in my entire life, because that's not what this is supposed to be. But when the words come out of her mouth, I know I won't be able to hold myself back. "I want you, Cedric."
Chapter 14, Ellie. Cedric's blue eyes bore into mine. I reach up to cup his cheek, my thumb grazing his skin. Slowly, he lowers his head. Right before his lips capture mine, he pauses. "Are you sure, Ellie?" he asks, softly. "I want my first time to be with my husband, with you." It's almost a whisper. It's so hard to get the words out. I'm exhausted. I can only nod. I feel him leave my side and hear the water turn on in the bathroom. Once it's filled, he scoops me up into his arms and carries me to the massive white tub, where he sets me down gently in warm, bubbly water. Climbing in behind me, I settle against him as he massages my shoulders and washes the remnants of our lovemaking away. He's gentle, and I lean my head back to kiss him, feeling nothing but glad that I agreed to this marriage contract.
Chapter 15. Cedric. As the sun starts to peek through the curtains, casting a warm glow into the bedroom, Ellie stirs in her sleep. Her soft lips part slightly, her breathing growing deeper and more rhythmic as she dives back into a blissful slumber. I can't help but watch her for a moment, captivated by how peaceful she looks. The soft rise and fall of her chest beneath the thin sheet is hypnotizing. Her bare skin glistens with a thin sheen of sweat from the warmth of the night. It reminds me of how incredible she tasted last night. I let out a satisfied sigh and shake my head, taking one last look before I head to the kitchen to start breakfast. The smell of bacon frying fills the room as I crack open the window to let in some fresh air. It's an idyllic morning that makes me feel even more grateful for this newfound happiness in my life. In no time, I have eggs frying on the stove, toast popping up in the toaster, and fresh fruit squeezing away in the blender, and all while trying not to think about how much I want Ellie to wake up. Carefully arranging the food and coffee on the tray, I carry it out to the balcony. When I open the door, I'm surprised to see that Ellie is already sitting outside. Her legs are curled up on the chair. "Hey, sleepyhead." She greets me with a playful smile as I set down the tray before her. "Hey, you. Thank you for making breakfast." I watch as she reaches for the fork, her fingers brushing against mine briefly before picking it up. She takes a sip of her coffee between bites of her food, letting out a contented sigh as she savors its warmth. This is just what I needed," she murmurs between chews. "I can't believe you made all this for me." I smile. "Some was for me, too. You looked so peaceful, I didn't want to wake you." Ellie looks down, and her shy smile is adorable. "Sorry, I must have been more tired than I thought." Wonder why?" I take a bite of eggs, and Ellie smiles at me across the small table. It brightens everything. She looks at me shyly from under long lashes. It makes me want nothing more than to kiss her. But our wedding night was one thing. Now it's back to our normal lives. And that means a marriage that's part of a contract, not a real relationship. At times it feels like one. It's like walking a tightrope to navigate it. As we finish our breakfast, we head back inside to clean up. She washes the dishes and I dry. There's this trick my mom taught me for doing dishes, she says. I could use some helpful hints. I'm not very used to doing things like this. I lift up my plate. What is it? Without warning, she sprays me with the nozzle and she shrieks with laughter. Oh my God, I can't believe I fell for that. We're both laughing. Where do you keep the towels? I should clean that up. I'll show you. Come on, I'm going to change my clothes anyway. They got wet somehow. Oops. Yeah, oops is right. Don't worry, though. I give her a sly grin. I'll get you back. Sometime when you don't even see it coming. She follows me down the hallway, and I show her the linen closet. She pulls out a few towels, and I expect her to go back down to the kitchen to wipe up. But she doesn't. I feel a terry cloth towel drape over me, and she runs it over me to dry me off. She dries my chest and arms, then my stomach. She goes lower and lower. Even though it didn't get wet, I'm not complaining. And she can tell. Seems like you like that.
Chapter 16, Ellie. These days of getting to know each other and nights of making love have felt exactly like the visions of marriage I had when I was a girl, which is singularly terrifying. This isn't supposed to be real. I know that. It's a chance for me to have a baby, and it's a chance for Cedric to satisfy his father. Don't fall for him. Don't fall for him, I keep telling myself. When we kissed at the altar 2 days ago, it put every other experience up until that point to shame. Then, that changed again on our wedding night, when he looked in my eyes and made love to me. And then yesterday, there was the breakfast in bed, and the long, sensuous lovemaking sessions that made up the entire day afterward. He's the perfect husband, or he would be, if any of this were real. Cedric welcomes me into the kitchen with a raised spatula, eggs freshly finished. Good morning, Ellie. Do you want toast? Don't smile too big. This isn't real. You're playing house. I would love that, Cedric. It's like this is becoming a tradition. Don't you want me to start cooking for you? I guess at some point we can split it, but I like spoiling you. I try not to smile too hard as I make myself look away, but it's impossible. I know I won't be able to keep a poker face. He moves comfortably around the kitchen, putting all of the pieces together for my breakfast and placing it on the table. He sits down with his own plate. So, big plans today? He asks me. I'm taken aback, trying not to let my disappointment show. I shouldn't have gotten too used to the idea of us doing things as a unit, so I'm grateful that he's putting up boundaries, demarcating our lives. But still, it stings to ask about my life like it's separate from his. I take a bite of food to give myself time to appear unfazed. Nothing in particular. I probably have to start thinking about getting back to my normal life. I can't read his face as I say it. I hope he'll be proud of how independent I'm being, how much I'm not trying to take over his life. Really? I was thinking kind of the opposite, that I'm not ready to go back. I want to enjoy being newlyweds with my new bride. My eyebrows perk up, and yet again, I'm trying to disguise my happiness behind a poker face. Oh yeah? That would be so nice. Are you sure you're able to, with work and everything? Please say this is happening. Oh yeah, my staff has it all. Especially with the new money coming in from the king, there's a lot of extra hiring. He comes closer to me and wraps his arm around my shoulder. He kisses me on the cheek, then nears the corner of my mouth. I was thinking of maybe having a honeymoon, like a real one. Are we going somewhere? I don't want to be too far from honeymoon, staycation version. I finally allow a huge grin to break through my poker face. How do you know me so well, when we've only really started to spend time together in the last 3 weeks? Well, 3 weeks plus 20 years, give or take. I roll my eyes. As the palace staff's awkward child, don't exaggerate. You barely knew I existed. Not true, but we can debate that on the road. On the road? Where are we going? He shoots me a devilish smile. I'll tell you when we get there. You're all packed. Just, there's one thing we have to do. Oh yeah? And what's that? Cedric gets the same sly grin on his face as he pushes his chair in and gets 2 intricate bags. One is made of rich, dark blue material, the other a lighter blue, both made of material nicer than anything I've ever known. He starts laughing as he opens the bag more fully for me to look. I rifle through several silk scarves, each more beautiful than the last, and several pairs of oversized sunglasses, along with a few delicate hats and a makeup kit. "What's all this for?" I ask. He opens his own, the dark blue, and starts putting on his own elaborate disguise. So no one bothers us, and to make things even more fun getting to know each other. I shake my head, then run over to the hallway mirror to look at myself in a honey blonde wig, amazed at the transformation. I laugh at myself in the mirror. Then I see his image behind me, and I lose it. He's wearing a false mustache, clear spectacles, and an old bowler hat. "You're crazy, Cedric, you know that? Is that an official diagnosis?" "Maybe we can ask for different opinions on our trip. Are there any prominent doctors where we're going?" "No cheating. I see what you're doing." We get into his vintage Jaguar, pulled in front of the circular driveway of the palace, as the staff loads suitcase after suitcase along with our disguise satchels. "How long are we going to be gone for?" I ask, suddenly alarmed. "However long we feel like it." He places an arm around my shoulder in the convertible, and I feel like I'm in an old Hollywood movie. Although I've traveled the world as a doctor, in my own country of Solvaria, I've hardly been outside of Verkus, the capital. I was always too busy with school and then work. "Where are we going first? Just give me that much." Fine, Cedric answers in mock resignation, but I can tell he's excited to share. It's one of my favorite places, a villa tucked away in a dense mountain forest with a lake just out back. We'd go there in my childhood every year to commemorate some battle or other. But what I remember is how much fun my brothers and I had running around and disguising ourselves like normal people. We got into so much trouble. What kind of trouble? Well, getting locked out without any way back and not being able to find where we put our clothes or swim trunks. That was an adventure. My father told us we were all disinherited. I can't stop laughing as he tells one story after another, some about daily life in the palace, some about things that happened in the medical clinics, and some about the history of the country he's finally giving me a chance to explore. The hills start getting steeper, and I've never seen a place like this as we go up the long mountain. "This looks like the Swiss Alps, Cedric. It's incredible." "Yeah, the Solvarians wanted to hide the beauty of our landscape to maintain it for ourselves. But I always get a pang of jealousy when I see people praising Italy and Spain and France, when our mountains are so much more beautiful. This one time, we received the head of parliament from Switzerland, and... Am I talking too much? What? I'm shocked he even thinks anyone could get bored. No, not at all. I love hearing it all. He proceeds to tell me about the visiting leader proposing renaming a mountain in his country after the tallest peak in Solvaria, Mount Abatten, where the villa happens to be. We wander in the car through the cobblestone towns, with Dutch-style cottages and Tudor townhouses, and we wind through the countryside with paddocks full of cows. Families wave at us as if they know there's a royal in the convertible just based on the beauty of the car. We climb up a mountain, and I'm terrified we'll fall off the cliff. Without thinking, I hold Cedric's hand, and he smiles to himself and squeezes it. No reason to be afraid. I've done this 100 times. And how many times have you fallen off? We both laugh. As we pull up, the staff at the country house, an enormous Tudor villa with barns, silos, and wild gardens, gathers out front, talking excitedly. Some of them wave with huge smiles. We swim in the lake for 2 days, just relaxing, reading, and getting to know each other. In the town, we explore shops and restaurants, and he tells me stories about practically each one. I opened this store, actually, to sell wares of the people in towns around the world that have our clinics. He opens the door for me as we step into a shop that looks like it has curiosities from every continent through every century. This is amazing, Cedric, just amazing. I shake my head. And then proceeds go back into the organization. I got the idea from Margaret, my program director, whose sister had a business selling silk. I went out in the middle of the country, not knowing what to expect, and her silk store was as elaborate as anything I had seen in Solvaria. "You should open one in Verkus." "I'm working on it. Hopefully you can help me when we get back from the different places we're going." We go to Floramore, a town that's known for its unbelievable plant cultivations, including the most beautiful gardens I have ever seen in my life. My brothers and I would play hide and seek out here. It was glorious. We go to the beach villa for a week, and after that, we explore hidden caves in the desert in the eastern parts of the country for a day before arriving at the Vancourt's historic hidden country house, where the king always escaped to forget about the pressures of royal life for a little while. I love hearing his stories. I can't believe I've been living in one for the last 2 weeks of our honeymoon. It's perfect, and I don't want it to end. If it stays like this, life with Cedric could be more incredible than I ever thought. I really hope it stays like this. It's been just 2 weeks since our wedding, and only about a month since we re-met, so it's not a lot of time to judge things by. Especially once we add a baby, and with so much we don't know about each other, there's a lot that could change in a very short amount of time.
Chapter 17. Cedric. This looks like a good spot to start our excursion. I park just near the beach and bring the car to a stop. To be fair, Solveria's entire coastline is exquisite enough that any point along it can be the start of most epic adventures, Ellie says from the passenger seat. I glance at her and am enamored once more by how dazzling she looks, not unlike our nation's coast, which is really showing off this evening. The street we're on is slightly elevated, and we have a bird's eye view of the water. These sunsets will never get old to me, I say, after a moment of watching the sun's rays sparkle against the horizon. Same. This is probably what I miss the most when I'm away from here. Then what are we still doing cooped up in here? Let's get to the beach and experience it up close. She's out by the time I walk over to open her door. We set off for the water's edge, and the sand swallows our feet as soon as we hit it. I guess this is the part where we kick these off. I gesture with my hand to her heels, and she's already beaten me to it. My shoes come off, too. I lean over to pick both pairs up and carry them, one pair in each hand. She looks over and smiles. We walk along the beach in silence, admiring the sunset's pinks, lavenders, and golds. After a long stretch of silence, Ellie stops to turn around. I've always loved footsteps in the sand. I throw a look over my shoulder at the long stretch of matching footprints behind us. Why is that? She turns forward again, and we continue walking along. Reminds me of a 19th century poem I read a long time ago, but it's stuck with me. I'll show you when we get home, but I can give you the gist. My head jerks toward her. The way she says home causes my heart to skip a beat, since she views my home as hers now. Why do you love the poem? It talks about leaving your mark on the world. It makes you think about your own place in it and how small we all are. Am I doing it right? Am I even doing what I'm supposed to do? For you, it's hard to imagine you not doing anything right. I can't imagine someone being more accomplished. Thank you, but I could always do more. Anytime I feel overwhelmed, I think of the poem. And I remember that every trial, every up and down, is a part of me leaving my mark on the world. She glances at me, golden eyes sparkling. I smile with a nod of understanding. I think of my legacy, too, sometimes. Although I'm not as philosophical as you. She laughs a little, and I continue. If I turn old and gray, and all I did was go on medical missions to benefit mankind, that'll be a life well lived. I think about that when I feel pressure from my father to glorify our nation in some way or another. It's not as important as actual lives. She nods, thinking. And children, too. That's a huge part of anyone's legacy. Her tone is soft, and she ducks her head when I turn mine over to look at her. We reach a secluded spot overlooking the ocean, surrounded by a rocky ledge. I grip her elbow and her eyes widen at me. Why don't we rest over here? Let me set it up first. I throw our shoes to the ground and slide the backpack off my shoulders. I was wondering why you were carrying that huge thing. If you asked, I could have told you. I bend over to unbuckle and unzip as I speak. I know you hate surprises. I'm starting to like them a little better. Good. The bag is huge for a good reason. I whip out a blanket from the pack and spread it on the sand near the rock wall. I motion to her. Sit, sit. She joins me on the blanket, and I refuse to let her help, as I pull out cartons of various sizes and arrange them. My hands reach deep into the bag and feel for the candles in their glass holders. I bury them in the sand to keep them stable, and then fish out some plates, glasses, and a few beverage bottles. Cedric, what's all this? I stand up, offer her my hand, and guide her to sit down. Only the best for my wife. Go ahead, open them. With a stunned face, she pops each vacuum-sealed carton open. We're engulfed by the smells of grilled fish, savory and sweet pies, salads, and more. Everything smells amazing, but I can barely see it. That's why I brought these. I hold up a set of candlesticks and steady them in the sand surrounding us. The sun is yet to dip beyond the horizon, but our secluded space has only a little light. As I light each candle, the warmth illuminates the delicacies spread before us. I catch her stealing glances at me during silences. She catches me doing the same. When we catch each other's eyes, we smile. She looks up at me. Even though the sun has set completely, I can see her sweet smile. This is very sweet, Cedric. Thank you. It reminds me of my mom. She'd cook up a storm on her days off, and she'd do little things for us like this. My thoughts fly back to my own mother. I remember one more surprise, but I hold off on showing her. I rarely saw mine cook, although she did make pies, on holidays especially. In the country, she loved to take us into the orchard. But the best part was when we were picking the fruit. She turned it into a game. For a really long time, I thought fruit could actually fly away if we weren't fast enough. Somehow, I can't imagine you being that gullible, she says with a laugh. Oh, you must have a selective memory of your childhood then. I believed a lot of embarrassing things. I recall you telling me of some of them. I stretch forward and pull an old photo album from the backpack. Here, this might jog your memory. Her fingers stretch out to receive it, and she uses the candlelight to leaf through it. At first, she doesn't say anything, but her mouth is wide open and she looks stunned. I move closer to her until my chin is right above her shoulder. There's a picture of us galloping toward the camera on identical stick horses. Remember when you tried to convince me that they would turn into real horses if I wished hard enough? Her whole body shakes from how hard she's laughing. I completely forgot about that. She shakes her head in disbelief. This is amazing. She fingers a photo of the two of us gap-toothed and smiling next to a giant pumpkin. Do you remember most of it? I remembered we were close, but I had no idea how many photos were taken of us. Of course, those are some of my happiest memories. There was the treehouse, and that time you wouldn't let me in till I brought in snacks from the kitchen. She laughs and elbows my side. Such a bully. I gave as good as I got, though. Remember when you convinced me to take the lances from the suits of armor so we could sword fight? The household staff was going mad trying to figure out where they went. God, we were something. She leafs through the rest, and she stops at a picture of a much younger me seated on my mother's lap. She was so regally beautiful, Ellie whispers. A picture-perfect queen. I miss her, I confess. Ellie has a gentle energy about her that puts my guard down a little lower than usual. It reminds me of my mother, actually. She turns to me. I know the feeling. Sometimes I feel so lost without my mom. I nod, fully understanding. You know, she was the only other person who called me Ricky. I never told anyone to call me that. But you just always gravitated to it. I reach out my hand and she holds it. Cedric is just so formal for a 5-year-old, she says, looking at me so closely I can barely focus. Like Eleonora. The sun has completely disappeared, and her face and our blanket are illuminated by the moon. From afar, I can hear the waves lap against the shore, the rhythmic ambience drowning out the sound of everything else. I love that you shared this part of you with me, Ricky. No, Ricky is good. Thank you, Cedric. Ricky. We both laugh. Maybe it's the candlelight in her eyes or the cloak of darkness around us. Maybe it's the moonlight, awash on her face. Or maybe it's the memories and images of our long connection with each other surrounding us. But My only response is to swoop down low and kiss her, my lips connecting deeply with hers as I hold her close to me. The kiss takes on a life of its own. I'm lost in her as we feel the warmth of each other's bodies and the contours of our mouths, gentle and rolling, yet tense and desperate. I swat away a thought that hovers around me like a fly. This is a contract marriage, and we're playing a part. I know this might end soon, but it's not ending now. This moment is all that exists, no matter what happens.
Chapter 18, Ellie. I stare at the minus sign on the pregnancy test, my mind spinning. 2 months of obsessively tracking my cycle, of mind-blowing sex with Cedric, of watching what I eat and drink. I know that I'm healthy and ready to carry a child. But still. 2 months, and still nothing. I know that it's not uncommon for it to take several months on the first try, even with perfect timing, but still, I'm the straight-A student. I'm used to scoring ahead of the curve. I shift on the toilet seat where I've been perched for the last 20 minutes. My arms rest weakly on my legs. How is it possible for one single tiny line to cause so much hurt? The pregnancy test grows blurry as my eyes fill with tears. I squeeze them shut, hoping if I close my eyes, somehow the result will change. I stand and throw the test into the trash. Why? Why is this happening? I whisper to my mirror image. I wipe my eyes again, trying to get rid of the evidence of my tears before I go out. I didn't tell him I was taking another test. I couldn't stand the thought of him pitying me. I hear movement downstairs, and I quickly check myself over before going out. My eyes are still a bit red, but otherwise I look normal. I put on some brown under-eye concealer and plaster on a fake smile. Hopefully Cedric won't notice. Cedric is sitting at the breakfast nook, already dressed in one of his expensive tailored suits, his hair styled effortlessly. I bite my lip, remembering what those strong hands did to me last night making out on the blanket, then later in the bedroom. "Morning, Cedric! How did you sleep?" I force my voice to come out cheery and friendly, overdoing it a bit. Cedric looks up right away, his azure eyes studying me. I walk to the coffee machine, popping a decaf pod in. "I slept well. Thanks for asking. Is everything okay?" I hold in my sigh. We're so tuned into each other. Despite only being together for such a short time, he can tell. Although I don't want to read too much into it. He's used to interpreting cues from patients to read between their words. "I'm great. Another coffee?" I ask, immediately cringing when I see his mug is full. Cedric chuckles, and the next minute I feel him come up behind me. He wraps his arms around my body, leaning down to kiss me on the cheek. "I see someone isn't fully awake yet," he jokes. I sigh, leaning into his warmth, and he turns around to look at me. I've gotten way too used to sleeping in. I smile as I look up at him. He places a light kiss on my lips. "And that's a problem?" he asks, raising a brow. I need to get back into work mode. Start reviewing the research I did before all this. I think I've been on holiday long enough. Right, and with maternity leave soon, you don't want to have to do it then. He gives a winning smile. My heart jolts, and it takes everything in me to keep the pain from showing on my face. Anxiety is stealing my breath away more every day, both from not being pregnant and from, well, Cedric. Cedric holds me for a few more moments as the coffee sputters out. Then he kisses me on the head and returns to his seat. "I don't know how soon the maternity leave is going to be," I reply softly. "But still, I need to analyze the data. I don't want it to get stale or worse, overlook any aspect of the study." When I turn back, coffee in hand, Cedric is studying me. His eyebrows are scrunched together. "I have to pop into the headquarter office today myself," that explains the suit. "There's a funding meeting I can't miss, and I need to check on some of the field offices to consult. I wish I could stay here with you, though." I smile, thinking of the little boy he told me about in Sri Lanka, who he's been treating in consultation with his field team. The more I get to know Cedric, grown-up Cedric, the more I realize what an amazing man he is, and therein lies the problem. I'm getting too attached to him. It's becoming more than what it's supposed to be. This isn't part of the deal, and it isn't fair to him. I shake my head lightly, resolving not to think about that particular issue right now. Oh, that's okay. Like I said, I need to do some work. Could I use your home office? Cedric smiles. It's your home office too, now. What's mine is yours. That's how marriage works. A thread of pleasure streaks through me, and I try not to overanalyze it. He stands again and kisses me quickly, then grabs his bag. I'd better go or I'll be late. Will you meet me for lunch? I nod, and he leaves with another smile on his face. I sag back against the kitchen counter, hopelessness filling me. I'm falling for this man more and more every day, and I'm terrified of what it means. He made it very clear in the beginning that we were only committing to a year, and I have no idea if he'll want to play this game for longer. And I don't know what I'm going to do when our year is up. I finish my coffee and go back upstairs to shower and get dressed. I stand in front of the mirror, brushing my damp hair. My eyes flit down to the trash can and a pang of longing hits me. I close my eyes, wishing for the millionth time that my mom were still here. I place a hand on my empty stomach. What am I doing, Mom? I imagine she's standing here with me. I remember you always liked him so much when we were kids. Now he's so thoughtful and kind. He treats me like a princess. I laugh when I realize I am, in fact, a princess. What would you think of that, Mom? She respected King Francis so much. I think she would be thrilled, although she never stopped worrying about me. Even when she was sick, she worried about me more than I worried about her. My thoughts keep dwelling on Cedric as I set myself up in his office, or ours, as he urged me to think of it. I study a framed picture of him and his brothers on his desk, my gaze repeatedly returning to his handsome face. His brothers are all handsome as well, but there's something about Cedric that has ensnared me since I was a little girl. After I power up my laptop, I'm quickly consumed in my work until I realize it's already midday. I check my phone, seeing that Cedric has sent a location for lunch. When I arrive at the cafe, Cedric is there. He jumps up to pull out my chair for me. When we're both seated, the waiter brings a coffee for him and a mug of their signature cinnamon hot chocolate for me. I look at him in surprise. He smirks. I remember you mentioning that you'd like to try it. How does he remember such a small detail when even I don't remember? How's the research going? I delve into a detailed explanation of my findings, only briefly interrupted by the waiter taking our orders. Cedric listens intently, nodding at the right moments and asking well-thought-out questions. He catches my quizzical look at one of his more detailed questions and smiles sheepishly. I may have read and researched all of your work. I hope that doesn't affect your opinion of me. Only for the better. I laugh. Gosh, I realized I didn't ask anything about you or your meeting. How was it? Very good. Some people from a European delegation, we gave them a presentation and video chatted some field offices. They gave twice the amount we expected. Congratulations, that's amazing. Our food arrives and we take our time eating and chatting. When the waiter comes by with the check, I realize it's already 4. Time with him flows so easily. You have to go back to the office, I'm sure, right? But I'll see you at home. I'm preparing myself for disappointment. Cedric stands up and offers me his hand, and he winds his fingers through mine as we exit the cafe. Tingles spread up my arm from the contact. Well, I was thinking, I could play hooky the rest of the afternoon. Want to take a walk in the park? I'd love to. I take a deep breath, my thoughts whirling as I wonder like a schoolgirl if the man I like is genuinely courting me. Only in this case, he's my husband.
Chapter 19. Cedric. In the grand hallway of the palace, on a visit to check on my father and give updates on the charity and my love life, I'm sure the face of King Francis himself, about 2 decades younger, looks down at me. Why would anyone commission this? I ask myself, shaking my head. It's a gaudy pop art portrait, painted in neon hues. He's dressed in a fur coat about 2 centuries too old and holds a scepter in his right hand, his face lit in pink, violet, and orange color blocks. The thought of commissioning a painting in this style makes my brain nearly explode. An ordinary portrait is bad enough. Even photo shoots can be a bit much for me. They're a necessary evil for the foundation, but for the royal family, it seems like an exercise in vanity. As I walk down the hall, there's a jeweled basket of fruit. a Fabergé creation that my father always loved. The banana is gold, while the apple is studded with rubies. There are blueberries in sapphire, and grapes in jade and amethyst. He made our personal quarters as a family quite cozy for my mother's preferences. But for his own purposes, he's always loved the pageantry of the position. There's no question who I took after. My mother always presented herself as if she were the most ordinary woman, despite being a queen. I think about what my life would have been if I weren't a royal, and immediately I get an image of meeting Ellie within the hospital walls or a field tent. I'm finding that every bone, tendon, and synapse in my body is pulling me toward thoughts of my wife. I wonder if we'd flirt or if we'd avoid each other. Maybe we'd be academic rivals in medical school. Would we date? Maybe we would fall in love. A light giggle echoes through the long hall, and the clatter of feet follows. Someone's feeling better, I see, here to visit Grandpa. Uncle Cedric, hi. Isha, my 7-year-old niece, runs over to give me a hug. I raise her up with her arms outstretched like a bird, and we nearly knock the bowl of fruit over. Hi, sweetie. It's good to see you. Isha, careful. You're going to break something. Ishmael's smile betrays the stern warning. He clearly adores his little girl. You be careful too, Cedric. He and Liza, his wife, approach holding hands, and he looks up at the painting of father. It might be for the best if somehow that got broken. He points to the brightly hued painting. You said it, not me. That's all I need, for Dad to think I desecrated a royal painting somehow. I place his daughter back on the ground and run my fingers through my hair, feeling beads of sweat on my forehead. Tough day? Ishmael asks. I laugh. What could be tough in the life of a prince? Ishmael gives me a brotherly glance. I'm one of the few who could answer that question honestly. I'm always here if you want to talk about it. There's an empty space where Isha just was, and a blur disappears behind a pillar with a laugh. You might have a higher priority at the moment. I point to the spot where Isha's hiding. Yeah, it would be embarrassing to have to file a missing persons report in my own family's palace. Ishmael power walks to catch up. He shouts into the mostly empty hallway. Isha, you didn't disappear through a magic portal, did you? I shake my head and laugh. You'll be here for a while, Ishmael? I have to talk with Dad, but I'd love to catch up later. He turns his head and calls out, I should be, if I don't get lost forever playing hide and seek. On the way to my father's quarters, I open the door into an empty room where my father once taught me chess. I expect there to be cobwebs, but it's spotless, even though it hasn't changed at all since I saw it last. You sentimental old fool, I say with a chuckle. So much about our lives has changed, but this room is a memory, frozen in time. There were bigger, fancier rooms with better technology, but this was always my favorite. Stripped down, as if it hadn't changed in 200 years. I find myself wishing Ellie were here so I could show her. And I think about bringing our own child here and holding Ellie's hand the way Ishmael held Liza's while we run after a spirited copy of ourselves. And then it dissipates. Is this just wishful thinking? Happy families are not built on contract marriages. But can I imagine stepping back if she wanted me to? I hear footsteps and I realize that I'm not alone. Reminiscing, are we? I turn to see Ishmael now unaccompanied in the hallway. Hey, fancy seeing you here. I figured I'd go up and see the old man, too. Maybe run interference if things with the two of you get heated. What are you doing in this old room? I shrug. Door was open, so I figured I'd go in. So many memories. It's funny, he says. You used to hate this place. Now you're getting nostalgic. I don't know about that. Maybe just examining the scene of the crime. I laugh to myself. Where'd your family go? They're not seeing Dad. Not right now. They're having lunch. Isha loves checking out the huge kitchen while the staff prepares. They love teaching her. And of course, Liza is a better baker than all of them. You know, I appreciate you coming up with me, but you should go back and join them. You don't have to be my defender. No, of course not. But I want to be your brother. I see them all the time. You, I see, when was the last time? Not too long. That day when I came in and Dad was trying to set me up with Ellie. Yeah, but I mean, before that, years maybe. And how are things with that? I sigh and fold my arms. I don't even know how I'd describe it. It's different from what you expected. I pull out a chair to one of the small desks, and Ishmael sits at the seat next to mine. Yeah, very. Marriage is hard, especially a marriage dad style. We both laugh, and I hope it doesn't carry into the hallway. I don't need my father coming in to investigate the commotion. Yeah, exactly. Are you not getting along? Ishmael looks serious, his analytical mind always working. No, we are. That's maybe the problem. That's a problem? He grins at me. I mean, my marriage was getting back together with the love of my life, who jilted me. So we had a rocky reunion before things got better. But getting along too well was not one of our problems. Oof, thank God it worked out. I lower my head. But I don't know if my story will end as happily. She wanted a baby. I agreed to be the father. I get funding, we're all happy, but... I might be getting too attached. It's a transaction, and I'm treating it like it's real. We agreed to a year together for the funding and for the baby. But after that, he pats my shoulder. Things don't always work out as planned. Sometimes they're better. I widen my eyes. I mean, when you're lucky. You at least had been romantic with Liza? Yeah, but she left me without saying a word, and then I had to find her and ask her to marry me right away. That's not the best start to a relationship, especially finding out. Surprise, you have a kid. I was so pissed that she hid that from me. At least your child will have always had a dad. Yeah, but I might only get the beginning and miss out on the rest. Yours is better in the long run. I dropped my head and looked down at the floor. She was planning to have a child on her own, not with a man. I don't know how much she wants one. Just remember, Cedric, all of us went through the same thing. I think you can make the best of any situation. I think all 5 of us can. I think no matter what happens, you'll figure out the best thing. But what if I don't? What if she regrets not just doing it along with the fertility clinic? I look up at him and I see a warmth spreading across his face. I have never seen you worry so much about a girl not liking you. First, it's impossible. You're too charming. Second, what? Is someone catching feelings? I hold up my hand in dismissal, but my smile betrays me. I mean, we were always so close as kids, and now she's beautiful and accomplished and so similar to me. And really, she's a lot like Mom. I pause. But it's for the child and for Dad, not for me, not for love. But maybe it could be. Maybe it already is. Oh, come on, you're crazy. But there's no conviction in my words. Look, he says, it may have started out one way, but you've seen us brothers. Things change, and it seems like for you they're changing now. You're falling in love. My face is sealed tightly, not wanting to betray any emotion. If he can tell, can Ellie? He continues. And maybe she's getting feelings too. You've been through a lot together in a short amount of time, and that's after having spent so many years being close. It might not be as crazy as you think. I think you need to have a real conversation with her. I bring my eyes down, looking at the individual grooves in the floor tiles. Maybe. But I don't want her to change her mind. I don't know what would happen with the funding, or with the baby. Can I ask you a personal question? Ishmael puts his finger on his mouth. I nod. Is she pregnant? I shake my head slowly. I don't think so. I'm not sure. So, talk to her. If she's appalled, you only have Dad to deal with, and she can walk away. But I have a feeling. Who has a feeling? Comes a booming, jovial voice just outside the classroom. Dad, Ishmael yells. We were just coming to see you. I should hope, because it's... He looks at his gold wristwatch, studded with precious jewels. 20 minutes after you said you'd be here. Time flies when you're questioning everything about your life.
Chapter 20, Ellie. Cedric walks into the kitchen, adjusting the sleeves of his jacket. He looks so sharp in the suit, my teacup almost misses my lips looking at him. "You're leaving?" I ask after a sip. "I thought we'd spend the day together." "Morning to you too. How are you?" "Wonderful, thank you." I flash him a bright smile. "I wish we could spend the day together. But the work of a prince is never done. I have a few more meetings with Ishmael and the palace staff about some family land. Nothing big. You're sure you'll be fine? Any plans for today?" Let's see. Worrying about this no-show pregnancy and stressing over how I feel about you. I nod, quickly grasping for an actual answer. Liza asked me to help her with something this week. I need to check my calendar to confirm. "Oh, good. So you won't be bored without me." He grabs a piece of toast from the table and starts to leave, blowing me a kiss. "True. I don't know how I managed before I met you." I blow him a kiss back and he catches it. I sink deeper into the chair and stare down at my empty belly, trying to will a baby to materialize so that it could occupy my thoughts instead of Cedric. I hear his car start and pull out of the long driveway. "See you later," I whisper. Liza confirms our plans to plan for the autism fundraiser, and I'm glad I remembered correctly. I can't blame pregnancy brain yet. And it'll distract me from my uncertain feelings about Cedric, and maybe I can ask Liza for some advice. "I saw him the other day at the palace," she tells me. I immediately want to ask if he talked about me, but I don't want to risk finding out he didn't. "How did he seem?" "A little stressed, but good." "Stressed because of me?" I vow not to ask her more questions, although I'm dying to follow up. "No, Ellie, you're already making yourself crazy." In the days leading up to the school event with Liza, I actually run into Cedric at the palace more times than I see him at home. I feel like I just saw my crush in the hallway, and I want to hide in a locker. "I thought I recognized that head of hair," I say, when I nearly crash into him in one of the large halls. He has a phone plastered to his ear but turns around and holds a finger up at me. I desperately want to run my hands through his locks. A clinic without bandages is like a trail full of ditches. Both are impossible to run, so maybe let's consider switching suppliers for now. "All right, we'll talk soon." He pops the phone into his pocket and looks at me. There's an awkward silence as he mulls over something. "Another princely matter to attend to? More land distribution?" This time, it's a philanthropy conversation about the Royal Trust. How about you? "Planning an event for a special needs school with Liza and some of the staff. And now about to head home. Anything you want for dinner?" "About that. I'll be a bit late coming home. Do you mind too much?" I steady my insides with deep intakes of breath. "Of course not. Completely understandable." "Maybe we could order in. Thanks, Ellie. You're great." He turns around and I hear him saying hello to someone on the phone as he walks away. Nothing about the way he leaves me there alone feels like I'm great. And everything about his cavalier demeanor upon seeing me thrashes at my heart. Maybe I really am building this up too much. I hold back the tears until I'm at home. I've been so consumed with confusion about how I feel about him, and how he feels about me, if he feels anything at all, that I've been unable to make much of a dent in all the work I have to do. Thank God for the event with Liza. Otherwise, I really would be going crazy obsessing about him. Not even a cold water cleanse revives my tired face. I'm hoping makeup will disguise my sorry state, but they haven't invented cosmetics that effective yet. Cedric must think I look terrible, God, if he's even noticed. Cedric is already gone for the day for an early morning meeting, and I have to be at the school by noon. I pick out the dress I had in mind and look at the mirror in horror. When did I lose all this weight and in all the wrong places? My arms hang out to the side as I twirl and turn. The dress hangs on me like a bag on a stick. Not flattering at all, but there's not much I can do besides use some safety pins to cinch it around me tighter. Thank God I'm going as Liza's assistant and not as a royal princess. I don't know if anyone would even believe it, given how I look. The venue is a school for children with special needs, which has been decked out with balloons and streamers lining the glass walls and ceilings. Sunlight pours over the tables, strewn with enrichment toys, and a smattering of children who are being honored are running in bright outfits. I recognize a few of my other sisters-in-law, and they recognize some people who I've never seen before in my life. I feel like I'm at sea, but Liza steadies me. "It's wonderful to see you," Liza says, giving me a hug, although she holds me like I might break. Later, when it's time for a photo op, a toddler taps her palms against my thighs, and she raises her arms for me to pick her up. I balk at her weight, and I strain to lift her. I can barely hold her. When did I get this weak? Relief floods through me when the photographer says we're finished. I lower the child like a boulder. Liza pulls me to a secluded bench in a hallway. What's going on? You don't look like yourself. I feign surprise. In what way? Everything's fine. Ellie, I just saw you picking up that kid. Your face is sinking into itself. I'm worried. I promise I'm fine. She cocks her head. I don't know if I believe you. I sigh, unsure of how to express my fears, but decide to open up to her. We've been trying. It's not happening. I know how badly you want this. So bad. And I know how long and hard the journey can be if our attempts don't work. She throws her hands around me and I cling to her. That's a big load to carry by yourself. Have you shared it with Cedric? I shake my head. No wonder you look this way. A problem shared is a problem solved. Always remember that. I nod, but there's no way I could share my insecurities with him. There's a part of me that fears that a problem shared is in fact a problem doubled. It's hard to concentrate on the rest of Liza's words, but I try. Hard as it might be to hear right now, there's a time for everything. Maybe my time is slipping away. I choke on the last word. Don't say that. The pity on Liza's face consumes me. Am I that pathetic of a sight? I feel a tremble through my chest. Thank you for your concern, Liza. Really, I appreciate the talk. Anytime. I'll take you home in a few minutes. You look like you could rest. You might be right. I hold the edge of the bench and pull myself up way too fast. The wall spins, and my head turns woozy. That can't be a good sign. My feet stumble sideways. Ellie, you okay? Her voice sounds like a far-off echo. My vision blurs. My head sways like a pendulum, faster and faster. Then everything fades to black.
Chapter 21. Cedric. My fingers turn into a metal claw around my phone. There's no mistaking the message from Liza. Ellie fainted at the fundraiser. She was rushed to Queen Amaranta Hospital. She wasn't looking too good the whole time. All my senses kick into action like a cloud of exhaust. I storm out of work without an explanation or second thought. The whole drive to the hospital, one hand stays firmly on the steering wheel, while the other hand alternates between hanging out the window and running through my hair. Panic and worry take turns taunting me. Please let her be okay. I wonder if this could be something serious. I know the expression that when a doctor hears hooves, he should assume it's horses, not zebras. But still, I've been in medicine long enough to know that it's not always nothing. I try to call her, but unsurprisingly, no one picks up. Ellie Lawson, I state at the front desk. Right this way, Prince Cedric. A nurse plucks me from reception and rushes me to her room, giving me a rundown that concludes with the fact that they're still finishing running some tests. Ellie's on the bed when I step into the room, still as a block of ice. Her eyes are shut and there's a blanket up to her chest. My very own sleeping beauty. Ellie? I shut the door with my foot and walk to her side. Quiet. She's hooked up to an IV, and only the sporadic drops of liquid can be heard in the room. Her beautiful face is blank, sunken around the eyes and hollow in the cheeks. I look around the room and begin to pace from the bed to the door and back. A mix of fear, sadness, and hope flickers through my veins. She'll be fine. It's only stress, says one line of thought. Why weren't you with her? This could have been avoided, goes another. What if you never see her again? Shut up, Cedric. Be a doctor, not an idiot. My eyes bore into her. I long for her hazel ones to open and stare back at me. I stroke the side of her face with my fingers. Can you hear me? I ask. I can, but I don't think you're asking me. I look up and Liza saunters in. Sorry, I had to step out for a moment to call Ishmael. He should be here soon. I nod, then turn back to Ellie. You really care about her, don't you? Liza says, smiling. She'll be okay. I hope so. I don't know how long I stand there with my fingers against her skin, but when her eyelids do eventually flutter open, it seems like the end of a lifetime of waiting. My shoulders slacken as if a weight has been lifted. At the same time, I feel a strong internal punch in my chest. You're awake. Her expression is blank, but she eyes me curiously. Her eyes narrow as she takes me in. I immediately recognize that I'm way too close for comfort. I clear my throat and step back. There's no denying the awkward energy between us. Our eyes stay locked for a long minute. I'm unsure of what to say or what she thinks of waking up to me hunched over her, stroking her face. The benefit, she whispers. I stand with my hands folded behind my back. It's probably over by now. You're in the hospital. Oh. Her eyes flicker around the room, stopping at Liza. I'm sorry I made you leave. You didn't make me do anything. I wanted to come with you. Are you kidding? Ellie's eyes then come back to search my face, as if Liza isn't in the same room. The air between us is a heavy bubble. I'm contemplating how to address the intensity of emotions between us when the door bursts open. The moment is lost. Both our eyes fly to the doctor, who walks in and sits on a stool. Glad to see you're awake, he says, and flips through a chart. Then he feels her forehead. No fever, good sign. He starts to scribble something on the chart. My gut clenches as we await the verdict, and my eyes lock on Ellie's face. I'm sure today has been a bit of a scare, but I have some good news. He pauses dramatically, and we look at him, waiting for him to speak. Ellie, my dear, you're pregnant. The world screeches to a stop as the words begin to register. Ellie looks like she's been brought back from the brink by defibrillator paddles. How the hell am I supposed to react after everything happening? And so much uncertainty, and such strong feelings for Ellie. I don't believe it, Ellie says. A smile spreads on her lips. She dabs her fingers on her eyes, but they overflow. We did it. I graze her cheek with one hand, while my other one finds hers and grips her fingers. Her grip on me is deathly, surprisingly strong for someone who was passed out moments ago. No wonder I felt so terrible. It makes sense, but it never clicked. I stopped taking the tests because I was too demoralized seeing them come up negative. I wish she would have told me she wasn't feeling well. Well, now we know why, I guess, I respond. Her smile drops a notch as she catches the edge in my tone. She lets her fingers slip from mine. A shadow of sadness passes over her face. I see the same fears and uncertainties I feel written across it. The doctor senses our expressions. Naturally, you'll have a lot of questions as new parents. Even health professionals like you will find it's very different on the patient end of things. He gives a small laugh. Oh, I definitely have a lot of questions. Chief amongst them is, how much will pregnancy complicate our already complicated scenario? The doctor seems to read my mind. Dad, you now have one job, and that's to take care of Mom. I move closer to her and reach for her hand so we look like a united front. My first chance to practice the advice the doctor just gave me. At the same moment, she puts that very hand on her belly. I hope it's not a sign. The door bursts open, and I'm grateful for the interruption and the awkwardness. But then my brothers and their wives pile in, and I know the awkwardness is just beginning. What are you all doing here? I ask, genuinely shocked. We wanted to make sure you were doing okay, Ellie, after you collapsed. Are you feeling better? It's Vivian, Caesar's wife, who was at the event. A little, especially since we know the reason I was feeling so faint. The room gives questioning looks, and Ellie and I both smile. She answers by putting her hand to her belly, and I proudly gesture toward the now invisible bump that could start showing before we know it. My sisters-in-law all erupt in squeals, and my brothers give me grins and thumbs up. Welcome to Team Parenthood, bro, Ishmael says with a clap on the back. Everyone follows with hugs and congratulations. I'm amazed at how fast the news has spread. Thank you for the warm welcome. I smile as Liza pats my shoulder, but inside I'm not so confident. I'm exuberant, sure. But now I'm beset with even more uncertainty. Will this bring us closer or further apart?
Chapter 22, Ellie. As soon as I wake up, I know something is wrong. When I lift my head up, the whole room seems to move with me. It almost feels like I'm on a boat or something. The feeling only gets worse, and something tells me that I have only seconds to get to the bathroom. I cover my mouth, trying to hold it back as best as I can as I run to the toilet. Luckily, I make it with seconds to spare before hurling into the porcelain bowl. Tears roll down my cheek from the retching. This is not how I wanted to start the day. I was really hoping yesterday's morning sickness was a one-time thing. It's only been 3 days since finding out I'm pregnant, and already it begins. Ellie, are you okay? Don't come in, I shout, swinging the bathroom door closed. Cedric seeing me like this is the last thing I want. I'll keep that from happening for as long as I possibly can. Okay, I won't, but do you need anything? I think for a moment, but all I really need is to be alone right now, especially as I feel another wave of nausea coming on. No, I'm okay, I'll be out in a minute. Thank God his footsteps are receding when my body can't hold it back any longer. It takes another 10 minutes of this before I feel well enough to stand. Once I do, I immediately grab the toothbrush and get to scrubbing. Then I follow that with a shower and a change of clothes. Once I'm as refreshed as possible while still feeling like death, I head out of the room and into the kitchen down the hall. Cedric's house is huge and about as nice as you would expect a prince's to be. It feels weird to be surrounded by such wealth all the time. I'm not used to it. Not on this level, at least. Good morning! I jump at the voice, having not expected him to be in here. He's sitting at the breakfast nook, a newspaper in hand. I'm not sure if I'd call it a good one, but it's definitely morning. I'm sorry, morning sickness? Yeah, I think it's worse today. Can I make you something small to eat, or are you not hungry? I think for a moment. I do feel hungry, but I'm not sure if eating something is the right idea. I think I'm okay for now, but I'll make myself a cup of peppermint tea. That should help. Let me make it for you. You should sit. I can do it myself. No, really, I insist. Cedric, I'm fine. Honestly, I can do it myself. Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm helpless. I can tell by the look on his face that it came out harsher than I intended. He nods and goes back to his paper. As I prepare my tea, I find myself wishing that I could take it back, but he barely seems bothered as he brings his mug to his mouth. Once my tea is done, I take my cup and begin walking out of the room. I think I'll take it easy today. I'll be in the library down the hall. Okay, just let me know if you need anything. For some reason, I don't understand. Those words spark a fire in me, but I ignore it. As I enter the library, a sense of calmness washes over me despite my nausea. It's so beautiful in here, not stuffy or dark like your typical library. There are floor-to-ceiling windows lining one wall, and shelves line all the others. I grab a book on ancient medical rituals and take a seat by the window, carefully sipping my tea and closing my eyes. But as soon as I swallow, I can feel it. Oh my! I jump up and run to the nearest garbage can, all the way across the room. As soon as I reach it, I hurl out my guts. Fuck this, I whisper, sobbing after 10 more long minutes of vomiting. My heart rate picks up when I hear footsteps. I wipe my mouth and face the door. Concern is etched into every crevice of Cedric's face as he sees me. I'm sorry I heard you. Oh God, really? Are you disgusted? No, of course not. I just wanted to help. I stare at him, anger returning to me once more. There are so many things I want to say to him, to discuss with him, but I'm not in the mood or physical condition for it right now. I told you that I'm not helpless, Cedric. I never said you were, but that doesn't mean I can't be here for you. I never said I needed you to be. Well, I know that, but I thought I'd try. Remember what the doctor said? You're carrying my child. We can get a nurse from the palace to come over if you want someone attending you. It doesn't have to be me. Why? There's nothing wrong with me. Morning sickness is normal. I know that, Ellie. I'm a doctor, remember? But maybe there's something they can give you. Anything they can give me, I already know about. This is my line of work too, remember? He presses his lips together, and it's obvious that I'm starting to get to him. But no matter how badly I want to stop, I can't. The words just keep coming out. And why would I see a nurse from the palace? I know plenty of great nurses. I could just go out and see one. Yes, but why leave if you don't have to? Because maybe I don't need to be treated like a doll. He flinches but steps closer to me. Ellie, calm down. Why, so I can be a good little princess who doesn't have thoughts and feelings? No, Ellie, because it's not good for you, and you don't deserve to feel this much stress. As I stare at him, all I can think about is how scared I am. Scared that if I tell him how I really feel, he'll reject me. Scared that he'll never see me as anything more than a means to fulfill his father's wishes. What will happen after the year is over, when I've fallen even more head over heels for him, and he wants to find his own wife for real, one who's noble enough to be up to his standards? How will I raise my child amidst that hurt? That's not how I want the start of motherhood to look. It should be the happiest time of my life. Instead, I'm worrying about rejection, which is insane. I don't know why I agreed to this. Maybe I should have just gone through the fertility clinic. Cells in a vial can't set off my temper like he can. When the words pop up in my head, I can't hold them back. I throw them at him like a knife. This marriage was a mistake. I watch as his face crumples from confusion to pain. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. Better this than telling him how I really feel. At least, this way, I know exactly how he'll react. And if I have the power to hurt him, maybe I mean something. Ellie, why would you say that? This is exactly what you wanted, what we wanted. You're pregnant, and while it's certainly been a rough start so far, that doesn't mean that the entire pregnancy is going to be this way. No, this isn't about the pregnancy, it's about being your wife. It's stifling. Living in your royal shadow, it's too much for me. I can't go anywhere or do anything without feeling watched. I feel like I'm the child, needing permission, someone always knowing what I'm up to. I can't live my life like a normal person. He opens his mouth but closes it. It's the look in his eyes that gets to me. Betrayal, shock, pain. Cedric did nothing to deserve this from me. He's been nothing but kind this entire time, and here I am trying to hurt him. This isn't right. As we stare at each other, I wonder if maybe he wouldn't reject me. Could he feel the same way? Maybe if I just told him that I'm starting to fall for him, it would all work out. Maybe I'm freaking out over nothing. But I can't make myself open my mouth. I can't take the risk. A weight settles over me, and I feel exhausted, drained. I know that some of these emotions are probably from hormones, but I can't stop them. I don't know what to do. And Cedric doesn't give me time to figure it out. Instead, he gives me one last look, turns around, and walks out. Another wave of nausea takes over me, and one thought wraps itself around my brain as I wrap my arms around the trash can. He doesn't care.
Chapter 23. Cedric. I thought you might appreciate some fresh air. I call from the window to Ellie, lying on our bed. I almost laugh at seeing such an unbecoming scowl come over such a beautiful face. I don't know how she can get pissed off at the act of opening a window, though. After the fight yesterday, though, I'm not sure I know what to expect from her at all anymore. It came out of nowhere. I just want to start over and talk about it. But her demeanor has gotten more and more icy and distant. She picks up a pillow and hugs it to her chest. Thanks, she mutters while looking away, avoiding eye contact. I didn't quite get that, I say, approaching the bed. I'm cold. Still no eye contact. She throws the pillow off, gets up from the bed, and disappears into the bathroom with a loud bang of the door to mark her exit. Was it something I said? I ask the empty room, still a little spooked. I mean, we exchanged words yesterday, but that doesn't mean the same fight should continue to escalate even today. I walk up to the bathroom door and wrap my fingers against it. Ellie? The toilet flushes on the other side, but she says nothing. I lean my forehead against the wood. I meant no harm. I shouldn't have assumed. I know you must be tired. My jaw clenches when I hear the tap run, but there's still no response. Maybe she was right yesterday. Maybe this was a mistake. But it's too late to do anything now. Maybe it's good that it's only a year if this is her attitude. 20 minutes later, the door opens and an impassive face has replaced the scowl. She looks everywhere but at me. She crawls back onto her side of the bed and gives me her back. I drag the covers up and wrap them around her shoulders, but she promptly kicks them off. Hey, I palm her shoulder. You said you were cold earlier. She shrugs me off without turning around. I didn't ask to be covered. I just asked for some peace. Can I have that, please? It might as well be a snarl. I move back a little. See, that's the thing. Do we have to drag last night's argument to today? Can we move on or find common ground? Not right now. It's like a slap in the face. Fine, but we need to discuss this later. There's a lot we need to discuss. She pulls the covers onto herself, and I head to the kitchen, shaking my head. This is not the Ellie I know. After a cup of coffee, I decide to make her favorite meal. Well, her favorite breakfast. Cinnamon crepes. The large kitchen is devoid of staff this morning, so I can work alone, uninterrupted. So good, I say while plating my final product. If this medicine thing doesn't work out, I garnish it with apple slices and take it to her on a tray. If my words can't do the trick, maybe this will. She sits up and looks at me blankly. What's that? Cinnamon crepes, also called breakfast in bed. I balance the tray against my hip and leave it on my side of the bed. She doesn't protest, but doesn't look as pleased as I would hope. The smile I was anticipating never materializes. She reaches down with the fork to grab a bite, and immediately she drops it down, sprinting straight for the bathroom instead. She closes the door and I can hear the sound of her retching. Not a great sign. Sorry, I'm sure it's delicious, but the smell. I try not to react and help her back to bed, expecting her to slap my hand away based on everything else. She settles in, looks at the food, and immediately gags. It must be the cinnamon, she says. One hand clutches her stomach and the other covers her mouth. I can't, it's everywhere. I'm going to a guest bedroom. You want any help? I can tell by the look that the answer is no, and I give her back the same scowl she gives me. I wait for her to leave, then look for a member of staff who can clean up. That was not how that was supposed to go. I take a walk in the garden to clear my head, and an answer literally stands in front of my face. I gather the flowers that smell sweetest and least offensive, more importantly, and arrange them in a vase for her. I even add a few pieces of ribbon, reminding myself of my mother. She always had fresh flowers. I walk the wing of the home with guest rooms. I see one closed door and I know Ellie is behind it. I knock loudly, then let myself in before she answers. At this point, if everything I do pisses her off, I'm going to just approach things the way I want to. If I waited for her to open it, I'd be inconsiderate. If I opened it myself, I'd be intrusive. Too bad. She's seated at a dressing table with a phone in her hand. Her weary eyes drop from my face to the hand-picked flowers I've arranged in a vase. How are you feeling? Fine, how are you? Good, I brought you some flowers. Thought it might lift your spirits a little. I hold out the vase. You can put them on the bedside table. She points, then returns to her phone. Anything else, Your Majesty? For someone who doesn't like royal ostentation. I leave before she can say something else. I'm not in the mood. Her grouchiness is contagious. I give Ishmael a call. Dude, what should I do? It's like Jekyll and Hyde here. Maybe hide? Funny. I thought so. He chuckles. So, what's going on? My guess, pregnancy hormones. But basically, I'm Satan. That's what it feels like. I don't envy you. Thanks, but what should I do? He stops to think. I mean, my wife abandoned me when she was pregnant. So unfortunately, this isn't something I have experience with. No, believe me, you're fortunate. But my advice would be to give her time and space. Everything's new for her, and she's not used to being in this situation. But what if she thinks I'm avoiding her or resentful? Do what you can to support her, but don't make it worse. Not that I'm perfect. We're all flying blind here. I sigh. That does make me feel better, at least. Throughout the day, I struggle with keeping my distance. It's such a different dynamic from what we've had the last few weeks. Later that evening, I catch her in the kitchen going through cupboards and the refrigerator to try to cobble together a meal. Hey there, I say cautiously. The cinnamon removal has been successful. Not a trace in the bedroom. She doesn't look at me. I don't want to risk it, though. I think the guest bedroom is better. She pulls a box of crackers from a drawer and pours herself a glass of water. Sure, we can sleep in the guest room. She shakes her head. I'd rather be alone tonight if that's okay. She starts to walk out with her box hugged to her chest, holding her water. Wait, I say, and she turns around. Not tonight, Cedric. I'm undernourished and overwhelmed. The last thing I need is another fight. She says this without even facing me. Then she's gone. At least I'm not confused anymore about what we are. Right now, she's barely tolerating me. If we have a chance at all, I need to try to fix things. But I have no idea what the right thing is to do, and even less of an idea of what I'm fighting for. I'm not even sure what's really bothering her, but I know she'll just bite my head off if I try to find out. We'll see. Tomorrow's another day, and judging from this week, it'll probably be a bad one.
Chapter 24, Ellie. I knock again, looking out at the large circular driveway. No answer. Where is she? Cedric and Ishmael are hanging out, so it's easy for me to talk to Liza alone, which doesn't always happen. I look down at my phone. No new messages from Cedric. The door opens and Liza's standing there, almost ready to burst. "Oh!" Liza exclaims, gesturing me inside wildly as she stands aside. "Come in!" I'm sorry, I admit. I would have texted, but I can't think of a good reason why I wouldn't text. There's a very important lingering question on my mind, and I can't let Ishmael or Cedric know what it is. "Don't worry about it. I'm just glad to see you." She reaches out to give me a hug. I breathe a quiet sigh of relief as she turns away from me, letting me into the foyer of the estate. "I'm sorry it's such a mess," she says, leading the way to a pristinely kept living room. With Isha being sick, and the house is so new to me I don't even know all the ways around it yet. I nod, smiling sheepishly. I understand completely. It's a lot to get used to. It really is. She puts her hand on mine as she seats me down on the couch. "Can I get you anything to drink? Can of soda? Some tea?" "I'm fine," I say with a grimace. "I'm not planning on staying long." "Oh no? Just water then. How about?" I purse my lips together and nod indifferently. "I'll get you some water. One sec." The events of the past several days have been a whirlwind. It feels nice just to sit for a moment, alone. This is the first reprieve I've gotten from the situation since the event at the school. And after that, I haven't gotten a reprieve from anything, including myself. Especially myself. Liza emerges from out of the kitchen, her hands full. I make no attempt to hide my confusion. She's balancing a glass of water, a mug, and a can of grape soda. "You didn't really tell me what you wanted, so I thought I'd get you all three. I'm a little nuts that way." I can't help but laugh, and it's the first time I've let myself out of my funk in days. She produces 3 beautiful silver drink coasters, upon which she sets the 3 beverages. "Liza," I try to say, gesturing for her to sit down. "It's okay. I'm here to see you, not to have a beverage tasting." She laughs, then nods energetically. "You think I don't know what's going on?" Liza asks, an amused expression on her face. "I've been pregnant too. Slow down, relax for the baby." I want to point out that I've devoted my entire livelihood to ensuring the health and happiness of mothers and babies. I want to ask how she dares question my medical competence and maternal readiness. As I look up at her kind face, noting that she's been nothing but hospitable to me since I became part of the family, I'm faced with a stark realization. My God, I've been completely unreasonable. So instead of chastising her, I nod graciously. "You're right," I admit. "Thank you." And looking at the 3 choices placed before me, I realize that I'm incredibly thirsty, and I down the glass of ice water. It's the most delicious thing I think I've ever tasted. "So, now that you're hydrated," she pauses to give me a smile, "what's on your mind?" I feel terrible about my irritability with Liza, and I've only been here for a few minutes. With Cedric, it's been days of up and down aggression. Nothing passive about it. I've been horrible. "Oh, you know," I say, taking another sip. "Nothing much. Just needed some company, I guess." Internally, I'm screaming at myself. I want to tell her everything, but my fear gets the better of me. "Well, I'm glad I can provide you some." She lifts herself up off the recliner, and moving over to the window, closes the curtains. "Sorry, it was getting a bit bright." Something about it reminds me that I'm in a private space. If I can't trust Liza, who can I trust? "So when do you think Ishmael might be coming back?" She laughs heartily. "I don't know. Need to talk to him? No, kidding. I was pretty sure Cedric was the one who invited him out, so you'd know better than I would. I chuckle. I wonder what they're talking about, and whether Cedric might be telling Ishmael how crazy I am. I would want nothing to do with me if I were him. This whole thing is extremely confusing, I blurt out, and Liza looks surprised at the sound of my voice. I mean, I'm having Cedric's baby, and I don't have a fucking clue where I even stand with him. What are we? What do I mean to him? Am I crazy? Should I be okay with all of this? It's been screaming at me from the inside. And now that it finally escaped, I can't believe it took me so long. I have no idea whether I sound insane, but I couldn't go another minute without saying it. She starts laughing into her hands, at first softly and then maniacally. Maybe I'm not the only crazy one. She doesn't say anything through the random fits of laughter, and I don't know what's happening. Maybe she thinks it's a joke. Is it funny? I don't understand. But she brings herself to her senses, massaging her temples. No, it's just that you sound exactly like me. I narrow my eyes in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You and Ishmael seem like you never had crazy conversations like that. You have an 8-year-old, for God's sakes. An 8-year-old who we just met, 2 months ago for the first time? After we didn't see each other for a decade? Yeah, you're right. Your relationship might be less confusing than ours. I keep my lips pursed, thinking she's joking still. But her face doesn't break. She's serious. With me and Ishmael, it was really confusing. You know what helped? What? Talking about it with him. I sigh. He probably hates me now. I was horrible to him the last few days. Most things can be forgiven where there's love. With me and Ishmael, I went away for years without any way to reach me. And he still took me back. You've been moody to him for, a few days? My mind still seizes on the word love. As if that's even possible now. It's such a huge word. Yeah, but we don't have that history. You don't? She looks at me seriously, like a strict schoolteacher. Oh, right, we do. She smiles, then begins gesturing a little more calmly. What does your heart tell you? I'm still waiting for every new word that comes out of her mouth like my life depends on it. I don't know, I just wish I knew how... She deliberates, fighting with herself. How he feels, you mean? I nod slowly. I look down at the can of grape soda, and the thought of it entering my stomach nauseates me. I can barely look at her face. I'm too afraid of what it'll reveal about Cedric's feelings or lack of them. I really shouldn't what? I pounce on her, ready to strike. Well, I don't want to betray... Sister-in-law code. She laughs to herself and sighs. So, I happen to know the reason why Cedric is out with Ishmael right now. Because he hates me? She laughs even harder. No, to have the exact same conversation you're having with me right now. I swivel my head back up to her so quickly I make myself dizzy. What? If you just talk to each other, you'd figure it out quickly. So go talk to each other, please. I can't be the intermediary. I gawk at her. How do you know that? She smiles. Are you going to drink that soda? I shake my head. She picks it up and chugs it. My mind is running so fast, I'm making myself more nauseated. If he felt the exact same way I did, then I've not only been rejecting him, but humiliating him too. How come he wouldn't just walk out? Does he feel stuck with me because of the baby? But if Cedric were a jerk to me, I can't imagine not forgiving him. But this much of a jerk? Yeah. Liza sets the empty can back on the table. I can get you another one if you want, she says apologetically. It's fine. My stomach hates it anyway. So how do you think I know? Ishmael told me. And also when I see the two of you together, it's pretty obvious. I can feel the smile growing, even as I'm still trying to process it all. Trying and failing. So what are you going to do? Liza asks. I shake my leg nervously and sit in silence, trying to think. I've been terrible to Cedric. Sweetheart, you're pregnant. You have an excuse. No, I don't. I shake my head frantically. This has been worse than just hormones. I've been just nasty to him. I need to make it up to him. You might be a little stir-crazy, maybe. First going to the hospital, then the estate, and being locked up in the palace so often lately. Trying to follow her train of thought, I arrive at nothing. Maybe. But what's that got to do with anything? Maybe have a little time to yourself in town. Buy some things. You could cook him something. It might help you feel like yourself instead of a fairy tale princess, and you can bond like a real couple. Where 5 minutes ago I was trapped in a cage of my own making, now the world is completely open to me. Thank you, I replied. That might be just the thing.
Chapter 25, Cedric. Dr. Greg to radiology. Dr. Greg to radiology. The intercom clicks at the World Clinic facility in Virkas, which is one of the largest of the entire organization. I lightly tap my pen against the clipboard as a new patient takes a seat. A woman in her early 40s sits on the exam room table, distracting herself with her phone. I'm looking over my notes, Alice. Do you have a family history of heart disease? She shakes her head. But the chest pain was excruciating, Doc. It was bad. I can believe it. How are you feeling now? She thinks for a second, looking up from the phone as if it physically pains her not to. It must be a coping mechanism. It's embarrassing, but I feel fine. I nod. After all the tests, all the exams, I really just want to go home. There's no reason to be embarrassed at all. I, for one, am glad. Why's that? Because you came in when something physically seemed seriously wrong, and fortunately you're in excellent health. Never feel guilty about seeking medical treatment. The fluorescent light flickers slightly. The wind outside has been particularly aggressive. So what's wrong with me then? I sigh gently as my mind momentarily returns to Ellie. Here I have control. Here I know where I stand with people. Well, I have two pieces of good news and one piece of bad news, but the good news is much better than the bad news. She looks unnaturally worried for a moment. Oh, God. How long do I have? I stifle a chuckle. It's funny how quickly people's minds jump to the worst-case scenarios. I'm half tempted to have fun with it, but it's not the time. It's nothing like that. You're absolutely fine. She heaves a deep sigh of relief. Your heart is completely healthy. In fact, I'd like to know your secret. I smile, and she starts listing off what she does, and I interrupt. I was just kidding. I have a background in cardiology. She nods, forcing a smile. You had severe reflux, which may be related to anxiety. Do you experience it regularly? How did you know? The intercom replays the same message as earlier. Dr. Greg to radiology, please. Dr. Greg to radiology. Like I said, we deal with this a lot. But I'm afraid in your case, there is something we need to take care of. You mean the heartburn wasn't the bad news? I place the clipboard onto the counter, realizing I might be contributing to her nerves with my occasional tapping. The heartburn was part of the bad news, but I suspect the reason for the heartburn is a small hernia that we'll need to take care of. It's very low risk. Besides, you're in Solvaria, not America, so it will cost you nothing. I've known patients who get it all done in a day. Just because it's not an emergency doesn't mean it's not stressful, of course. Would it be okay if I got the surgery another day? I laugh a little and I wave my hands. No, you'd be scheduling the surgery anyway. We can arrange it with the reception. She nods. Thank you for your care, doctor. You really have a bedside manner. Thank you, Alice. I'll see you soon. Tell the front desk to schedule it within the next 2 weeks. If it's not me, it will be a surgeon who's even better. I smile and I shake her hand. She puts her hand on my arm and thanks me again before she leaves with a look of relief on her face. One of the best parts of medicine is knowing your very presence can give someone comfort. At home with Ellie, it seems like I do the opposite lately. If she continues to be so miserable, we may have to consider doing something about the arrangement. I can't continue with this setup knowing it's making her miserable. A soldier moving with efficiency walks past the doorway in full regalia, does a double take, and doubles back to the room I'm in. Prince Cedric, hello. Thomas, what are you doing at the hospital? Sir, he salutes. I know Ellie hasn't been feeling well, and I was alarmed. She hasn't been in the residence, and some of her things weren't there. I tried calling her number, but she didn't answer. I just wanted to alert you. Well, she's a grown woman. She's free to come and go as she pleases. This seems out of the ordinary. Even as I'm saying this, pretending to keep a cool head, I'm worried. Could she have left for good? I know you've been concerned about her health, and you asked me to keep a closer eye to make sure she has everything she needs. I have, you're right. And you checked the palace as well? I called security, and she hasn't arrived there. I walk up to the front reception desk. Regina, please have the residents on shift cover my patients for the day. I have to leave. Family emergency. Oh dear, I hope everything is okay. I'm out the door before I can give an answer. I hope so too. As I drive to our home, I find Thomas's matter-of-fact chatters soothing. He shows me how things were left, and we gather the security staff to locate her. I check my phone. There's a text from Ishmael thanking me for brunch, but nothing from Ellie. Where are you, Ellie? I climb the stairs up to the far tower and check the surveillance room. This is a lost cause, I say out loud as I rewind through footage. I notice a feminine form leaving through a side entrance, dressed casually in sunglasses and a hat. With some difficulty, I managed to track her through surveillance cameras and cell tower triangulation. It looks like she's just gone into downtown Virkus, not far from where I am now, actually. She's fine, I was panicking for nothing. Thomas gets an incoming message on his intercom as he sits with me in the car. She's been spotted in the Verdure Market downtown? Great, I'm on my way there, I reply back, leaning over. The market? We have an entire staff for that. I have the sudden realization that my accompanying her into a guest room was too much of an intrusion for her to accept. How's she going to react to me following her all around the Capitol? Maybe it's for the best. If the relationship is on a collision course, better to get it out of the way now.
Chapter 26. Ellie. I walk through the aisles, browsing not only the shelves but the people as well. I miss being normal like them, going to the store whenever I want, going anywhere whenever I want. I also miss being able to walk around the grocery store without feeling tempted to heave at any given moment from the smell. Both could be problems that will resolve with time, though. And for all of the changes in my life, Cedric should know that on the balance I'm so much more grateful for all he's done for me than resentful. I'm making him a filet mignon to thank him with fresh vegetables and homemade bread. Simple but perfect. But Mom, you said I could pick out a snack. A little girl tugs on her exhausted mom's dress, pouting. Yes, sweetie, I know, but you're allergic to peanuts, so you can't get that one. The little girl sobs, unable to understand. I can't believe I'm smiling at the sight instead of looking on with dread, but something about it makes me eager to be a mom. I love the idea of having a daughter, even one who's driving me crazy. My smile lingers as I leave the aisle, heading towards the meat and seafood section. I've already picked up my butternut squash, fresh greens, and ingredients for bread. Now all I need is steak and herbs. Everything else I'm sure Cedric already has in his kitchen. I approach the meat section, examining the packages until I find a perfect size for each of us. Large for me, small for him. Thank God my morning sickness hasn't reared its head today, even though I've thought it might a few times. Excuse me, miss. Would you like to try my samples today? My thoughts are interrupted by an elderly woman standing behind a cart with multiple types of cubed cheese on display. My mouth waters just looking at them. I'd love to, I say, shooting her a smile. How are you today? Oh, I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. Here, try these 3. They're my favorites. She hands me a tiny cup with 3 cubes in it. I take it from her and bring the cup to my nose to make sure it's not going to make me sick. The lady gives me a peculiar look and I laugh, my hand going to my belly. Morning sickness. I know it well. Had it with all 3 of my girls. Did it go away? For the first one, not until the very end. With the other 2, it was much milder. I hope it goes away soon. I pop one of the cheeses into my mouth. Oh, but this is delicious! And Here, take some more. I'm about to close up for the day and I can only eat so much of it myself. Thank you so much. I didn't realize how hungry I was until now. Ooh, I'll buy a few blocks of each too. I put them into my cart, say goodbye, and hunt down the next aisle for the rosemary. Once I find it, I grab a little bit of thyme as well, holding it up to my nose and smelling it. As I'm about to head up front towards the checkout, I feel like I'm missing something. I stop to think, looking around the store. Garlic! I nearly shout. I whip my cart around and head back the way I just came. The thought of it makes my stomach rumble. I don't want to risk the chance of Cedric being out. Once I grab the garlic, I head back up to the front, practically whistling. I'm eager to show Cedric how much I appreciate him with this dinner. It's the perfect way to finally have the conversation I've been postponing for so long. He didn't do anything to deserve my treatment, and he needs to know that. But that's not the big thing. Tonight, I need to tell him how I feel. As I'm waiting in line, I spot the little girl and her mom once more. The girl has a giant sucker in her mouth and a huge smile on her face as she holds her mom's hand. The mother looks content, wearing a matching smile and looking down at her daughter and the baby she's carrying. It gives me a feeling of hope, seeing this. Everything will be all right if I just give it time. Cedric and I are good together. I hope he agrees, especially after the last few days. And if he doesn't, we'll deal with it. I pay at the counter and grab my bags, about to walk out. I stop dead when I hear shouting behind me. The elderly lady from the cheese cart is arguing with a tall man. He reaches out and pushes her forcefully. She lands on the ground and I don't even think. I immediately drop my bags and rush towards her. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" She groans, her hand reaching for her back. I whip my head toward the man, anger taking over me. My attitude with Cedric seems like a spring day compared to the rage I feel right now. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Apologize to her." As soon as I say it, his eyes land on me, and I know I've made a mistake. He lunges, and before I can even react, he has me in his grasp. I scream, fear seizing all of my emotions. He shakes me, his eyes appearing bloodshot as he opens his mouth and speaks. Spit flies out of his mouth and hits me in the face. "Who do you think you are?" he shouts. I can't even open my mouth to say anything back. I feel completely frozen in fear as I realize how dangerous this situation might be. My thoughts instantly go to the unborn baby inside of me, and tears well up in my eyes. "You're not so tough now, are you?" the man asks, shaking me again, an evil grin spreading across his face. His grip on me is so hard that I can feel his nails digging in. I begin to struggle, thinking that maybe somehow I can get away, but this only makes him angrier. He lets go of my arms and wraps his hands around my throat instead. My eyes widen as he tightens his hands around my neck, slowly constricting my airway. "Please," I try to say, but it barely comes out. Around us, I hear people yelling and screaming for him to put me down, but one by one, those voices begin to slowly fade away. I stare at his dark brown eyes, feeling utterly defenseless. This man is going to kill me. I'm going to die before I even get to tell Cedric how much I love him. Someone comes into my line of vision, and I shift my focus to see that it's a guard, several actually. "Let her go!" "Drop her right now." Their voices fill the air, and I look to the man. I can see the fury in his eyes, but there's something else there too. Fear. "Back away," he shouts, gripping me tighter. At this point, I can barely breathe at all. I try struggling, but this only makes it worse. My vision starts to blur around the edges, and a ringing sound begins in my ears. Suddenly, he lets go of his hold on my neck, and for a moment, I actually think I've gotten lucky, and that he's going to leave me alone. But the feeling of relief is short-lived as he spins me around and crushes me against his chest. I'm facing away from him, and I can see all of the guards and a small crowd of people gathered behind them. Their faces reflect the fear that I'm feeling inside. One of the guards steps forward, and I see his eyes widening just as I feel the cold steel press against my temple. A gun. "Don't get any closer!" my captor yells. Even though he's no longer constricting my airway, I feel like I can't breathe again. I hold perfectly still and squeeze my eyes shut, not wanting to see what happens next, even though I know not seeing it won't change anything. "Please let her go." As soon as I hear the voice, I'm sure that it's a hallucination. It can't be real, because how could he possibly be here? When I open my eyes, he is. It's Cedric, and he's just a few feet away.
Chapter 27. Cedric. As soon as I enter the market, I see them. A man holding Ellie against him, a gun to her head. Panic and desperation flood my senses, and I do the only thing I can think of, rushing forward and planting myself right in front of them. "Let her go now." The man looks me up and down and sneers. I'm angry that this man is holding a gun to the head of the woman I love, but more than that, I'm scared that he's going to do something that cannot be taken back, and I'll do anything to prevent that from happening. I stare at her terrified face, trembling beneath his touch. My eyes drift down to her stomach. I had almost forgotten that he would be taking 2 lives, not 1. Police officers swarm the building and yell, guns drawn. The crowd lurches back from them, but I run as fast as I can toward them. That's my wife, I tell them. One of the cops stares me down, while the other immediately jumps into action. Sir, we're going to do everything we can. Please let us do our jobs. All I can think is, then why are you all just standing here? My private guards catch up, offering help, and the store security is recounting some of the events to one of the cops. Someone reported him pushing an elderly woman, and when we got here, he was already holding the girl. A young woman nearby approaches. The woman, she tried to help the old lady, but the man got mad and he grabbed her. A cop a few feet away calls out to me. You're one of the princes. Prince Cedric, right? The young woman witness gasps, immediately stepping back. I sigh. This is the last thing I need. But I suppose there was no avoiding it. Yes, I lean in closer to him, speaking quietly. I'd like it if you didn't say that so loudly. This isn't about me right now. As I said, that girl is my wife. Now, what are you planning on doing? Prince Cedric, there's something you should know. This man has a record. It's not pretty. He escaped, and we've been looking for him. What kind of a record? Assault, murder, organized crime, light stuff. I turn back to where this man is holding the love of my life, the mother of my child. He's not just a dangerous man, he's a murderer. A murderer is holding a gun to Ellie's head. This changes everything. My hands start shaking. What are you going to do? We're still making a plan. I can't wait that long, I mutter. What? Another one of the cops asks. We need to do something immediately. I don't have the time to sit here and wait for you to come up with a plan. I'm going to try to negotiate with him. Your Highness, I highly advise against that. If he were to turn the gun on you, well, we aren't prepared for that. The king, if he knew that we allowed that to happen. That's what you fucking care about right now? The king? You're joking, right? There's a pregnant woman's life at risk right now, a member of the royal family, and you're worried about him? Sir, we didn't know. Yeah, no shit. I'm going in. I don't care. I turn to walk back to Ellie, but someone grabs my arm. Please, wait. We can do this without you getting hurt. Just let us do this our way. We know what we're doing. And yet you're standing here talking to me. At least put on a vest, Your Majesty. I walk away, unwilling to let them talk me out of this. As I approach Ellie, her tear-stricken face makes it hard to breathe. Baby, I whisper. Cedric, she whispers back, tears streaming down her face. Shut up, the man says, pressing the gun deeper into her. Ellie gasps, her eyes widening. Take me instead, I say. I can't stand to see the fear on her face. You're joking, right? What could I possibly want with you? I'm Prince Cedric. A collective gasp erupts around us. Yeah, fucking right. You think I'm going to fall for that? I'm not lying. I can show you proof. I pull my phone out of my pocket and do a quick Google search, bringing up a Wikipedia page dedicated to me, which includes a picture. I step closer, showing it to him. He quickly scans it before looking back at me. You're the prince. Yes, and I want you to release her and take me instead. You don't want to hurt her. No, Cedric, don't do this. Don't. I won't let you. Ellie sobs. Her begging breaks my heart, but if this man will listen to me, then I'm going to do this, no matter the risk. In this moment, I don't care about my own life. I only care about hers and the life of the baby she's growing inside her. The police start to close in, guns still raised. The man shifts on his feet, glancing at them nervously. I step back and turn to the nearest police officer. Tell your guys to back off. I've got this handled. Respectfully, sir, this is our job. Respectfully, that is my wife. And I'm telling you to back off. You're making him nervous, and that will only make him act even more irrationally. I don't want to take any chances, not while he has her. And what do you expect us to do once he has you instead of her? Just let him walk out of here with you? I think about it for a moment. I figured we could pay him a ransom. I hadn't gotten that far. But as I look back at Ellie, I know the answer. I don't care what you do once he lets her go. But until then, you will be cautious. Get your men to lower their guns. Once again, I return to Ellie. One by one, the cops surrounding us drop their guns. You can trust me, I tell the man. Just let her go and take me. Cedric, please. I ignore her, staring the man down. Cedric, Ellie sobs. Shut the fuck up! The man shouts into her ear. Ellie flinches, and the look of pure terror that flashes across her face is something I'll never get out of my head. He grabs her arm, digging his nails in so deep that she gasps, carving white streaks into her brown skin. Please, just let her go. My father, the king, he'll do anything you want, if you have me in your custody. I'm so desperate, I'll do anything just to get him to listen to me. It's a trap. I'm not going to fall for it. It's not a trap, I can promise you that. This is just me wanting to save my pregnant wife. She's pregnant? He narrows his eyes on me, as if he doesn't believe me. Yes, we just found out. We'd been trying for a little while. How come I haven't heard about this in the news? Something like that is usually broadcast everywhere. Because it's early, it's personal. It's only relevant information in situations where her life is in danger. Because you should know 2 lives are in danger. I look around at the cops and my personal guards, and everyone looks completely puzzled at the conversation that's happening. He shifts on his feet again, eyeing our surroundings. Please, sir, if you free her, maybe we can forgive this. The main police officer shoots me a nasty look, but I'm desperate. The gunman's gaze snaps to mine, and something in his eyes is different. Fine. No! Ellie cries out. She sobs uncontrollably. Come closer, he demands. I do as he says, stepping forward until I'm right in front of him. When I'm close enough, he grabs my arm and immediately points the gun at me, pushing Ellie away with his free hand. She stumbles away, nearly falling over. A nearby police officer grabs her, but she shakes him off, turning around to look at me. She shakes her head back and forth, her hand covering her mouth. Take care of her, I tell the police officer. The gun presses into my head, reminding me of the danger I've gotten myself into. It barely registers with me, because only one thing matters. Ellie's safe now. Chapter 28. Cedric. If I die, at least I'll leave this planet knowing that I did the right thing, that I saved the girl I love, and I'll only leave with 2 regrets. The fact that she will never know how much I love her, and the fact that I won't get to see our baby being born. Those are also 2 reasons I have to make damn well sure I stay alive. Ellie needs to know that from the first moment I saw her with my father, I knew. The man keeps the gun pressed against my head, and I'm doing everything I can to keep my cool. Panicking right now won't do me any good. Listen, if it's money you want, my father will pay any ransom. I hate showing my cards like this, giving this horrible person exactly what he wants. But if it's between that and dying, I'll choose the former. What am I going to do with money if I'm in prison for life? I speak firmly. He could potentially help you stay out of prison if you can reform. He can do pretty much anything he wants. I'm sure that would be within his power. Why would he do that? He presses the gun into me even harder, and I close my eyes for a second, trying to muster all the compassion that I can for this brute. I try not to think of what he might have done to Ellie, because I'm his son. And maybe what you really need is help, not punishment. And if help is what you do need, he has the power to monitor you if you're beyond help. But that's up to you. What, send me to one of those hospitals where they just drug me up for the rest of my life? That'd be worse than prison. No, not a hospital, something else. Something we can agree on. Why would you even want to help me? I could have killed your wife. Truth be told, I don't want to help him. He's assaulted multiple women and murdered a man. He obviously isn't sorry for any of that, considering he came straight here, hurt an elderly woman, and attacked a pregnant girl, then accepted her husband's offer to be a hostage instead, when he could have just let both of us go. This man doesn't want to be helped, nor does he really deserve it. But I'm acting as a hostage negotiator, not His Royal Highness Prince Cedric. I have a part to play, and I'm going to do my best to make it convincing. I'm a doctor. Helping people is all I do. And I know that things aren't always what they seem. Maybe you coming into this market today was what needed to happen, so you could get the help you need. How do I know that you're not going to turn around and do the exact opposite? You don't. You just have to trust me. The man scoffs. Maybe we can get someone here to draw up some papers, I start. Stop talking. He cuts me off, his grip on me tightening. And I look around, quickly finding Ellie. An endless stream of tears stains her face. She shouldn't be here. She should leave, not only for her safety, but so that she doesn't have to see whatever might happen to me. She'll never want for anything. She and my child will live an amazing life with endless opportunities available to them. I know I won't have to worry for her well-being. I do wonder what would have happened if I'd just told her earlier on. Maybe during our honeymoon or in the last few weeks. Maybe in the hospital when the doctor gave us the news. Maybe she wouldn't have walked into this market today, and both of us would be perfectly safe. No matter what way I look at it, I come to only one conclusion. This is all my fault. If something happens to me, I'll probably never know if she feels the same way. The hope I did have of this man letting me go is dwindling. Maybe I need to take matters into my own hands. Before I can finish that thought, one of the police officers approaches. "Stand back!" the man shouts. "Peter, I'm not going to hurt you," the officer says. "I just want to talk." Knowing the criminal's name doesn't humanize him the way I thought. It only makes me angrier. We all go through horrible shit, but that doesn't give anyone the right to start killing people. I refuse to be another life that Peter takes. While the police officer talks to him, I completely block out what he's saying. I focus on what I'm about to do and run over the plan in my head a few times, just to make sure it makes sense. I take one last look at Ellie, her beautiful hair that's gotten a bit longer over the past few weeks, her bright hazel eyes, her glowing dark skin, even more luminous since she got the pregnancy news. Everything about her calls to me, makes me want nothing more than to pull her in for a kiss. I use that image to drive me to action, to give me the courage for what I'm about to do. I tune back into the conversation between Peter and the cop. "You're lying! You're all lying!" Peter shouts. "Sir, please calm down. Everything I've said and everything Prince Vancourt has said is all true. We don't want anyone to get hurt here." Now, I hook one of my legs around his and twist at the same time as I grab for the gun. "Cedric!" Ellie screams. Peter reacts immediately, holding onto the gun as tightly as he can, making it impossible for me to get it from him. He rips it away from my grasp, but in the process, he loses his hold on me. I'm able to mess up his footing, causing him to almost fall. But he quickly regains control. I try to move away, dodging a punch aimed at me. But when I turn to run, he grabs the back of my shirt and pulls me toward him. Seconds later, I feel something hit the back of my head, and I'm dizzy. I fight through it, ripping myself from his grasp. I won't let him get a hold of me again. Guards and police officers all rush forward, some of them trying to grab me, others trying to disarm Peter. I turn around to see him smack one of them in the face with his gun, blood immediately spraying. I know I should walk away now while I can, but I just can't let him hurt anyone else. Each time I see him hit someone, my anger builds inside me. I pounce, grabbing Peter around the waist. "Cedric, stop, please!" I hear her voice, but I don't listen. I wrestle him to the ground, reaching for his gun. A nearby policeman helps by holding him down, but just as I'm about to grab the gun, he headbutts me, sending me flying backwards. I land on the ground in front of him, and he jumps to his feet. A guard lunges for him, but Peter dodges, looking around with a crazed expression on his face. I stand up, quickly spotting Ellie. She looks panicked, and I want nothing more than to go to her. I should go to her. But when I turn back around, I see another guard approach Peter. Peter raises his gun, and all rational thoughts leave my head as I jump in front of the guard. "No! Cedric! Cedric!" The pain is immediate. I fall to the ground, gasping. It's too much, and I'm struggling to keep my consciousness. Ellie's face appears above me. I see her mouth moving, but I hear nothing. Why can't I hear anything? Her tears hit my face, and I open my mouth to talk, to tell her how I feel about her, but nothing comes out. My vision starts to go blurry. I can feel my life slipping away, and there's nothing I can do about it. She's mouthing something over and over again. I try to focus on her lips, trying to read them. I love you. I hear it faintly just as my eyes close.
Chapter 29, Ellie. Why would you do that? I'm replaying the events of the past day in my head, and they still don't make sense to me. There was a gun to my head. And not only did Cedric trade his life for mine, he jumped in front of a bullet. What if he's dead? I've been thinking it over and over again obsessively in the waiting room for hours since we first arrived here and he was brought into emergency surgery. The image still haunts my mind, him sprawled out and unconscious on the ground like that, blood dripping out. Ishmael sits down beside me, my finger swirling around a cup of cold coffee. Nothing tastes right, and it isn't morning sickness. "How you holding up?" Ishmael asks, taking a sip from his own cup of coffee. It's not the first time I've been asked today, and I'm sure it won't be the last, and I still don't have a good answer. I look down at my belly and realize that I'm starting to show. I realize that the father might not see his son into this world, or daughter. I shrug. "It still doesn't make any sense," I reply. "None of it does." Ishmael nods sadly. "I know." Ishmael shakes his head and looks down at the ground. We Vanacore brothers do a lot of stupid things in the heat of the moment. But then, we can't really claim Peter was thinking rationally either. My face twists in disgust at the name, and I can feel the tears start again. My brother's gonna be fine, just you watch. Somehow, I doubt it. Even though I'm not a trauma doctor, I've seen enough gunshot victims for a lifetime. Not many of them walk out of the hospital unchanged. I nod in agreement, because I don't want to admit that I'm already trying to imagine my life without Cedric. The thought hurts more than I could ever communicate. It should have been me, I admit, looking down at the floor. Hell, it should have been nobody. If I'd just stayed at home, none of this would have happened. He shakes his head. "Hey, don't say that." He stares deeply into my eyes, and for the first time, I feel that I've truly gained a brother. Especially because I know why you were out there. "You do?" He smiles. "Liza told me you stopped by and were preparing something special for him." So much for that. The filet mignon is in a bag by the entrance somewhere, I'm sure, rotting. A doctor enters the waiting area through the double doors, and he comes over to me and Ishmael. I can barely focus, but to know about Cedric, I force myself. He says it's embedded deep, and that there's still a high risk for complications. I wonder how long the operation could possibly take. I mean, some surgeries can take more than a day if they're really complicated. I lose track of time as I start to pace the waiting room. I don't care if anyone thinks I'm crazy. Everyone probably seems crazy in a hospital waiting room. The minutes turn into hours. Another doctor steps back out. He's wearing a sorrowful expression, but I realize he's walking over to another family. I look down at the floor and I count the tiles. The doctor approaches us, his expression unchanged. Oh God, here it comes. I prepare myself for my life to change forever. The operation was a success, thank God. And Cedric's in recovery now. Ishmael stands up, and other members of the family in various stages of exhaustion get up as well to hear. "Oh God, thank you, Doc, that's such a relief." The doctor pulls away. "He's not out of the woods yet," the doctor adds, looking at me. "This is all an ongoing process, which is why we were slow to let you know." "Can we see him?" I look up at the doctor, desperate just to look upon Cedric's face one more time. He nods. "You'll need to be gentle, of course, but we've moved him to room 235. It's the royal suite, donated by King Francis." The king nods his head in acknowledgement. We walk through the hospital corridors and up a flight of stairs until we arrive at his room. I can hear the beep of the monitors through the door. I push open the doors, followed by a long chain of family members. Seeing him lying in bed, the life utterly drained from him, is such an eerie sight. "My brother's gonna be fine. Just you watch." Ishmael's words replay in my mind. I try to let myself think he's only sleeping as I approach. Never thought I'd be treating Cedric today. the nurse says out loud while she adjusts the IV tube. It's kind of surreal. The nurse has to bring out several chairs to accommodate us all, but is gracious nonetheless. For several hours, we sit beside the bed, watching his chest move up and down with every labored breath. Isha clings to her coloring book, while I cling to Liza and Ishmael. The king is at a loss for words. The regal, optimistic presence he normally commands is dimmer. It's about 9 at night when the king stands up to leave, followed by each member of his family. Liza rubs me on the shoulder. "Hey, love," she says. "Why don't you go home and get some rest? You've had a long day." Ishmael nods in agreement. "You need to get away from this. Get some fresh air." I'm not budging. "No," I say. "I'm not leaving his side. I've slept in hospitals before and I can get used to it again." I expect them to argue, but they don't. Instead, they bring up a feast from the vending machine. I keep watching Cedric, hoping for signs of improvement. Then I begin to wonder whether I'm the only one with any hope left. Ishmael and Liza had some blankets and pillows brought up, making the chair more comfortable. I stand up, very gently kissing Cedric on the forehead. "Good night, sweet prince," I tell him. "I'll see you in the morning." I wonder if he can hear me. There's so much I want to tell him. First, I'd like to apologize to him. Then I'd tell him how grateful I am to him, that if he lives through this, I'll never leave him, because he's the man I love. Around 4 in the morning, I finally drift off to sleep, but I'm startled by a familiar groan as I feel sunlight in my eyes. Under the weight of the blankets, I tilt my neck, staring at the medical bed. He's awake. I nearly trip over the sheets trying to get out of the chair. "Cedric!" I'm screaming, tears streaming down my face. He's unbelievably weak, but he's alive. Staring down into his eyes, I feel myself coming alive again. Is this a dream? He looks up at me, barely able to speak. I just put my hands all over his face, feeling his skin, and he kisses my hands as I do. "Do you remember it? From yesterday, the grocery store? You saved my life." He nods, his eyes gently closed. "Ellie," he tells me, lightly rasping. "Shh." I feel my knees buckling underneath me, my hand trembling on his shoulder. "I love you," he says, looking at me with pure adoration. I can feel my heartbeat stop, barely able to accept the reality before me now. Expecting myself to wake up in the chair, I find myself utterly bewildered when I instead stare down at him and he smiles back at me. "I love you too, Cedric. So much."
Chapter 30. Cedric. "I can go home?" "Yes, just some discharge stuff, but we can give you some leeway. Within the hour if you'd like," my doctor shares with me before shaking my hand. Ellie's are filled to the brim with tears. "I hope you feel better soon, Cedric. You're healing well. I'll leave you two now." The doctor ducks out of the room with a wave. "Let's go home, baby." Her face lights up and she takes my hand in hers, nodding furiously. "Yes, home. I'd love that." Her other hand goes to her belly, and my eyes follow. "Can I?" She nods. I reach out and rest a hand on her stomach, a huge smile spreading across my face. "I'm so excited," I whisper. "Me too," she says, a tear finally slipping down her face. "You're going to be such an amazing father. This kid is going to have the best mother out there." "Well, then I guess it'll be a pretty lucky kid," she says, laughing and wiping her tears. "Okay, let's get you out of here. I'll call your brothers to help us." Ellie whips out her phone, and seconds later, she's walking around the room, gathering our things while she fills them in. I watch Ellie, the love of my life, and I truly feel like the luckiest man in the world. Lucky that my operation worked, lucky that I survived, and lucky that I get to go home with Ellie. Despite how dire things were just days ago, when I thought that might be the last time I'd see her, everything seems to be just right. This time, when we enter my property, the secrets torturing me are no longer under wraps. Everything is out in the open. We feel the same. "Okay, baby," Ellie says, pocketing her phone. "Ishmael and Liza are on their way, and Caesar will be by later. He'll help get you home and settled. Come here, I say, reaching out for her. She immediately walks over, a look of concern on her face. You need something? I do, I murmur, caressing her cheek and pulling her closer to me. This, right here. I hold her by the arm protectively, and I press my lips against hers, savoring the taste and feel of her, and everything really is perfect. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ellie walks into the room, carrying a tray of food. No, not this again, Ellie. Yesterday. I know, but I read the recipe wrong. Believe me, it's good when it's made right. She sets the tray on my lap, and I look skeptically at the bowl of green soup. Ellie, Cedric, please just try it. Remind me why I can't just eat normally? Healthier foods to get you healthier quicker. It was my favorite when I was little. Okay, I tell her. That convinces me. I don't tell her I would have eaten it, even if it were made of caterpillar insides. I wearily pick up the spoon and dip it into the soup. I bring to my mouth, expecting the worst. That's not bad. See, I told you. For her, I pretend to like it. After yesterday's dinner was such a disaster, she needs this win. I won't get in the habit of placating her with little white lies, but for now, I like it in a way, because she made it. It's not that Ellie's a bad cook. It's just that the ingredients she insists on using do not belong together. At least, not in this way. I eat the entire bowl extra fast, pretending to love it. The look on her face when I hand her the empty bowl makes it all worth it. Except now that she thinks I like it, she's going to make me eat it every day. God help me. If she asks, I'll tell her my taste buds changed after I recovered. So, I was thinking we could take a walk outside in the garden, Ellie says upon returning. If you want to, of course. I'd love to. I haven't been outside all day. Do you want to try the walker today? Yeah, I think I'm ready for it. In physical therapy earlier, we used one for a little bit, and it went really well. We'll go really slow just in case, she says, bringing the walker over to my side of the bed. Ellie helps me up, and I stand slowly, using the walker for support. We make our way down the hall and to the elevator. Thank God I had one installed when I built this. Walking is definitely hard, since I'm still recovering from surgery, but it's getting easier by the day. As soon as we step outside, I feel instantly happier. The day is beautiful, and I can walk again. And this beautiful woman is by my side, and she'll be by my side forever. How could life be better? Ellie has been amazing, taking care of me every single day, making sure I take my medication, cooking me meals, and making sure I get outside. Thank you, I say, as we walk through the garden. For what? She looks at me curiously. For everything. I don't think I could do this without you. You could. It just wouldn't be as much fun without me. She grins. And you'd do the same for me. I make a face, pretending I might not, but she sees right through it. She knows I'd do anything for her. We should, but I don't want to. Neither do I say, nuzzling my face into her hair. She's lying on my chest, something that she couldn't have done a month ago when I first came home. Let's just stay in bed all day. You don't have to ask me twice. She lifts her head up and smiles, something I'll never, ever get tired of seeing. You're so beautiful. Thanks. She looks away as if she's embarrassed by the attention. Suddenly, she sits up, her hand going to her mouth. Are you okay, Elle? Yeah, I thought for a second that maybe the morning sickness was back again, but I think it was a false alarm. Fingers crossed. It's been a good 2 weeks without it, right? Yeah. Maybe you just need to eat something. Why don't we go make some breakfast? She nods, sliding out of bed. I join her, relishing the feeling of being able to walk again without any help. My recovery has been tough, but I'm finally about 95% of the way through it. When we reach the kitchen, Ellie opens the fridge, surveying the contents. I think we need to go back to the market today. The cute one we went to last week. After breakfast? If you're starving, I can make us some eggs if you want. And then we can have something bigger later. Eggs are perfect. Sunny side up. Anything for you. 2 hours later, we're at the market, filling our cart with all types of artisanal foods made by locals. This is our second time at this place, and we've both fallen in love with it. It was my first time in a market since the shooting, and neither of us wanted to go back to the one where it happened. Not yet, at least. Although we did go back to thank them all. But too much of a hubbub comes up around us. One of my sisters-in-law recommended this place to us. Let's have pasta for dinner tonight. They have a ton of options here, and they all look amazing. What, no soup? She rolls her eyes at me, but I detect a hint of a smile on her lips. No more soup. I'm just as sick of it as you are. Besides, I think you're healed enough. There's no need to keep torturing you. Thank God. We browse the various kinds of pasta in the aisle, and I admire Ellie's growing bump. Pregnancy suits her well. Her beauty seems to increase with each day, adding one more thing to the long list of reasons why I'm so lucky. This past month has been one of the best of my life, even if most of it was spent in bed recovering. It's the little moments with Ellie, the way we've gotten to know each other on such a deep level, that's made it the best. And I wouldn't change a single thing. If getting shot is what it took to find this, I'd do it as many times as I had to. Chapter 31. Cedric. The car glides to a stop, and my nerves begin to glitch, but I can't show my nerves. You ready? I raise my arm to place it around her shoulders and rub her upper arm. Ellie and I are in the back seat. Our driver is pulled up outside the venue of a charity gala. Not just any gala, though. Tonight she'll be officially introduced as my wife. She grits her teeth playfully. I don't know. Do I have to? Yes, you do, Princess. Now, let's go. Your people are waiting for you. She plants a kiss on my cheek. Okay, now I'm ready. I quickly jump out and go around the back of the car to help her out on her side. I bend down to offer her hand because she's squeezed in tight. I'm amazed at how we ever managed to get the flared, poofy skirt of her dress into the car's limited interior. Finally, she and the dress tumble out, and I catch her. We link arms and stand on the red carpet outside. She smiles graciously for the cameras. I spend more time eyeing her instead of looking at the paparazzi, and I marvel at the perfection of her stunning face and pregnant figure. It's been a month since my operation, and the swell of her belly is even more noticeable. After a few more snapshots, we're swallowed by the sound of music, glasses tinkling, and crowds of laughing, dancing people. A loud voice booms. Prince Cedric and Princess Eleonora. Oh, look, the prince and princess are here. She looks lovely in blush pink. The greetings fly from all around us. Everyone is here, I say almost to myself. It sure is a full house, Ellie remarks. All for you, I tell her, and she smiles nervously. You're perfect. She follows my lead as we wave at the furthest people and shake hands with the closest. No, but we're perfect together. As I lead her to the dance floor, I hope she'll stay this happy because I have a few more surprises planned for her. Tonight, the plans all come to fruition, and they've been in the works for a month. Soon, we're joined by others on the dance floor. About time you showed up, Caesar says with a slap on my back. Christian comes up next to him and hugs me. Vivian, Caesar's wife, steals Ellie away to dance, and I laugh at myself for missing her immediately when she leaves my side. Once they're safely gone, chatting with other members of the family, Caesar covertly slips the ring box into my hand. I put the box in my breast pocket and tap it from the outside, confirming it's still there. Thanks, Caesar. It means a lot to have your help. He nods with a smile. After a few more songs, everyone is seated for the formal dinner. Halfway through, the action stops as the king takes the podium. He taps the mic and the room winces, which makes him laugh. The Solvarian colors across his breast shake from it. Now that my mic and I have your attention, everyone laughs. He takes a moment to look around as the room comes to a hush again. It is my deepest pleasure to welcome you all to this gala. As always, this is a night of joy, laughter, and giving. We've come here to not only enjoy ourselves, but to share what we have with those less fortunate than us. The older I get, and contrary to popular belief, I'm actually a very old man. More laughter floats through. Ellie and I turn to chuckle together. I take her hand in mine and graze her knuckles against my lips. The more I recognize the value of giving back, of service, and rendering aid to the truly vulnerable, I know that each and every one of you here feels the same way. But two people here, the two we're celebrating tonight, have devoted their lives to this cause. My daughter-in-law, Princess Eleonora Vanecourt, and my son, Prince Cedric. I rise to my feet and help her up, then gesture to pull the attention where it belongs on her. You'll hear from them soon, but first, I'd like to invite my other sons. Then it's time for our speeches, so we sit back down. First up is Christian, who inspires more awe as an orator than even my father. He talks about the history of Solvaria and the continuing legacy that we carry on. Caesar speaks about our responsibility to contribute to world diplomacy, and his remarks, as usual, are punctuated with jokes. Alexis, now seemingly fully Americanized, gets up and talks about all of the Solvarian values he honors through his life in America with his wife Bella. He lives with her on a ranch, and they run multiple charities for animal welfare and rural communities. Finally, Ishmael. All four of them end their speeches by handing a rose to my wife. Then it's my turn. I realize the magnitude of the task ahead, and the sea of faces in front of me look at me expectantly looks hazy. I find Ellie, and she gives me a nod. Sometimes when I'm away on medical missions, it can seem lonely, especially in the most remote places with minimal staff. But on a night like tonight, surrounded by all of you, our supporters, I'm reminded of how big the team really is. Even though not all of you can vaccinate a sick child or perform eye surgery to restore someone's sight, your contributions ensure that our work carries on for years to come. A polite round of applause comes forth. There's much to be said about purpose and legacy, and I truly know that the work I do is a big part of that. In recent months, I've unlocked a new facet of my life's purpose, and that is to be a family man, a husband, and a father. I look down at Ellie's stunned face, which fuels me. It makes me fearless. This wouldn't have been possible without my beautiful wife, who has opened my heart to new possibilities. I shut myself off from love a long time ago. I became consumed with medicine after losing my mother and my best friend in short succession as a kid. And I always thought myself much too serious for such frivolous pursuits. The crowd laughs, and I laugh at myself. But really, trying to avoid it was frivolous. I'm glad I never pursued it, though, because the right person came along at exactly the right time. Well, came back along. The crowd oohs and ahs, and I turn to the big projector screen behind me. I handpicked every picture that's now sliding across the screen, enlarged and visible from any corner of the grand hall. But to see them up there, my heart skips a few beats, and I feel the smile begin at the corner of my mouth. Interspersed in each photo from the last several months is a photo from our childhood together. I know the sequence like my own handwriting. There's one where we're snorkeling, followed by reading on the lawn, then dancing together. And then there's one of us having a snowball fight. Another where we're opening gifts for Solvarian Independence Day. The slideshow pauses on a particular favorite of mine, a picture of her on a medical mission, surrounded by women with medical suture needles, after teaching them to do basic surgery. "That's beautiful," yells someone in the crowd. "Yes, she is," I reply, looking straight at my wife, inside and out. On cue, community members from the Mothers and Children's Foundation she supports come up and join me on stage. "I'd like to read a poem I wrote for Princess Ellie, called Our Princess," says one of the orphans, a little girl with a lisp. "The world has only found out now, but you've always been our princess. Your regal ways outshine the rest because your heart's the best. You care for us come rain or shine and never miss a beat. And if they ever tire of you, you'll always be our princess. And you keep us on our feet." At this point, Ellie is a weeping mess. She comes onto the stage to thank the poet. I hug her after she hugs the mother and child, and I get down on one knee. "What are you doing?" she asks with wide eyes. "Will you marry me again?" I'm solely focused on her as I pull out the ring box and open it. All I want is to be yours forever, and to declare it over and over, as much as I can, for a lifetime. Tears stream down her face. "Yes, of course I'll marry you again." I slip the ring on her finger, stand up, swoop her up in my arms, and kiss her fervently, as everyone stands, crying, and cheers us on.
Chapter 32, Ellie. I stare at my bump in the mirror, a smile spreading across my face as I rub a hand over it. Even in my ball gown of a wedding dress, you can very obviously tell that I'm pregnant, but I wanted to do it now, when the baby is still inside, and not a crying, pooping mess for everyone to see and hear. We're already married, but this one is for real. This is the one in my soul. This is the wedding to the man I love, now that I know he loves me back. Unlike at my first wedding, I'm not nervous, at least not about Cedric. The hundreds of people waiting for me outside, on the other hand, is a whole other story. This wedding is a full royal one, with all members of the royal court in attendance, as well as anyone important to the royal family. Everyone will know about me. I don't exactly mind it, but as someone who's never liked being the center of attention, it's certainly a new experience for me. "Your dress is amazing!" Liza squeals as she walks into my private dressing room. "Thanks. It had to be specially made for me because of my bump. It took them forever to do." The biggest difference between this dress and the one I wore at our first wedding is that this one is anything but simple. It was made to attract attention, to make a statement. It's so painstakingly beautiful, but the wedding dress of Princess Eleonora Vanacourt, not little Ellie Lawson. It should be in a museum. It's stunning. All right, tell me, has anything gone wrong? Another huge difference between this wedding and the first one is we actually had a wedding planner for this one. I've stayed out of pretty much everything, letting other people handle it all. There was a very small mix-up with the flowers, but it was handled before it even became a problem. Everything else has gone perfectly. Good. You need something small to go wrong to know that everything will go right. It's good luck. Someone knocks at the door and pokes their head in. "We're ready for you, bride," Bella says. I grin, feeling a tad jittery. I'm beyond excited to be reunited with Cedric again. We decided to stay separated the night before our wedding, so I haven't seen him since yesterday morning, and the anticipation is killing me. "You remember your vows?" Liza asks. "Yes, I've got them memorized." "Okay, here's your bouquet, and you know what to do." I follow Liza out of the room and through the palace. The wedding is taking place right on the grounds, as well as the reception. I get déjà vu as the music begins playing outside, played by a live string quartet. Everything feels like I'm reliving the day. The way all of my sisters-in-law filter out, the way I'm left waiting by myself to walk out. I open the door to walk outside, a wave of fresh air hitting me in the face. The smell of flowers is strong, in a good way, calming. The aisle stretches out in front of me, this one 5 times as long as the one I walked down before. Once Liza is a good distance ahead of me, I begin walking. As I walk, I smile at every face staring out. When I finally look ahead and see Cedric patiently waiting for me, tears well in my eyes. The sight of him standing there in his suit, as handsome as ever, makes me so emotional I can barely hold back the tears. But I manage to save the emotion. I want to say my vows with the sincerity and clarity my husband deserves. When I reach the altar, Cedric takes both of my hands in his. I notice his eyes shining, holding back tears of his own. I smile, and he winks, before the royal officiant begins speaking. Today, Silvaria will not only celebrate the joining of these 2 wonderful people, but the ascension of Princess Eleonora. He goes on to say a few more traditional things. Cedric and I just stare at each other, wearing matching smiles on our faces. "You may now say your vows, Cedric." Cedric clears his throat before beginning. "Ellie, it is with great pride that I stand here with you today. You have made me the happiest man in the world. You have made my dreams come true in ways that I never thought possible. I'm so glad that I met you when we were kids because we come from the same place, but nothing compares to falling in love with you as an adult. I cannot wait for us to meet our child. I know that being a parent with you will be the most fulfilling, rewarding thing I've ever experienced. I know that because being in partnership with you has been the greatest experience of my life. I vow to be the best father and husband I can be. I vow to always try to be the father and husband you and our child deserve. Tears slide down my cheeks. I try my best to hold back more so that I'll be able to say my own vows without sobbing. Cedric reaches out and wipes a tear off my cheek, giving me an encouraging smile. And your vows, Eleonora? Cedric, my darling Ricky, the first and only man I've ever loved. This is the last place I expected my life to end up. It's so much better than I ever could have imagined. You've taught me so many things and shown me so many of life's joys. I've never been this happy. I didn't know happiness like this existed until I met you. I vow to stand by your side for the rest of our lives, no matter what. I vow to love you forever and to be there for you, for our children, and for people around the world in need. Together, I know I can accomplish anything. After a few more words that I drown out as I stare at Cedric's lips, awaiting that moment I've been dreaming of all day, the officiant declares us husband and wife, and he bestows my official title. You may now keep... Before he can even finish, Cedric and I are molded together. I kiss him passionately, a fire deep inside of me igniting the heat of the kiss. He's mine. He's really, truly mine. No more pretending, no more hiding. We're together now, and nothing is going to change that, ever. We pull away with huge smiles and lipstick smeared on his lips, and we turn to the crowd, holding hands. Everyone cheers, and flowers are thrown up into the air. Cedric and I begin running down the aisle, laughing and waving at people as we go. It's the happiest moment of my life. And I know with Cedric I'll have so many more. I've never felt as free and as loved as I feel right now. When we reach the end, we're ushered back into the palace, where there's a room for each of us to change before making our entrance at the reception. Once we're alone inside the center vestibule of the private space, I throw myself into his arms. We have about 20 minutes to change, but I'm pretty sure at least 10 of them will be spent like this, maybe 19. You look so beautiful, he whispers. Thank you, I say, angling my head so I can look up at him. I wish we could just stay like this. I know, but we have our whole lives. We should give the people what they want. Really? I'm grinning. We've both gotten to like official duties better, knowing we have each other by our side, and we have each other to remind us what really matters. It'll be fun, and just think, the sooner we get out there, the sooner we can have cake. Ooh, cake! I almost forgot about that part. Oh, yes, and I saw the cake earlier. It looks delicious. I sigh and pull away. Okay, meet back here in 10? Cedric winks at me and disappears down the hall. I enter my dressing room, where I change into a tea-length dress that will be easier to dance in. After sprucing up my makeup from the crying, I walk back out into the hall. Holy shit! I might actually like this dress more, Cedric marvels, spinning me around in a circle. You ready? I'm ready. Cedric and I cross the palace until we reach the door that will lead us directly into the reception. He squeezes my hand before opening the door. As soon as we walk in, we're blasted with welcoming cheers and shouts. It makes me feel phenomenal that all of these people are rooting for us. We walk out to the empty dance floor, where everyone is waiting for us to share our first dance. The two of us actually met with a choreographer to plan this out, and Cedric actually helped choreograph, since he has a hidden passion for it. As we start our routine, I find myself closing my eyes and just letting my body move. All of life's problems melt away as I just live in the moment with my husband. Cedric spins me around a few times before dipping me, causing a few cheers, probably from his brothers. As he dips me, he presses his lips into mine. I love you, he says before lifting me back up. I love you too. Chapter 33, Ellie. As we come back to the honeymoon suite, Cedric pulls me into his embrace and kisses me deeply. This chapter is too spicy for YouTube. Check links in description for the uncut version.
Chapter 34. Cedric. I can't believe you don't like strawberry jam on your toast. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Ellie shrugs. It can't be that weird. I just prefer my toast simple with a little butter. maybe a sprinkle of cinnamon. But it's so good, I say, taking a bite and moaning. She rolls her eyes but laughs. Do you want to go out today and look for more baby clothes? You don't think we have enough? She says, tapping her finger on her chin. Nope. I say we can never have enough. Plus, it's not like we're only buying newborn stuff. We're preparing for all the growth, spurts. I think we'll be thankful we did this later on when we're exhausted and don't even have time to go shopping. Maybe, but don't you think we'll have an entire kingdom giving us baby clothes? She looks side to side and her smile turns flat. That's what we have extra storage for. Thank God we have a lot of estates. We might need one just for baby clothes. So we can go? She asks adorably. I can't say no. Of course we can. We can donate what we don't use. She beams and hugs me, taking a big bite of her toast. Then she steals a bite of mine. I study her face for the verdict. It's okay. Hey, that's something. Suddenly she stops. Realized you still hate it? No. Her hand goes to her lower back, and an expression of pain shoots across her face. Ellie? She looks up at me, confusion on her face. She resumes chewing and swallows before replying. I think I just had a contraction. Are you sure it's not just Braxton Hicks again? No, this was different. The Braxton Hicks didn't hurt like this. It's like a really bad period. What do you want to do? I think we can wait on going to the hospital. Let's just see if it keeps happening. Okay, we should time them, right? Yeah, definitely. That one happened at about 1:32. I stand up and walk around the table. Once I reach her, I run a hand through her hair and place a kiss on the top of her head. I'm so excited. Me too, she says, looking up at me and smiling. I'll let my driver know to be on standby. Good idea. So I guess no baby clothes shopping. You must be disappointed. She laughs and then clutches her back again. Oof. Another one? No, I think I just pulled a muscle from laughing. She looks exquisite. Pregnancy has never looked better on anyone. I place a hand on her fully round belly and close my eyes. I just want to meet our baby. Me too. I just want to know what we're having. You still set on a girl? It's just a feeling I have. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a boy. And you'd know. You've been getting to know her for a long time. Ellie and I decided to be surprised when it came to the gender. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but then it just got annoying when it came to buying baby clothes and decorating the nursery. We ended up just buying everything gender neutral. Let's go for a walk outside, Ellie states. I don't want to just sit inside and wait around. As soon as she stands up, a rush of liquid hits the floor at her feet. Okay, I'm definitely going into labor. My water just broke. I feel a wave of excitement, which is quickly followed by nervousness. I'm beyond thrilled that I'm about to become a father, but it's still nerve-wracking considering I'm new to all of this. I just want to do everything right. 6 hours later, Ellie's contractions are 4 minutes apart, and the pain appears to have increased by a lot. I think we should go to the hospital now, she says, still breathless from the last contraction. I'll call the driver to bring the car around. You stay here, and I'll grab the baby bag. After texting the driver, I cross the hall and walk into the nursery, grabbing the bright yellow bag that we packed with everything we'd need for the hospital. Before leaving, I look around the room, unable to contain my smile. By this time tomorrow, we could be all settled in with our newborn baby. Just the thought of it makes me feel giddy. When I get back to the room, Ellie looks exhausted. The contractions have really been getting to her for the last hour. My phone buzzes, and a quick look tells me that the driver is out front. Okay, let's go. He's waiting for us. I sling the bag over my shoulder and offer her my other arm to lean against as she walks. She takes it, and we make our way downstairs and into the car. Queen Amaranta Hospital, I tell the driver. Oh, fuck, Ellie says, clutching her belly. Another one. I feel like that was 3 minutes that time. Well then, I guess it's a good thing we're going to the hospital, she says through gritted teeth. I hold her hand, rubbing my thumb across her skin in a soothing motion. By the time we reach the hospital, Her contractions are definitely 3 minutes apart. I help her out of the car and walk into the emergency room, where we're quickly checked in and guided to a birthing suite. A nurse walks in, a huge smile on her face. Hi, Cedric and Ellie. How's everything going? Good. My water broke 6 hours ago, and my contractions have been progressing pretty quickly ever since. They're 3 minutes apart as of 15 minutes ago. Okay, well, let's take a look. The nurse gets Ellie set up and starts assessing her. Good news! You're already dilated to 5 centimeters. Is this your first child? Yes, it is. Well, it might take a while for you to get to 10 since it's your first, but you're already halfway there. And don't feel like you have to lie here the whole time. If you'd like to get up and walk around, that might actually help. Sometimes exercise can speed things up a bit. Thank you, I tell the nurse. After giving us some more information, she leaves the room. Ellie grabs my arm and squeezes. Cedric, I'm scared. I know, baby. I'll stay calm for the both of us. It's okay to be scared. I lean down and press my lips into hers, hoping to offer her some kind of distraction. She takes the bait, leaning into me. I let the kiss progress until we're both out of breath. The look on her face when I pull away reminds me of the way she looked after we kissed at our first wedding. I remember that face perfectly, as if it were only yesterday. It was that face that gave me hope for the future. 6 more hours later, our baby begins wailing, and it's truly the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. I know I probably won't think that for much longer, but for now, it really is. The nurse does a quick assessment of the baby before swaddling her. She then walks over to us and gently places her in Ellie's arms. I look at my daughter, something that I've never felt before developing in my chest. A girl, Ellie whispers, sobbing as she looks at her. You were right all along. I knew it. I always knew it. She's so beautiful, I murmur. What will you be naming her? Someone asks. Ellie looks at me, tears of happiness streaming down her face. We've decided on Genevieve. Genevieve Vanacore, I whisper. She smiles, and we both look back down at our baby. I love her so much already. Me too. Our daughter stops crying for the first time and seems to notice that we're there. She looks up at Ellie, who smiles down at her. I wish more than anything that I could capture this moment forever, but I refuse to pull out my phone at a time like this. My memory will just have to suffice. Ellie's gaze snaps back to mine. I love you so much, Cedric. I wouldn't want to do this with anyone else. Me neither. I just can't believe how lucky I am to have you. I never would have thought that the little girl I used to play with as a child would end up my wife. I'm so glad she did. Me too? I lean down for a kiss. As soon as our lips touch, Genevieve starts wailing again. I pull away and chuckle. And so it begins.
Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this book, please like and subscribe and leave a comment below.